and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Well, good morning everybody from Uptonsteel, Grace Road, the county ground of Leicestershire County Cricket Club. You are most welcome to join us for ball-by-ball commentary, day 3 of the Rothesay Division 1 County Championship match between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire. A commentary being brought to you by Nikesh Ragani, BBC Sport, Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham, and myself, Richard Ray, of BBC Radio Leicester. Safe to say that the odd hour aside, the first 2 days have firmly belonged to the visitors. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings on 220 for 8. That is in reply to Nottinghamshire's 490. Yesterday belonged to the bowlers in the morning. It was Leicestershire's Ben Green who finished with a first-class career best of 7 for 112, bowled really nicely. But in the afternoon and in the evening sessions, Ollie Stone, formerly of England, but a young fast bowler who's been so very unlucky with injuries, was at his very best. And talking to some of the Nottinghamshire players and spectators, they thought it was the best they'd ever seen him bowl for the county. He was absolutely outstanding. Finished with 5 for 41. At one stage he had 5 for 14, and it was only a 9th wicket partnership, as yet unbroken, between Stevie Eskenazi and Ajaz Patel that extended those figures somewhat. Eskenazi is 44 not out, Patel is 38 not out. Together so far they've added 74 for the 9th wicket. So at one stage Leicestershire 146 for 8 looked odds on to be batting again yesterday, assuming Nottinghamshire went on to enforce the follow-on. That obviously is still not a given. What is a given though is that they have replaced Brett Hutton, who suffered what we think was a calf injury, with a young debutant, James Hayes. He's going to take over and presumably at some stage today or possibly tomorrow, I'm pretty sure that they will enforce, we will see him bowling. Morning Nikesh, Fox is up against it.
Morning, yes indeed. Nice little partnership though here towards the back end of the innings for the 9th wicket, but they've got to start again. More overcast conditions today, lots of overnight rain, so Notts will hope to use those conditions in their favour this morning and mop up the Leicestershire tail.
And Ollie Stone, unsurprisingly, is going to bowl from the pavilion end up the slope. He was probably at his best bowling down the slight slope from the Bennett end yesterday, although he was pretty good from both ends. In fairness, he's going to be bowling to Eskenazi with 3 slips behind him and a solid cloud overhead. In he goes and bowls. He's bang on the money straight away. Probably about 3/4 pace just to get going, but on off stump and Eskenazi, who had a chat to at the close of play. And he plays with a smile on his face these days, Eskenazi, and a couple of times he was beaten to the wide by Stone and just sort of gestured, well, what can you do? He said, well, when a bloke's an England bowler bowling at 90 mph, swinging it late away, bringing it back in as well, with a very good bouncer, sometimes you're going to get beaten. In goes Stone and bowls, and that swings away, but started wide, went wider. Taken by Verena, running almost in front of Duckett at second slip by the time he took the ball. You could, I've watched Stone sort of on his fairly rare appearances over the years. I've seen a few of them, from his days at Northamptonshire. So good really, and so unlucky with injuries. Let's hope he has a really good run now. In he goes and bowls, worked by Eskenazi off stump, just dabs it down towards point, and the aforementioned James Hayes with, are they sort of bright, is it bright red socks he's got on, are they part of his cricket boots? But there's a sort of great slash of red between his trousers and his boots, which I'm not quite sure what they are. I think they're part of his cricket boots.
I think they are, yeah.
Anyway, he made the stop. He took a fine catch when he was just officially a sub fielder yesterday. He wasn't then the designated sub. Down at long leg to dismiss Tom Scriven off the bowling of Dylan Pennington. Hooked it, hook/pull by Scriven, and running in from long leg, he took a fine low catch. In goes Stone and bowls to Patel on off stump. Patel, who acquitted himself admirably yesterday, just leans forward. He looks really solid, to be quite honest, coming in at number 10. He's made 38 off 60 deliveries now. The occasional, very occasional loss of concentration aside, a little bit of a waft outside off stump, something like that. He looked a very competent and solid batsman with a very decent technique. Leicestershire will be hoping he can hang around for a good while yet. Stone is in, bowls to him, goes through him. There's an appeal for a catch behind, as though it came off the inside edge. Stone is absolutely convinced. I'm not sure the slips were, and more to the point, umpire Shanmugam is not convinced. There was absolutely zero reaction from Ajaz Patel. I think it went between bat and sort of body, so to speak. So the inside edge, it did. It looked to me to flick the back pad, the back thigh pad. So there was a noise, but I think it beat the bat by an inch or two on the inside, coming back.
Patel didn't even look back, did he? Just casually remarked his guard as the appeal was happening.
Looked to flick the thigh pad, the back pad. Stone is in, bowls. That one just nibbles away a touch, but Patel on the back foot plays it well, drops it out to point and calls Eskinazi through for a quick single. So they've survived the first over of the day. Stone was absolutely convinced. He was past the stumps at the far end and looking ready to celebrate before turning and realising it hadn't been given and putting out both arms. Slight danger of getting a touch over enthusiastic perhaps. 2-2 for 8 then Leicestershire. Can they inch their way towards a batting bonus point?
It's from the Stuart Broad playbook, that, wasn't it? The celeb appeal.
Dangerously close, wasn't it?
Here is Lyndon James with ball in hand from the Bennett end. He'll get us underway from that end, with Leicestershire still trailing by 268 runs. Starting round the wicket here to Patel. 3 slips in place, and that ball is just worked around to find leg by Patel with the angle. I think about 2, but settled for the single. Slater comes round and does the fielding.
Umpire Shanmugam's got his gloves on today.
It's not that cold, is it?
No, not really. I mean,
we
had a gorgeous first day, didn't we? And it wasn't bad yesterday, but it was okay this morning. I didn't think it was cold. Just sort of more like it should be, probably late April, early May.
James returns over the wicket here to Eskinazi, who's wrapped on the pads. There's a half appeal, maybe a little bit high. Maybe some bat involved as well. Not much of an appeal from the Notts players. But another good delivery there. Lyndon James yet to take a wicket into his 16th over of the innings. None for 38, his figures.
Yeah, there's no question that the Notts attack has got an awful lot more out of the pitch than the Leicestershire attack managed on day one, on the whole.
James bowls, and Eskinazi just guides the ball down to deep third. Ambles through for a single. This is what they need to keep doing, though, Leicestershire. Just keep things ticking over.
All you can do, isn't it? Just sort of a ball at a time, an over at a time. No targets as such, or just try and keep batting, and the runs will come. New ball, 10.5 overs away.
James back into Patel, who defends the ball nicely to mid-on, and there's no run. Largely untroubled, Ajaz Patel at the crease. Currently unbeaten on 40 from 64 balls, so he scored at a good rate as well. Eskenazi at the other end has played more of an anchor, 46 from 120. If Notts do manage to knock over Leicestershire fairly cheaply this morning, it will be interesting to see if they do enforce that follow-on, as James returns into Patel down the leg side, and maybe a bit of a thigh pad involved in that, but a good take by Varane to his right.
Surely. If the 2 wickets come quickly, they've had a night's rest, bowlers are fresh, good bowling conditions.
They did see what happened when Warwickshire enforced the follow-on to them last week. Different conditions, the sun was shining, and there wasn't as much assistance for the bowlers, but that might just be in the back of their minds. James in, and that's a foolish delivery outside off. It's nicely driven by Patel, but only as far as mid-off, so another dot ball, couple of runs off the over. Leicestershire 224 for 8, trailing by 266.
I mean, I've seen Leicestershire enforce follow-ons and lose, so it isn't 100%, but it is the only way not to lose the match, potentially. But it's a sort of, to me, it's a 1 in 50 chance of if Leicestershire were to get 100, somehow get 150 ahead, and the wickets start turning or something like that. But it's an most unlikely prospect, and I'm pretty sure if they get these 2 in the first half hour, then they would surely enforce. Stone trying to do that is in. Eskenazi is running down the wicket, having a big old hoik, and I think it got a bit of a bottom edge. It seemed to die down, and it bounced a couple of times before going through to Varane. But an interesting option from Stevie Eskenazi. Went dancing down, looking to smash Stone somewhere in our vicinity, I suspect. Stone probably saw him coming and bowled a little bit wider, but it was an odd. The ball, I think it came off the bottom edge and sort of bounced through a couple of times to Varane. Stone is in. Eskenazi goes nowhere and just works it out through Point, and he's going to get runs because Point dived over the ball, rather. Wasn't quite able to get there, Lyndon James. He should have done, but as a consequence, Hayes had to go running back from sort of cover to the backward point boundary and pick up, and Eskenazi picks up 3, moves on to 49. They were 3 bonus runs, really.
He's still practicing that shot, isn't he?
The swipe.
The swipe. I think he was trying to launch it over extra cover with a kind of almost a bit of a cross bat, really, wasn't it? A straight bat which led to the under edge.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best option here
He tried it a couple of times yesterday and missed it. No, not with Ajaz Patel looking perfectly solid at the other end. Stone then looking to push it across. Patel is in. He goes back and defends again, really solidly. Looks, everything's in place. There's no hint of backing away or not getting in line or doing anything daft. He remains on 40. Eskenazi 49.
He's got a decent technique.
Oh, yeah.
Ajaz Patel. You've got that kind of base, then everything else tends to fall into place as long as you've got a decent temperament.
He's got 2,000 first-class runs to his name. He's absolutely no mug. Partnership up to 81 now for the 9th wicket. Stone is in. Bowls on leg stump again. Patel stays back and just works it pretty calmly out towards mid-wicket. All the Notts players in jumpers, unsurprisingly, with the exception at the moment of Lyndon James, who's down there at long leg because he's in the middle of a spell. Ditto, obviously, Stone.
Ben Duckett's had his hands in his pockets for the most part there at second slip.
Keeping them warm. They're on his knees now as Stone is in. Bowls off stump and again playing from the crease. Patel right back on his stumps, just drops it out into the offside, and Slater picks up. They are sending Point back to the almost wide third man boundary. Dylan Pennington heading out to the electronic scoreboard, the object being presumably square leg going back as well to deep backward to give Patel 1, but Eskenazi will have no problem letting him take one if he wants to. Stone is in and bowls. He looks to turn the delivery off leg stump into the square leg area. Doesn't get anything on it. Thumps into the thigh pad and drops more or less at his feet. 3 overs down. Foxes have added 7 to their overnight score. The appeal for a catch behind accepted without alarm, really. Ball is old and it's soft, and 9 overs until the new ball. They'd be delighted to get through to the new ball, Leicestershire.
They've just got to take it an over at a time at the moment as Eskenazi faces up here. He's unbeaten on 49 and then steals a single there in towards extra cover. Runs through to complete another half century in Leicestershire colours. It's been an anchor's role, really, this innings. Eskenazi 50 from 123 balls. The job isn't complete yet, but that it's been a fabulous effort and has saved Leicestershire some embarrassment in this innings.
Yeah, 5 fours in that 123 ball 50. And it's his third 50 of the season.
James in, and oh, that's a wild swipe from Patel. It was a shortish delivery outside off. It was there to be played at. Perhaps just went for the wrong option, really. Didn't quite go for the square cut. He was caught in between trying to punch it off the back foot and cut it. Got nowhere near the ball in the end. 228 for 8.
His third 50 and a century. And he also got a century in the last game of last season, so he's carried that on into this season.
James bowls and Patel nicely behind this with a defensive shot into the offside.
Yeah, that waft, he played it a couple of times yesterday and in just the same way and missed it outside off stump. It's the only time he's looked remotely as though he could get out.
He seems very secure with anything close to his body.
Yeah, anything straight or...
James then turns, runs in past the umpire, delivers, and Patel drives, but didn't quite time that, and it's fielded at mid-on by Hamid. There's no run. Hamid still with the white floppy hat on. I don't think there's any need from a weather point of view for the white floppy hat, but it's clearly his favourite.
You know, it's got lighter though, hasn't it? I was thinking at the start that the floodlights might be needed straight away, but it has got lighter. I mean, it's still completely clouded over, but light's fine.
James then still 3 slips in place, bowls, and Patel nicely, solidly behind this. Lots of chatter out there from the Notts fielders. Seem to have a very good team spirit. They were practicing their fielding drills in the morning, just to the left of our commentary position. All seemed in very good spirits, and why wouldn't they? They still lead here by 262 runs. Leicestershire with just 2 wickets in hand. Lyndon James in, and Patel edges and over the top of third slip and away for 4. It went quickly. Difficult chance. Jack Haynes there in at third slip, and he probably needed to be a few inches taller to grab onto that one.
Yeah, squared up, but he just put his head to one side afterwards and sort of shrugged a little bit. Patel. Nicely bowled by James, but one of those little breaks a number 10 needs. 44 to him now, his first class career best. I can hear Leicestershire supporters screaming, don't say it. It isn't that much more, folks. In goes I won't say the exact number yet. In goes Stone and bowls to Eskenazi, who is squared up, but he's got it down through the vacant gully area. Could run away. No, it'll be dragged back by James. Flicks it back to the following fielder, who's Haynes. But Patel has called Eskenazi back for a third, there having not been a third man. So Eskenazi on to 53. Leicestershire 235 for 8. They've added 15 now this morning. Extended that 9th wicket partnership to 89. Is this a hint of sunshine?
Yeah.
As Stone is in and bowls outside off stump, smashed off the back foot but straight to mid off. That was a nicely timed shot, probably the best piece of timing that Patel has produced in terms of attacking shots this morning, but he hit it straight to Hasib Hamid at mid off, but clubbed off the back foot in some style by Patel. The New Zealander, Mumbai-born New Zealander. He was pretty young when he went to New Zealand, though, I think, wasn't he? As Stone is in, bowls to him. That's going to be close. Leg before, no, maybe just going down. In swing, it wasn't going over. Thumped into the pad, might just have been going down. Let's have a look. Yeah, going down. Swung in swing.
Might have even sort of pitched out just outside leg as well. It didn't.
I had it pitching just on, but
it was definitely
swinging down. Yeah. Good umpire. Umpire Shunmagan.
Good delivery though from Ollie Stone. Beaten for pace on that occasion, Patel.
And that movement he gets, a really lively lick. In he goes and bowls again. That's in swing too, but he's equal to it. Patel, he pushes it back off middle. Started off, came swinging back. He got good bat to it, pushed it back towards Stone, who stuck out a right hand. Maybe trying to deflect it onto the stumps, which I spent 3 years watching Chris Wright do. Try. I don't think he managed it once. I said, have you ever actually done it? And he reckoned twice in his entire 17-year career. It sort of deflected it back onto the stumps. Stone is in and bowls short, pulled out too deep backward square by Ajaz Patel. He moves on to 45, 236 for 8. Score creeping towards that batting bonus point. 16 added this morning by these two. Gone cold again. That sun that came out for about 3 seconds, didn't it? And it was very momentary indeed. Stone to the right-handed. Eskenazi is in, comes back a bit. Eskenazi plays it well off the back foot. Defensively, with a slightly angled bat, along the ground all the way through gully. Stone has his hands on his head. He thought that had nipped through, but Eskenazi managed to pick up one and keep the strike. He moves on to 54. Leicestershire on to 237 for 8. The defiance goes on.
Yep. I like your optimism there, Richard. You've still got the shorts on.
Yes.
Long sleeve sweater on though.
Yeah.
Ready for any eventuality. Apparently there's a bit of rain perhaps later on. I don't know which. I mean, there's so many different weather apps these days. It depends which one you trust as to what might happen. Lyndon James continues and Eskenazi just gently drives into the gap there at extra cover and helps himself to another single. Leicestershire on to 238 for 8, trailing by 252. Richard Ray off to enjoy the lovely Leicester weather. He takes a short break. Dave Bracegirdle poised to come in alongside me. With Ajaz Patel back on strike. James in round the wicket, and Patel defending off the back foot, and there is no run. Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Nikesh. Morning, everybody. And so this partnership goes on and on and on. Couple of squeaks this morning for Ajaz Patel in particular, wasn't there? A very confident appeal for caught behind by Stone initially, and then the LBW. We've had him flash over the top of the slips against Lyndon James, but he's there on 45, Eskenazi on 55, and this stand now into the 90s.
James bowls and Patel leaves alone outside off stump. 45 from 81, Ajaz Patel. Eskenazi 55 at the other end. You are just joining us here on Sports Extra. This is or on the BBC Sport app or website, however you are listening to us. Leicestershire versus Nottinghamshire, day 3. Leicestershire trailing by 252 runs. Nikesh Ragani, Dave Bracegirdle and Richard Ray, your commentary team. As Lyndon James continues from the Bennett Road end. From the Bennett end rather, not Bennett Road. Patel defends into the offside, no run.
I've done my bit to try and get a wicket, because invariably when I spend a few minutes looking at records, whatever it may be, then it all becomes redundant with the fall of a wicket or what have you. The 9th wicket record partnership for Leicestershire against Notts is in sight. It's imminent. It's 102. So another dozen or so runs away.
James in, and Patel flicks the ball nicely out towards deep mid-wicket. Helps himself to another single. Has Richard gone to try and retrieve the spoon that you dropped yesterday?
He has, yes. This was a tale we told yesterday. If you weren't with us yesterday, those of you that have been to Grace Road, or even if you haven't, we commentate from up on high at the pavilion end, high above the dressing rooms and what have you. And up here, there's sort of one of those temporary permanent seat structures that you have a lot of grounds.
James into Eskenazi, who's defending on the front foot, no run.
I think they were bolted on there, these temporary seats, many years ago, and they've been there that long. Nobody can remember when they came, and they are assessed as permanent, but they're bolted onto sort of the roof of the pavilion, and the floor level, there's a grill. It's a little bit like a cattle grid, I guess, and there are signs, aren't there? If you are coming up onto the top here, obviously ladies in particular, high-heeled shoes aren't recommended because of the grill. Your heel would get stuck. Yesterday, nice warm sunny lunch period, went and sat out there with a yoghurt and spoon, teaspoon, brought from home, packed lunch, lovingly prepared by the good lady. Sat out there, and clumsy Bracegirdle dropped the spoon, and it went straight through the grill. And I can't see a way of getting to it unless unless we can get the world's slimmest man, and I'm nowhere near that, to wriggle underneath. And Richard's out
Richard's
there
pretty slim.
Well, he's got some sort of contraption to try and bring the spoon up. Whether it's got a magnet on the end or not, I'm not sure. Here's a big moment, because it's James Hayes into the attack. His first ball in first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire, outside the off stump, and then prodigious movement the other way. He's bowling to the left-handed Ajaz Patel. Under normal circumstances, that would have carried on. Verena taking it outside the off stump, but he had to adjust and throw himself to his right. So prodigious movement. 24 years of age, James Hayes. He was first recommended to Notts by one of their former bowlers working down at Somerset, Ben Phillips. Been with the county about 4 or 5 years, actually. He's certainly served his apprenticeship with the seconds. Bowls now swinging deliveries, hit back over his head by Ajaz Patel, who goes to 50 on his Fox's home debut. He raises his bat, and it was a lovely way to get there, actually. Took the aerial route, wasn't prepared to let that one trouble him, even though there was nice shape on it. Lifted it back over the head of the bowler. 85 balls, 9 fours to the New Zealand Test player, and he continues on his merry way. 243 for 8. The last wicket went down at 146, so they've added 97 now. So They are 5 away from equaling that 99-year-old record for the 9th wicket against Notts. James Hayes, he's played 9 List A one-day matches for Notts over the last 2 or 3 years, and last year he went as an emergency call-up for Sussex, played 2 matches in their first team, so he has got first-class experience. This one drifts down the leg side, but he comes into the game to replace Brett Hutton, who picked up a calf injury yesterday morning. They sent him off for a scan on the calf, and waited throughout the day. There was 1 or 2 options on the ground. Fergus O'Neill, I understand, the request to bring in the Australian was met with a polite rebuff. Rob Lord was here, but he's on his way back from injury. Next one, 2. Ajaz Patel hits straight back over James Hayes as well for another 4 to bring up the century partnership. That's a fabulous shot. And I don't know why Richard Ray is smiling as much as he is on the balcony outside, whether it's the enjoyment of seeing Ajaz Patel hit those 2 4s to bring up the century partnership, or the fact that the world's slimmest man has managed to somehow get some part of his anatomy through the grill and find Mrs. Bracegirdle's teaspoon. That's a great effort by Richard, and as always I owe him a drink the next time we're together. 2 boundaries in the over. The stand is up to 101. The record 9th wicket partnership, which Richard will know but didn't hear me mention, is 1 run away. This is eased into the offside, fielded by Hamid. 102, set 99 years ago, and whenever I come here and we look up Leicestershire records, they all seem to involve Ewart Astill, who played for England, who's an England Test player, but any records of the time seem to have been set by Ewart Astill. You'll be familiar with his work, Nikesh, I'm sure.
I've heard the name. Obviously a little bit before my time.
121 not out he made at Trent Bridge in 1927. So this is, it's hooked in the air down to long leg on the bounce, so they take a single. So they have equalled with that single the 99-year-old 9th wicket record for Leicestershire against Notts. James Hayes going for 9 in his first over. Ewart Astill and Frank Bale put on 102, I beg your pardon, at Trent Bridge in 1927, 99 years ago. I looked it up, clicked on the card, having found the information, and it was a thrilling game. Leicestershire were 9 down, getting the draw at the end. Astill finished 121 not out in that one, so there we are. That has been equalled, and I'm sure during the course of the next over, Nikesh will be able to describe the record being broken. Not often we get 99-year-old records being broken by a 9th wicket pair.
Absolutely, and they've played beautifully, these two. It is Ajaz Patel on strike here, facing up to Lyndon James, and that's been guided away down towards deep third. And there is the record 9th wicket partnership for Leicestershire against Notts. A 99-year-old record, as you were speaking about, Dave, broken here today on the 3rd of May 2026. Patel overtaking Eskenazi in the process as well. He moves on to 56, and Eskenazi 55.
And it's been broken to complete indifference. No announcement, nothing on the board, nobody else aware. More importantly for the Foxes, they're 1 away from a batting point.
Here's James into Eskenazi, and there is the batting point. That's a lovely drive through extra cover. Hasn't quite timed it to perfection, but should get at least a couple, and does. And there's the round of applause for the 250. 251 for 8. Extra batting bonus point for Leicestershire. That's one of the more simpler things, I guess, for the crowd in here to be aware of.
It would actually have been funny if there'd been 20 or 30 people actually listening to us, and they'd burst into applause, wouldn't they? At the record being broken, and because out in the middle, what on earth are they clapping for that? We've only gone to 247. Why are they clapping?
James back into Eskenazi, who works the ball to mid-on. There is no run. You can just sense in the last couple of overs there's a bit more urgency from Leicestershire. Just perhaps looking to cash in before that second new ball is taken.
I think there's some urgency from Notts as well, because they don't want the bowlers to be overexerted here. They want to have the option of a fresh attack and stick the Foxes in again, but been kept waiting now for a good couple of hours last night and today with this partnership.
James into Eskenazi, who drives beautifully through the covers. And, that one is going to race away to the boundary towards the Uptonsteel stand. It wasn't a full-blooded drive, it was all timing there. Just a forward push really from Eskenazi, who's getting into his groove as well. 255 for 8.
Follow-on mark still away, 341, but whether Notts will... They've obviously got to get these 2 wickets first, but whether Notts will opt to have a bit of a bat now, because bowlers have put a lot of effort in this innings.
James back in, goes short, and it doesn't get up as high as Eskenazi thought it would, and he's hit straight in the abs, I think. Or is it a little bit lower? It's getting no sympathy at the moment from anyone out there. Not least Ajaz Patel, who's just leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end.
And
helmet comes off.
In the time-honoured fashion, we should mention there's 1 delivery left in the over. It's sometimes been been mentioned in a different way.
He got hit exactly there against the wall.
Yeah. How many left, umpire? There we go. Just whilst we've got this
little... the ribs, by the way. Dave, just getting some treatment out there. Eskenazi from the physio now.
I knew that. I knew that all along. Do you think it is? Let's hope he's okay anyway. But they have broken the 9th wicket record for Leicestershire against Notts, set 99 years ago. So they can both toast a glass of something refreshing either later this evening or when the game's finished. A couple of Nottinghamshire birthdays, Nottinghamshire Australian birthdays in fact. James Pattinson, remember him, the pacey quick, 36 years of age, nasty Pato, made his debut here 2017, the first game of the season, bowled from the Bennett end, and my word, Notts knew they'd got somebody extra special. Got 3 wickets in the first innings, 5 in the second, and he bowled some of the quickest spells I've seen for Notts over the last 20 years or so. Very, very quick on his day. He had 1 spell against Durham at Chesterley Street where Collingwood was batting, and at the time I sort of compared that to the great Donald Atherton over at Trent Bridge. It was explosive stuff, and it did finish with Collingwood just fencing one off his nose into the hands of Chris Reed. It was he was fired up certainly for that one, and he was fired up on his debut here. So happy birthday, James. I've never had notification that James Pato listens to the commentaries or follows the live stream, but I know Darren has from time to time. Brother Darren, who of course was at Trent Bridge before, and that family quirk that Darren played a test for England against the South Africans, and James, of course, an Australian Test player, and I think many think I think many think both retired a little early. But happy birthday, James! If you are listening, if Darren's listening, to pass on the message, because it's a bit late in the evening in Australia. And another Aussie, Phil Jakes. He's 47 years of age today. Played for a number of counties. Phil Jakes, Worcestershire, Yorkshire. I remember off the top of my head, I posted a photo today of media day when he arrived, and the question then was, in fact, 1 ball left, we ready?
Back underway, yep. James back in, and that's past the outside edge of Eskenazi, who maybe was a little bit shaken after being hit in the ribs from the final delivery. Before that, that is the end of the over. Eskenazi remains on 61. 76 overs gone. Leicestershire 255 for 8, still trailing by 235. So 4 overs left till that second new ball, and Leicestershire, you can see the intent. They just want to get a few runs in these next few overs before that second new ball is taken.
Yeah, I posted a photo this morning. Phil Jakes, happy birthday. Media Day 2014. I don't know if Notts felt they'd signed Phil Jakes or Phil Jacques, because all his gear was printed with the C in there. He's Jaques as James Hayes begins his second over to Ajaz Patel, who pushes this back to the bowler. So I don't know what happened to all that kit, but somebody went to the expense and trouble of printing it Jacqueus, whereas he hasn't got a C in his name. So there's a picture on there of him at Media Day with his name spelt incorrectly. If that's your sort of thing at Brace Cricket. Slight Leicestershire mention the one other thing I've got to do with the 3rd of May, which is today's date, 2:55 for 8. Hayes bowls and this scuttles along the ground, I fancy, kept a whisker low. Ijaz Patel beaten outside the off stump, and the pads of Verena stopping the ball. Interesting that Brett Houghton is actually on the field of play at the moment. He's in his training top and shorts, but he'd wandered out to have a word with Ollie Stone. He'd come out onto the field. I would have thought if he'd got a calf niggle, it'd have been, I don't know, on the couch or back at home resting up, but it's clearly not too troublesome. But he won't play against Surrey next week, that's for sure now. Hayes bowls and Ijaz Patel goes to take him on, and it goes through to the keeper. On this day in 2009, an explosive young opening bat by the name of Alex Hales scored his first century for Notts, just as his second or third appearance in the it was called the Friends Provident One Day Cup, then the 50 over competition. I was there. He smashed 106 against Ireland, and again, like seeing James Pattinson in the flesh for the first time, that was the day that we knew that we'd got something special with Alex Hales. This is pulled away onto the leg side and nicely fielded. There's no run, and he spent much of that innings batting with Will Jefferson, who made 57. And of course, thinking here today, there was that famous photograph from their time together at Leicestershire of Will Jefferson batting with James Taylor, who's obviously on the ground as part of the coaching staff. Yeah, not quite. I was going to say not quite Sid and Eddie, but definitely a cricketing version of Little and Large. So that was Hales, 2009, his first ton for Notts. Ijaz Patel continuing on his merry way here, 2:56 for 8, and this is good stuff from this pair, and Notts won't be showing any frustration out there in the middle, but certainly the players and the coaching staff would have wanted to get this done bang bang this morning and then decide what they're going to do.
I was saying to Richard as well, questions about whether or not they do enforce the follow, and do you think what happened in the Warwickshire match, to Warwickshire admittedly, will be in the back of their minds? Didn't work out too well for the visitors on that occasion last week.
Here's Hayes. Balls again, and a little fiddle outside the off stump from Eskenazi. It goes through to the keeper, end of the over, 2:56 for 8. Farhan Ahmed is the 35th different replacement substitute fielder that Notts have had in this game. He's just coming on, and Ben Slater trotting off for a comfort break. The match before the Glamorgan game, Notts were in a similar position and didn't enforce the follow-on. They chose to bat again, but still had a day and a half to bowl Glamorgan out for a second time to win the match. So sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I'd like to think they've got better weather information than I have ever had access to, and they would know if we're going to get a full day today and tomorrow, and there'll be enough time. But you can already see this morning with this old ball and 2 players set how difficult it is to take wickets. So if it was me, I'd stick him in again, but I'm not a Seba Mead, and he's a county championship winning captain, and I tend to have faith in whatever he chooses at the time. He has got a fresh bowler, of course, with James Hayes, but you'd imagine Stone and Pennington, who we haven't seen this morning, and Lyndon James just getting a little weary. And right on cue, here is Penno.
Yeah, Pennington from the Bennett end, 18 on his back. Makes his way into Ijaz Patel. He's going to be bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, who flicks the ball down towards fine leg. Helps himself to another single. Leicestershire ticking things along nicely this morning. A couple of close calls with the LBW appeal against Ijaz Patel. Caught behind appeal, which was pretty close to the inside edge, but probably just flicked the top of his thigh. one that was fended over third slip, but apart from that, Leicestershire have looked pretty solid. Pennington into Eskenazi, who just dabs the ball into the ground. Ball trickles away to Duckett there at second slip along the ground. There's no run. Welcome back, Richard Ray.
Thank you.
Well done for finding that spoon.
And we knew where it was. It wasn't a problem finding it. It was extracting it, especially with all the rain last night as well, because it was also under a couple of inches of murky water. We got there.
Pennington rather steams in, and Eskenazi's down the track. He launches this. It's gone high up in the air. It's going to land just short of deep third. Ahmed running in from the boundary, and well, just for a moment Eskenazi's heart would have been in his mouth. Another one of those shots where he just takes a shimmy down the wicket, looks to launch it over cover. It came off the outer half of the bat, and he's gotten away with one there.
Yeah, I mean, each time he's tried it, he's looked like getting out, hasn't he? It hasn't been successful so far. As you say, best that can be said is he's gotten away with it.
Pennington back into Patel down the leg side, all taken by Varane, running, diving away towards his right. And just Patel has played really nicely for his 58, going almost neck and neck with Eskenazi.
That is his first class best. It was 57.
Yes, we can say that now, can't we?
We can, yes. I didn't dare say it before, but yeah. Little landmark in his career.
Pennington into him again, and that's angled across the left-hander, who leaves well alone. Average of just under 16 throughout his 120 matches.
He looks a better bat than that, doesn't he?
He does. Conditions maybe slightly different in New Zealand.
Yeah. I don't
But
know where he
not too
bats
dissimilar.
for his region, or presumably fairly low down, but
a fair few test matches in that first class career as well. There's another one is left alone outside the off stump by Patel.
he sort of exudes calm, doesn't he? But he just looks completely unfazed. But I guess he's a man of wide experience.
Absolutely. You look at his test career, and played 22 test matches. I scored a 35, but average 11.52, so dips as the standard goes up, but yeah, overall just under 16 as things stand.
Well, he's improving it over the last couple of days, and he has power to add. James Hayes, tall right arm seamer. His heart were beating faster on debut. In slightly unexpected circumstances, in he goes, bowls to Eskenazi on middle stump, middle and off. Eskenazi leans forward, thickish outside part of the bat, pushes the ball out into the offside. And there is no run. 258 for 8, 146 for 8. When Hayes took a very fine catch at long leg off the bowling of Pennington that won't go down to hit. He'll go down officially as sub at that stage. If he'd taken it today, he'd get it under his name. In he goes and bowls, and a little bit squared up there, a little bit of nice shape to that fullish delivery from Hayes, a bit of sort of outswing and walking forward into the defence, the French cricket defence. Eskenazi keeps it out.
Mentioned a minute or two ago, Richard, that one or two of our overseas contingent regularly keep up with what's going on and watch the stream and listen. Andre Adams is with us. The great Andre Adams.
Yes, I do remember Andre. Talking about music with Andre.
Great fella.
In goes Hayes and bowls down the leg side, leg stump anyway, nicely clipped out to deep mid wicket. Should be 2 because it's a long goal throw for Slater from out there on the mid wicket boundary, and indeed 2 are taken. Yes, I remember talking with Andre about, he found a piece of classical music which he was listening to a lot, and he couldn't quite remember what it was called, and we found it. And fine bowler. A couple of seasons when he was almost unplayable.
Absolutely, yeah.
Took hundreds of wickets. Hayes in again to Eskenazi. Again, it's full. Swings a bit late, but it's very full. We're just waiting for it. Eskenazi dabs it out through the gully along the ground all the way to third man and takes 1. He keeps the strike in so doing. He moves on to 65. Leicestershire on to 261 for 8. And, well, the partnership then is 115, I believe, now for the 9th wicket. Record breaking.
Yes, Uptonsteel. Leicestershire legend, I believe.
It is a great name, isn't it?
Rich, yeah.
Ewart. I wonder if anyone's ever called Ewart these days.
There's 1 or 2 peculiar names around, I must admit.
Hayes. 1 ball to go in his over. 2 balls actually. Short, pulled, and he got plenty of it. What a great shot from Patel. Shout of effort from Hayes as he delivered it, but it sat up nicely. He rocked back and pulled it dismissively to mid-wicket for 4.
And on the way home last night, I knew the Grand Prix qualifying was on the radio. I didn't want to listen to it because I was taping it. Tape. Yeah, on my videotape recorder. I was recording it to watch later on, so I was going to flick around, and there used to be the Lisa Tarbuck show, didn't it, on BBC Radio 2 on a Saturday evening, but Sean Keaveney's doing it now, and I was listening to him, and he a correspondent claimed he went to school with somebody called, they were talking about names, Scott Chegg.
Hayes is in. Another short ball, another pull, and good stop at mid-wicket. There's hesitation if the throw hits. He was gone, I suspect, but Patel gets away with it because the throw doesn't hit. Two went running towards each other, realised that the fielder at mid-wicket waiting for him. Is it Stone there? It is, yeah. Stone. Good work by Stone. He slid to his right, made the stop, and from a sort of seated almost position, at a deepish mid-wicket, through at the stumps at the striker's end, Patel had certainly left his ground, and I don't think he'd have been back in time, but it would have been a heck of a throw to have hit from that recumbent position, and he wasn't quite able to do so. It is now the end of the over. Eskenazi 65, and Patel almost caught him on 62.
Yeah, it's not been dull this morning, has it? By any means, no wickets have gone down, but we've seen some extravagant, exciting stroke play. Some committed running, some good fielding. It's Pennington from the Bennett end. This one shapes away from Stevie Eskenazi, who's in danger of being caught up by Ajaz Patel. 65 to 62. Yes, I think if your surname's Chegg, not that I don't know. I've never come across a surname Chegg, but if you,
well, there was Chegg Wynn, wasn't there?
Yes, but if your surname's Chegg and you call your offspring Scott, I think. As Sean Keaveney said, you deserve to be incarcerated for that.
Am I missing something there?
Scott Chegg.
Oh, well, I was missing something. Very good. That has to be deliberate, doesn't it? That has to be deliberate.
Or made up.
Possibly.
266 for 8. Eskenazi, right-hander, formerly with Middlesex. Good player. Pushes us into the offside and there's no run. Did skip a Middlesex, certainly in the one-day cup during his time there. I don't know if he wore the captain's armband in first-class cricket at any time. Not that they do wear a captain's armband in this sport, of course, but was the captain. I think when they played Notts at either at Grantham or Welbeck, one of the outgrounds. 265 for 8. Pennington, 2 wickets in this innings already. Comes in looking for another one, but this is just eased across the carpet out into the deep, fielded by, I'm going to say Slater. Slater's been out there all the time, but it's not.
But it isn't.
It's Lyndon James out there.
Different shape.
Yep. Slater's found his way onto the other side of the field. 266 for 8.
3 deliveries until the new ball is available, and I suspect will be taken.
A strange game for anybody sort of tried to follow a pattern. We had 4 wickets go down on the first day, 14 yesterday. None so far today as Pennington bowls down the leg side. Well taken by Kyle Verreynne, who had I felt a difficult last half an hour, 45 minutes yesterday. He was having to take balls that were speared a long way down the leg side, dying in front of him. There was 1 or 2 I think that he would probably feel he was a little frustrated at that got through him. Where's Ben Duckett going now? There's players running here, there and everywhere as Notts try and implement some sort of leg side theory here. Is Pennington going to go round the wicket? Not for the moment, but Duckett's come out of slip. And where's he going to go? He's gone down to... he's sort of long leg but not on the fence. They've got a fine leg and a long leg. Duckett is in.
Backward square's going to have to go.
Yeah.
He must be just in line.
The umpire, Surrey Shanmugam's gone over to follow what's going on. Pennington bowls and helped away on the leg side, but no run, fielded by Jack Haynes. Very much a bit of leg theory here, a bit of Harold Larwood for you in the 21st century. 266 for 8. That would have been a series to watch, wouldn't it? The body line. We've all seen the black and white footage. Been there and hearing the cat calling from the Aussie fans. Pennington bowls to Ajaz Patel, hit high up into the air, and Asiba Mead circling underneath and catches, and Patel goes, and Notts do have the wicket eventually. It's been a long time in coming. Terrific effort from this pair, but Ajaz Patel for 62 just felt, well, you can keep putting all the fielders on the leg side, but I'm strong enough to hit it away over the top of you for 6. Well, he wasn't quite. Went high up into the air, and a second catch in the innings at mid-wicket for Asiba Mead, and a third in the innings for Pennington. Leicestershire 266 for 9, so Notts do get maximum bowling bonus points, and that wicket coming as well right at the end of the 80th over. We did see this last week against Warwickshire when Chris Wokes took a new ball, and with the first ball of the 81st over took a wicket. So we don't know what happened to that ball. Might happen again here. Here comes Josh Hull. Ajaz Patel, seemingly, I don't know if he's a shy, reticent sort of guy. I have no idea, but seemed very reluctant. Maybe he's disappointed.
He was furious with himself, wasn't he? Whacked his pads, and yeah, he is disappointed with himself.
He's got a great round of applause there, and it's wrong to say he barely acknowledged, because all players, by and large, do appreciate the spectators and the warmth they give them. But it was very much a bit of a token raise of the bat, still shaking his head, and as Rich said, deeply, deeply frustrated at having got out.
It was a first-class best for him, though. 62, first time he gotten into the 60s in his career. Probably fancied going on, really, and he put on 120 with Eskenazi, and I guess probably that's part of his disappointment as well. The fact that Eskenazi's going well at the other end, and he needs support. Well, I saw Josh heading for the nets this morning, so his batting's improved an awful lot over the last couple of seasons. He's become quite hard to get out, but Hayes has still got, looks like, the old ball in his hand.
So if you're Eskenazi here, bearing in mind what you've just said about Hull's improved batting, are you taking a single first ball?
Be interesting to see what he does. They're offering him it because they've got a deep point and a deep backward square. In a way, they're offering it to him, although Haynes is in the covers. No mid-wicket. Hayes is in. Eskenazi steps across and scoops down to fine leg for 4. Bounced just short. Oh no, it didn't. All the way, says Ben Duckett. Oh, I don't think it did. Yeah, and the signal has been changed. It was because Ben Duckett raised both hands into the air, thinking it might have been a catch, but umpire Shanmugam took his word for it, and then Duckett realised what he'd done and said, no, 4-4, and the 6 becomes a 4. But even so, Eskenazi on to 72, but it may be an indication of his, shall we say, lack of faith in Josh Hull's batting. But as I say, Hull is no mug with the bat these days. He gets in line and with his reach, he tends to get forward and keep it out. Hayes looking for his first Notts wicket is in and bowls. Eskenazi backs away, tries to, well, I don't know what he was trying to do there, cut perhaps, he missed it. Well, he has a huge swipe afterwards in rehearsal. All he was almost looking to do there was almost dab it into the keeper's hands, really. That was the only possible result. Duckett has gone quite wide at slip, but well, seeing those two shots, all sorts of field changes now happening.
Coming out of the woodwork, Dane Patterson is with us as well. Morning, afternoon, Dane. Another of the game's great characters and great bowlers.
Hayes is in and bowls, and after those two rather extravagant attempts to carve the ball away, Eskenazi settles for a very straightforward, solid back foot defence, but then does rehearse a little step across scoop. So, just saying that there may be more to come.
I tell you what, if you got James Pattinson,
yes, I was just thinking
Dane Patterson and Andre Adams,
that wouldn't be
you don't need anybody else, do you?
Wouldn't be a bad attack.
You don't need anybody else. They'd be right front and centre amongst some of the great Nottinghamshire players of this century.
Hayes is in, worked off the back foot, in defence essentially by Eskenazi out towards point. It has stopped rolling by the time the fielder gets to it, and Slater running in there. But even so, despite the fact it was the fourth ball, Eskenazi is disinclined to take the single. So the field will presumably come in for balls 5 and 6, and given what we've seen so far, one assumes that Eskenazi will try and clear the field, but he's quite hard to predict, Stevie Eskenazi. He's averaging over 50, well, coming into this innings he was averaging over 50 this season. He's bettered that, 70 not out at the moment. Hayes is in, he backs away, Hayes sees him backing away, bowls outside off stump so Eskenazi can't reach it essentially.
There's a bit of a story about James Hayes from last season. A Sussex player, a Sussex bowler clearly, pulled out at the last minute of their county championship game, and they were down to bare bones down at Hove, and clearly the contacts were assessed up and down the country, ringing around trying to find a replacement.
Hayes is in, Eskenazi waits for it, dabs it away wide of third man, who slides along the rope. I think that's Pennington, is it out there? And manages to make the stop, and Eskenazi takes the one. That means he will keep the strike. He moves on to 71, Leicestershire to 271 for 9.
And I think eventually around about 11 o'clock or midnight or something, the call went through to Notts. Can you help us? And James Hayes was quickly thrust into action. Pack your cricket kit at nearing midnight. Drove through the night to get down to Hove to make his first class debut the next day. Found himself later on batting out there at number 11 and took part in a Sussex record 11th wicket partnership, 33 not out. I think it was with John Simpson. A huge partnership.
Have in mind he might have played against us for Sussex, but I may well be wrong. Dave's got to go and do an update. I'll say good morning to Matthew, who's on the train between Birmingham and Hereford, having had a heck of an episode. Matthew from Melbourne in Leicester a day or so ago. In goes Dylan Pennington and bowls outside off stump, and one of Eskenazi's characteristically flamboyant leaves. He steps forward and then just lifts the bat over the line of the ball in a little parabola. But, glad to know that Matthew's feeling better, having been deprived of his wallet by 3 young men who knew all about it, I suspect, by the time they got away. Didn't give it up lightly. In goes Pennington and bowls a lovely delivery that bounces on off stump, moves away and beats Eskenazi by a good couple of inches. Eskenazi looks back with something of a grin. everybody out pretty much on the boundary, with the exception of a Duckett at slip. There's fewer, sort of 10 yards in from the ropes, but basically they're offering one any time. In goes Pennington outside off stump. Eskenazi again leaves with a great big flourish of the bat. Like one of those swordsmen of old, preparing for a duel. So the bonus points, Leicestershire 3, Nottinghamshire 7. Looks pretty much set in stone now, unless Leicestershire do something extraordinary. In goes Pennington, bowls, that sneaks inside the bat and just misses the off stump. And according to Eskenazi, with his gesture, it keeps a touch low, but missed bowling him by not much more than a couple of coats of paint anyway. Field comes in. 2 balls to go in the over. Josh's first class best 35 not out. As I say, I've seen him improve steadily with the bat over the last year or so. Pennington is in. Eskenazi has a huge swing and he misses. Verena, having taken the ball, suggests that the field could be a little bit more spread. There are changes going on. Joe Clark is running across from square leg to the sort of deepish gully position on around about on the 45, about 20 yards, 25 yards perhaps from the bat. Hull and Eskenazi have a word. Perhaps Hull saying to him, I can hold my end up for a while. You don't need to swing and do something daft every time. Have some faith, Stevie, he's saying. Have some faith, mate. In goes Pennington and bowls very, very wide indeed. Surely will be signalled wide, and is by umpire Illingworth. And Duckett had to make the stop. It was full and it swung away, and Duckett moving to his right at first slip, and that hurt Duckett. He got his hands to it, but there was a grunt of pain as he did so. Extraordinary delivery from Pennington. We may get a replay as Eskenazi walks down the pitch and has another word with Hull. Dave's back alongside. Going to see a replay, chaps? Possibly not. Pennington turns. Comes charging down the slope and bowls. Eskenazi carves him away through the covers for 4. Well, I suppose he was going to connect in the end, and he got plenty of that one. Out through cover without a sweeper, obviously. And Eskenazi moves on to 75, but it does mean that Hull will be on strike, and now we can prove to Eskenazi that he is no walking wicket, no rabbit. There aren't any left, are there?
Not
Dave,
too many.
There?
No, not
You think
too
of
many.
any left? No Charlie Shreks of old? For both our
Harry
counties.
Gurney.
Yeah, I never saw Harry for Leicestershire. In my current role, that is. I remember him watching him from the other side in the press box.
He had his moments. Scored the winning runs in a thrilling 1-wicket win at Liverpool against Lancashire. He larruped, I think it was a career best 40 at Hove one year. Had his moments. 276 for 9. And these days they all spend so... I mean, every county, obviously it goes with the territory of being a professional county, but there's a professional approach to everything, isn't there? Batting, bowling, catching, fielding. They're all disciplines and elements of the game that you have to be good at. Here's Hayes wearing number 13. Bowls now to Josh Hull. This is run down to backward point, and there's no run.
Right, Dave, theory. The fact that they haven't taken the new ball, and Hayes is continuing to bowl, and they're keeping Stone okay, indicates to me that they might still be thinking of the follow-on and enforcing and having Stone with a new ball at the start of the innings, without having to have to bowl with the new ball in this one.
I'd go with that, yeah.
Does it make sense?
Also, perhaps a little fearful that the new ball might come on nicer for Eskenazi and he might whack another quick 30 or 40. This is outside the off stump and Hull. Well, he didn't hit it, let's put it that way. He didn't move his feet, but reached forward a long way, and he's got a long reach.
It wasn't a great shot, was it? It was a bit of a number 11 shot. He's better than that.
214, I think, if my Rachel Riley's are correct. It actually says, doesn't it, bottom right on the board, yeah.
I was trying to work out whether that meant eyes or something. Is there some sort of weird Nottingham, Newark rhyming slang?
That's London you're thinking of.
Well,
Cockney
yeah,
slang. A bouncer goes over the head of the left-handed Hull through to the wicket-keeper, Verena. 276 for 9.
I thought it must be Newark because I couldn't get it to rhyme with anything as in Cockney rhyming slang, so I thought it must be eyes, but yeah, no, they have it on the board. The overrate, it's +4, but that is tiny, isn't it, from this distance?
Not really taken a peek yet at what's happening round the country, if anything at all. 276 for 9. Hayes in again to Hull, deflects this to sort of a leg gully or a fielder behind square on the leg side. Haynes, got Hayes and Haynes. That's a recipe for disaster, of course.
Oh, Stephen Roberts sent us some information about Scott Check.
Scotch egg?
Yeah. Oh, he's on LinkedIn. I'm not, so I can't get on it.
Scott Check is?
Yeah.
His ears will have been burning then after a mention on Sean Keaveney's show, Radio 2 last night, as I was driving home. 276 for 9 as Hayes bowls to Hull. It's played up to Stone at mid-off.
I would imagine it's already on his LinkedIn bio, as mentioned on Radio 2 and BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Nottingham and what have you.
It looks like, they're playing in all 7 matches, so whichever named storm after the destructive Storm Dave at the start of the month hasn't wreaked any damage across the country. Give you the Division 1 scores in a moment. Hayes round the wicket to Hull. Again, happy to defend. There was a bit of a grunt, a bit of a Brett Hutton grunt there from bowler Hayes. Hutton, the man he's replaced, he's known to bellow out a grunt with a lot of his deliveries. Hampshire are 90 for 2, replying to that Glamorgan score over 500. Somerset, Yorkshire at Taunton. They lost a lot of play yesterday. Second time around, Yorkshire 82 for 2, still trailing by 30. Surrey 363 for 4 at the Oval against Sussex, so they've just inched it, if I can say that again, inched into a 5-run lead there. So Surrey will be looking, I think, to bat once and bat big, as they say. Division 2, Kent 86 for 5 in their second innings, leading Derbyshire by 134. Durham 189 for 2 at Lords. Middlesex got 430 and Northants 419 for 6. Worcestershire made 306. All the scores as ever on the BBC Sport website now.
Pennington from the Bennett end to Eskenazi, who is forward, pushing it out into the offside. Might think about 2, but I don't think Hull's, although he eats up the ground with those long legs, he's good for a single, but his turning circle is quite big as well. So they'd be pushing his luck to try and get 2 there, and Haynes came in, who's sort of 10 yards off the ropes. Mike Stevens has been in touch by email. As you will know, he says 3 players have taken 10 wickets in a test match innings, and 2 have now played for Leicestershire. Who was t'other? In goes Pennington and bowls. Good lift, but left by Eskenazi. Obviously,
I've got
Ejaz Patel is one. You know the other?
I
interviewed him.
I interviewed him in this very box, or next door.
It's not a difficult one, is it?
Round about 25 5-6 years ago, something like that. Would it be around about the turn of the century?
Was Jim still with us then? So I don't think it was Jim, as in Laker. And he obviously didn't play for Leicestershire. I don't know if he was still around then. Pennington is in, bowls on off stump. Eskenazi, having played a very neat forward defensive, just sinks onto his right knee as though about to be knighted.
I'll write it down for you here,
yes,
if you want to have some fun with the listeners. But
the
name I've written on here,
is correct.
I felt I'd interviewed him about that very thing in this box for heaven knows whatever reason.
There you go. Well, it wasn't this box, because this box didn't exist in 2000. The old wooden one a bit further up.
Yeah, it was on this roof.
Yeah, I'm sure. In goes Pennington and bowls, and again Eskenazi is forward. These boxes appeared courtesy of Wasim Khan, chief executive, back about was it 6 years ago? Yeah, it used to be a horrible old wooden thing, just a little bit further up when I started. No, a bit longer than that, maybe 10 years now. But the first 2 years, yes, you used to have to clear the blue bottles out, and the carpet was damp, and
A bit like the potting shed at Taunton.
very much, very much. Field comes in as we have had 4 deliveries of this Pennington over. In he comes and bowls. Eskenazi wafts and misses, and then points to where he was looking to hit it, which was sort of behind point, or hit it, guide it really, to the wide third man boundary.
You've been starved of the listening pleasure that Nikesh gives you over
Hey,
the
off.
last 20 minutes or so I'm going to have a well-deserved lie down looking for spoons and trying to get in touch with other former Nottinghamshire players that
Straight
now
on the
reside
plate to the
overseas.
missus. I've got it.
That's the fella I think it is anyway. The other
It is, correct. Pennington is in and bowls and slapped away through the covers for 4 by Eskenazi. Well, if I was knocked, I'd still have thought about having a sweeper out there, but I suppose they're just trying to keep hold on strike. Eskenazi on to 79. Scoreboard is taking a long time to add that 4. It had its moments on day 1, seemed to sort of come to something of a halt. There it goes. Eskenazi on to 79 off 162, 80 for 9. Nikesh is back. They squeeze another 20 runs, pick up another batting bonus point, which at 146 for 8 would have seemed frankly ludicrous.
That would be the target now.
Oh, Stone's come back now. I was just saying that my theory was that they weren't bowling Stone because they're still thinking in terms of enforcing the follow-on, but Asib Hamid has gone back to his strike bowler now. So let's get this done. Let's get this done. The other man, the other 10 wicket in a test match man who's played for Leicestershire as well as Ajaz Patel is Anil Kumble.
Of course.
Of course it is.
Ollie Stone then. In and that's past the outside edge of Harlu. Might tell you that he played just inside the line of that, but I think he was genuinely beaten on that occasion. Just sort of pushed half forward. Well, there's only 3 in the history, aren't there?
Yes.
10 wicket innings bowlers in Test cricket.
And we know Grumpy Jim never played for Leicestershire.
Stone running away from us. Bowls and Hull plays this nicely. Flicks it out towards deep backward square. He's timed it pretty well. It won't quite make the boundary, I don't think, no. Good bit of work down there, running around from fine leg. And they settled for a single.
Stone unimpressed, but I've been banging Hull's drum as a batter in the last few minutes. As I say, he's got a 35 not out to his name, and he has steadily improved over the last year or so. And a bit unlucky there, because there was definitely 2, wasn't there? But misses out on a lot of runs because people turn them down and what have you. But anyway,
Eskenazi deciding that He's better off here facing the majority of the bowling, especially when Ollie Stone's got ball in hand, as he has here. In comes Stone, and that's slightly down the leg side, just up on its way down towards fine leg, but Eskenazi refuses the run. Into that kind of territory now with just 1 wicket remaining. Eskenazi will farm the strike. Josh Hull just going over and having a word and perhaps saying, listen mate, you can trust me, you can trust me. If you want to take a single off the next ball, I can handle the last 2. 3 balls left in the over. Here is Stone into Eskenazi, who's beaten outside his off stump, past the outside edge and through to Varane. Just a bit of gentle away movement. Leicestershire trailing by 209 runs. Could have been a lot worse, was it not for Eskenazi's 79 and Ajaz Patel's half century as well. His top score in first class cricket, 62 he made. Record 9th wicket partnership for Leicestershire against Notts. Stone in, and that's a beauty. Squares up Eskenazi, who just tried to have a poke at it. Bit of extra bounce as well from Stone with the newer ball.
Bounce, swing, pace. Different game when he's bowling.
I was doing the match at Trent Bridge last week, and Dave rightly suggested that Josh Tongue will probably be rested for this game, and I was thinking, oh, that's not bad from a Leicestershire point of view, just taking a 5 for against Warwickshire, and then in comes Ollie Stone and does the same. Such is the strength in depth of the county champions.
I presume they'll both play against Surrey on Friday.
Stone once more. Eskenazi backs away, and there's an appeal for a catch behind. Varane was very excited, but nobody else really was. Eskenazi disappointed though that he wasn't able to get bat on ball and get down the other end with a single. So it will be Hull on strike. Good bowling there from Stone, just keeping it away from Eskenazi, who backed away towards the leg side, and it's almost a wide of off-stump Yorker, just short of that Yorker length. Swing away from the right-hander once more. So Josh Hull will have to contend with Dylan Pennington at the start of a new over.
Takes guard. I think it's the first time he's down at this pavilion end. But Illingworth says, yep, looks about right. Just the 2 slips for Pennington bowling to Hull. Hayes is at a sort of deepish gully / backward point. Hamid has had a long chat to Pennington, and as a consequence, looks like Clark running across to us into 3rd slip. No, it's Haynes. So 3 slips as Pennington round the wicket to Hull, who drives and misses. Don't need to drive at a wide one. Josh, you can let those go. The cloud building up behind the trees, behind this electronic scoreboard, but light continues to be okay. New ball available. Pretty sure it hasn't been taken. I'm certain it hasn't been taken, as Pennington is in. Hull again has a little poke at it, and he doesn't need to when it's a 1.5 foot outside off stump, and he's cross with himself. Let those go through. Gets away with it. 10 balls faced for his 1.
The ball's still moving around a little bit.
Ideal sort of swing conditions,
or
aren't they? It's a bit, well, maybe not ideal, but it's cloudy and Not that cold. Pennington is in. Hull does leave outside off stump. Third time of asking.
Anil Kumble, did he play here in what, 2000? Something like that? 01?
I would have to look back.
It was quite close to the turn of the century, I think. I know he had a season at Northants in the mid-90s where he took over 100 wickets. What a bowler he was. What a fighter. 619 test wickets.
Pennington is in. Hull defends the straight one. Drops it out into the offside to the approval of his teammates. Yes, my sort of Leicestershire knowledge, such as it is, tends to start when I started commentating, and Ramnarash Sarwan was the captain. Permanently cold. Ramnarash. And then Mark Cosgrove. 4 years, I think, because he was certainly 3 years. In goes Pennington and bowls, and again comfortable enough with the straight delivery as Hull, pushing it back up the pitch towards Pennington.
So he would have been around then when Michael Carberry came in for a short stint.
Oh yes, because he was captain 2015 to 2017, inclusive. Oh yes, in goes Pennington and bowls outside off stump. I think he played inside the line of that one. Josh Hull, either way, he's managed to survive the Pennington over. Maiden, 3 for 69. Dylan Pennington's pretty impressive figures really from 18 overs. Not as impressive as those of Ollie Stone. 5 for 52 from 19.2 for Ollie Stone. 5 for 14 at one stage. Yes, Michael Carberry briefly at the start of 2018. I was mentioning seeing Leicestershire lose after making a side follow on.
Yeah.
Yes, Michael was...
He was telling me about that. We'd do a lot of commentary on TMS with Carbs, and I wouldn't say he remembers it fondly, but no, he remembers it.
He knew it wasn't. As Martin Emerson, our colleague from BBC Radio Newcastle, will tell you, I was very much against that decision. They looked tired, the bowlers, and kind of knew what was going to happen. But they still should have won it. They still should have won it. After Michael, Paul Horton took over 2018 and 2019. Ackers came next, Colin Ackerman, 2020 to 2022. Callum Parkinson had a season in charge, bless him. Lewis Hill, a couple of years. Peter Hanscom. As
Stone continues, and forward in defence is Eskenazi. To a big open gap there on the offside, but won't be taking any singles at this stage of the over.
Now Ian Holland, so how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 captains in my time at Leicestershire. If any counties have had just one captain in all that time.
A couple of trophies for you too, Richard.
Of late, indeed.
Stone bowls, and good shape again, but starting maybe too far towards that leg stump. It's defended away by Eskenazi to, I would say mid-on, but I see Bermudi's sort of 3/4 of the way back to the boundary towards long on. Still no single taken. I started watching Leicestershire as a young boy in the mid-90s. 2 county championship wins in 96 and 98 with Phil Simmons as the big star of the side in those days, but lots of other very, very good players in amongst, as Eskenazi defends another full ball. And I thought that's the way it's going to be for the rest of my life, Richard. Leicestershire just sweeping up, winning trophies left, right and centre, and didn't quite work out like that. There was some
boring,
T20 success at the turn of the century.
It's more fun when there are ups and downs. Admittedly, the down was quite a deep down, wasn't it? Lasted quite a long time.
Yeah, I'm sure football fans from Leicester can sympathise with that as well. They're winning the Premier League and now finding themselves in League One as a sharp rising delivery from Stone is well negotiated in the end by Eskinazi, who takes one hand off the bat.
It's nice that the club is very much back on the up.
Indeed. Have you met the new chief exec?
Of course, yes. I met her last year. She arrived. Impressive changes already, particularly downstairs. The ground floor of the pavilion looks a different place.
Stone runs in, bowls, and almost squares up Eskinazi, who defends into the offside. So one ball left in this over. Eskinazi will be again looking to get down the other end.
One thing that does please me, and vaguely controversial I suppose, is the demise of the short-lived nickname the previous chief executive insisted on, i.e. the running foxes. In general derision essentially from everyone else around the circuit of the counties, i.e. running from what? What you're so scared of, etc, 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 etc.
Stone to complete the over. Oh, that's a beauty. Past the outside edge again, swing, pace, bit of extra bounce just above the shoulder of the bat in the end of Eskinazi. He can't get down the other end, so once again Josh Hull will have to negotiate from Dylan Pennington. But what a beauty that was, just looking at the replay. It was angled in towards middle and leg, pitched, swung, and then over the top of off stump.
Wow. Play that. Well, you can't really. Jumped to Ben Cox about his dismissal and that of Ben Green yesterday. Coxey was he felt cross with himself. He did follow it a little bit. He said, but Greener, he said, could do absolutely nothing about. He got a delivery like that essentially, that clip that hit the top of off, rather than went over the top of it. He couldn't work out how it had got through. Well, pace and movement at pace, real pace. You would have heard the announcement that Lyndon James is back with ball in hand. Bowls a couple of looseners, or a loosener, to Hasib Hamid. 3 slips. He's going to stay around the wicket to Josh Hull, who's faced 14 balls for his single. In he comes and bowls on off stump, off and middle. Hull, tall young man, just leans forward, blocks it back up the pitch. On the on side, rolls towards Hamid. Game in a bit of stasis at the moment. It's a bit of a stalemate, isn't it? Eskinazi's not being able to get the ball away of late. And Hull, obviously, his job is just to stay there, because Eskinazi is not that far from what would be his 2nd century of the season and his 3rd in 5 matches. In goes James, bowls on off stump. Hull leans forward, blocks out into the offside. 19 away from another batting bonus point as well, but feels like a lot of runs with the way things are going at the moment. When Patel was there, Eskinazi was sort of trusting him, and the runs were coming, but they've completely dried up now. Long discussion between Hamid and Pennington, who's at mid-wicket, having just come out of the bowling attack. James turns. In he comes, passed on by Illingworth, bowls a bouncer. Hull sees it early, just the bobs underneath it, plays it well.
Feels like not putting the squeeze on at the moment. Ollie Stone proving almost unplayable in the last couple of overs. Eskinazi not able to score off him, or did even just try and sneak a single at the end of the over to get back on strike. You'd I think he'd fancy his chances more against the likes of Lyndon James from the Bennett end in being able to score a few more runs, get Leicestershire closer to that 300.
James bowls, Hull just leans into the defensive shot. It trickles towards gully and through gully, but James Hayes is slightly backward of that backward point and slightly theatrical tumble away to his right to make sure that Hull can't take a single. I'm not sure Hull would have done, given it ball 4 of the over. James in, round the wicket of course, outside off stump. Hull stays on the back foot and just brings the bat back inside the line as it goes through to Carvarena. He goes straight into discussions with Liam Patterson-White, who bowled very nicely yesterday actually. Haven't seen him so far this morning. Patterson-White, with ball in hand that is. Might be worth an over or two just to see if Eskenazi biffs one up in the air. Field goes back to give Hull a single if he wants to take one. James is in, bowls, and Hull very pleasantly leans forward and strokes it out to the deepish mid-off, and of course does not take one. So a maiden for Lyndon James, his 20th over of the innings, 3 of which have been maidens, none for 53 his figures. Yeah, 1 for 47 from 20 overs for Liam Patterson-White yesterday. Kept things very tight indeed. And trying to remember which was it he picked up in the end. Looks back through his notes.
Lewis Hill.
Hilly, yeah. Biffed him straight to mid-wicket, didn't he? Straight to Hasib Hamid, having battled his way to 14 off 48 balls. 84 for 4 at that stage, Leicestershire. Gloomy, isn't it? Floodlights time?
Maybe. Lots of dark cloud up above. Feel a bit of humidity in the air as well, which is the reason why this ball is still swinging. Stone in, and down the track comes Eskenazi. He has a wild hack at this. Gets himself into a tangle, almost knocks himself off his feet.
He hasn't connected with one yet, has he?
No.
Not cleanly.
He's hit one up in the air.
Yeah.
He's dropped just short of third man fielder running in. He's missed most of them. He's under-edged one into the turf.
Somebody below is much amused with what's going on.
Leicestershire 19 away from that extra bonus point. Eskenazi 21 away from a potential ton.
Is this the new ball? Have they taken the new ball? Because I think it's come up on the scoreboard.
They may well have done. Oh, that's a better shot there. It's been heaved up in the air. It's one bounce 4 out towards long off. That was much better from Eskenazi on that occasion. Didn't run down the track, just gave himself a bit of room, but kept his balance, kept his shape, head was still, and you can see what the result was there. Much better. Lovely shot.
It's 88.2 overs, but up on the scoreboard it also says 88.2 brackets 0.2, which usually means that the
new ball.
New ball. It didn't look very new when it landed down there. Then it looked quite dull still, but that does suggest it's been taken.
Stone then in once more, and that's down the leg side. Left alone by Eskenazi. He's moved on to 83. Leicestershire 285 for 9 now. Trailing by 205. 15 runs away from another batting bonus point. Maybe that's why he's decided to take the attack here, Eskenazi. Seen that new ball taken. Stone running away from us again. Bowls, and another one way down the leg side. That's a good take by Varane because it continued moving further down the leg side as it passed Eskenazi. Could well have been a few extras if he didn't get his hands on that. Leicestershire's run rate across the innings 3.21, so steady. Two balls left in the over, so we're at that stage where Eskenazi would like to get down the other end with a single. Well, he's going to get more than that because he gets a short wide one from Ollie Stone. He's cut it away for 4 out towards backward point. Crunches off the bat of Eskenazi. So second boundary of the over. You could see what Stone was trying to do there. It was well played by Eskenazi because he initially moved over towards the leg side but then held his position close to the stumps. Stone pushed it wider to try and keep it out of the reach of Eskenazi, but he was equal to it.
Eskenazi's last 5 matches, including, as I say, that game at Northampton at the end of last season where he made 155 and 16, 1 and 54 against Sussex, 100 against Surrey, 50 against Glamorgan, now 87 not out against Notts.
Stone back in, and Eskenazi has launched this out towards deep extra cover, and it's gone all the way for 6. He moves into the 90s. It's the shot of the day so far from Eskenazi. It was in the slot. You've still got to put him away. Look at that for a pose as well. Lovely.
14 off the over. Gets a well-deserved fist bump from Josh Hull, but Hull does have a job now because Eskenazi has moved on to 93. Could be his 3rd century in 6 matches. A couple of 50s in there as well, and Leicestershire just 5 away from another batting bonus point. What can Lyndon James do about it? He's bowling to the number 11, Josh Hull. Hull leaves outside off stump. 21 balls faced for Hull now.
The scores in Division 1. Surrey to 387 for 5, leading by 29 runs against Sussex. Hampshire 108 for 3, reply to Glamorgan.
James is in. Hull turns him nicely off his legs, and he's going to take the 1. Why not? Because it's just the second ball of the over. It's running down 2 wide long leg, and he doubles his score, moves on 2-2, brings Eskenazi down on strike on 93. The field spreads.
Hampshire still trailing by 428, and Yorkshire in their second innings against Somerset, 108 for 2, trailing by 4 runs.
Everybody on the boundary, with the exception of Patterson White at slip. James back over the wicket to the right-hander. Eskenazi gets a delivery outside off stump that he leaves, just lets it slide through to Varane, who has a word with Patterson White before tossing the ball to his teammate, who has to walk up the wicket before throwing the ball to Stone, nobody else being within his purview. James into his 21st over now, turns. One of those bowlers who sort of likes to get into his run immediately. Bowls, and Eskenazi is forward, dropping it out towards long off. It's trickling slowly up there. There was a run and a half there, but as I say, not 2. They might have taken it. It was the 4th ball of the over. They decided not to. As I say, Hullers, when it's straight, can keep it out and will keep it out all day, really. It's when it's outside and he tries to do something a bit more ambitious. So Patterson White comes out of slip, goes to extra cover. Duckett goes into slip, single saving field, with the exception of long leg, and a fine third man. Bowls very wide down the leg side, must have been close to being signalled wide, gets away with it. Umpire Illingworth, whose collar is either turned up or he's got a snood on. Phew, that was very close.
Wide, wasn't it?
Very close to cutting the old line, but he's gotten away with it. Umpire Illingworth can smell his lunch, perhaps. Ball to go. Will this be speared down the leg side as well? Well, talks are continuing. James was well into his run, but Hasib Hamid, in fairness to Eskenazi, who stepped away, was still talking and gesturing at his field, and continues so to do. Sends cover back to the boundary. Duckett comes out of slip because Gully has gone Haynes to cover, and Duckett has gone in at a sort of deepish gully, backward point almost. In goes James and bowls, and well, he was perfectly placed, Duckett, because it came off the thick outside edge along the ground all the way to Ben Duckett. So Hull will be on strike to Stone, so this could be interesting. 296 for 9, just 4 away from another batting bonus point. Leicestershire.
Maybe should have taken that single with a couple of balls to go in that over.
Always used to be 4 balls, didn't it? Or the fourth ball with 2 to go. Maybe they just lost count.
It's going to be Hull facing up here to Ollie Stone then. 3 slips in place for the big left-hander. Stone will continue over the wicket here. Comes in, bowls, wide of the off stump, well left alone by Josh Hull. So 4 runs for Leicestershire to get that final batting, or the next batting bonus point. Eskenazi at the non-strikers end, 7 away from another potential 100. Stone runs in, bowls, and another leave by Hull, this time a little bit closer to that off stump. He's looking more confident the more time he's spending out there, Josh Hull. Doesn't look like a sort of stereotypical number 11 hopping around and fending away at deliveries. He's keeping his balance, keeping his head still, leaving the balls outside off and defending when it's in line with the stumps. Stone in, and Hull defends back down the track, fielded by Stone, and there is no run. So 3 deliveries remaining. I guess the chat will be for perhaps Hull to just try and block out this over. Maybe tempting him with a short delivery here.
He shouldn't be tempted, should he? But you never know.
Stone in, and that's full, and it squares up Hull, who does take off for the single out towards point. It's off a bit of a leading edge, but I'll take the run. So 2 deliveries remaining. Leicestershire 297 for 9. Eskenazi back on strike.
I guess the key, the important figure is the 3 for the 300, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah.
Rather than the 7 for Eskenazi's century. But Knott's fielders scatter to all points of Aylstone. Well, no, they're having a good think about it anyway. Hamid, Duckett leaves slip, goes to that sort of gully backward point position. Sweeper, I think that's Farhan is out there. He's out on the cover boundary. There was a third man at a long leg. But they're saying to Eskenazi, go on then, see if you can clear the field again. So I like this from Hamid. Oh, he's still directing traffic, that said. Patterson White has gone in forward of point.
Stone then into Eskenazi, who drives, but only as far as Hamid there at mid-on, who's in quite close. Another dot ball, so 1 ball left in the over. Will Eskenazi be tempted to go over the top once more? It's 1 hit away from that extra bonus point, Leicestershire. Stone then bowls, and it's very full. Eskenazi guides the ball out towards deep third, gets the single. It's worked out perfectly for Leicestershire. He'll retain strike with them 2 runs away from 300. 298 for 9. Eskenazi himself moves on to 94.
Oh, can he do it in style? Will he be tempted to try and do it in style with a maximum? Take Leicestershire past 300 and himself onto another century. Well, let us see what the field is set for him, and facing the bowling of Lyndon James, who has yet to pick up a wicket in this innings. Stone's shoulders slumped a little bit at the end of that over. They would have hoped to have been either batting or bowling again by now. Certainly Nottinghamshire. We are only 13 minutes away from lunch. Just the 1 wicket so far this morning. Patterson White returns to slip. Everybody else heads off to the boundary. James is into Eskenazi bowls. Eskenazi gets a delivery well down the leg side. Not quite as far down as that in the previous over from James. Morena, unfussy, dives away to his left, takes the ball nice and cleanly. Ball goes down in as a dot, yes, and Dave points out that lunch could be delayed with 9 down. Will be potentially if we get to 1 o'clock with still 9 down. James is in, bowls again down the leg side. Again, Eskenazi sort of flicks at it and looks hopefully at umpire Illingworth, but it wasn't wide and wasn't wide-ed. The chagrin of the chef. All his sauces will be spoiled. Extra 10 minutes. Shed bitter tears. 298 for 9. A little bit of a stalemate again at the moment. James firing it down the leg side. In he comes and bowls on off stump, stroked away into the offside by Eskenazi, but almost got too much on it really. Out towards Haynes, deepish extra cover. Jogs towards the ball. Well, 3 into the over. They might take 1 off the next one. 91.3 overs. Patterson White rolling his arms. Could get the next over from the pavilion end as James is in and bowls. Same again. Stroked out into the offside, directly to Haynes on this occasion. And they don't take the run off the 4th ball. Hull wanders down. Should we have taken it? What are we going to do now? Eskenazi tells him what they're going to do now. I'm going to try and hit the next ball for 4, mate. Patterson White continues just to swing his arms gently, a bit more energetically now. Duckett comes across to that gully position. Nobody on the boundary on the leg side now, just the one sweeper on the offside as James is in and bowls, big swing, where's it gone? It's gone down to long leg, and that is 4 for Eskenazi, and that is his century. It's outstanding effort from... No, it's not, it's 98, I beg your pardon. Oh, got excited there. Why did I think he was on 96? But it is the Leicestershire 300. So that is another batting bonus point. The cheers, probably. Got me all excited prematurely. Let's not go there. 300 up for the Foxes, a second and most unlikely batting bonus point. From 146 for 8, he would not have got good money on them, doubling the score and more at that stage. James is in. 2, Eskenazi isn't going to get his 100. Hit it down into the ground, straight out to Liam Patterson-White. So, well, I guess he'll feel they've done their job in that over. They've got past the 300. But Hull will be on strike 2, Liam Patterson-White, with, well, a good few overs to go until lunch. At least 3 and maybe a good couple more. Dave's very kindly waiting in the background in the hope / possibility, expectation that Eskenazi will get to his 100. He's on 98, but he's not on strike.
They've got the extra bonus point, and I think that's
that was the big
certainly
one,
the big
it?
one, yeah. And here is Liam Patterson-White. He's going to be bowling to Josh Hull.
Who'll be feeling the pressure now. With Eskenazi on 98. I'll never forget for poor old Buren Hendricks getting out with Ben Mike on 99, not out at Lord's. And utterly distraught as he left the field there with Ben Mike's arm round his shoulder. But Ben still doesn't have a first-class century to his name, so Eskenazi's got a fair few. Yeah,
just a few.
Slightly different situation.
Vastly experienced player, Steve Eskenazi. Here is Patterson-White then, slip in place, short leg as well, and back in defence is Josh Hull. First delivery. There are some footmarks outside the off stump of Hull, who's got a slightly open stance here. Lots of fielders in on the single and catching, so that was tempting the number 11 to go for a big shot, but he leaves the next ball well outside the off stump. No trouble at all.
"11 first-class centuries, Eskenazi.
Patterson-White in, and oh, that's an outside edge from Hull, but it's racing away down towards the boundary. Very fine, and it will be 4.
Oh, that almost snuck through, didn't it?
Wasn't too far away from that slip fielder. Just to his credit, though, soft hands from Hull, so it went to ground pretty quickly.
Didn't have far to go to ground, did it? It was only sort of... It really was shin high.
Patterson-White floats up the next ball outside off, and it's another leave from Josh Hull. 2 balls remaining in the over, and the field spreads. Patterson-White in again, and it's a good delivery there. Bit of extra bounce on that occasion, and past the outside edge of Hull. It was back looking to defend. Final ball of the over is full, and Hull negotiates it nicely. Defends off the front foot. Warmly appreciated by the Foxes supporters. And it gives Eskenazi another opportunity here to bring up those 3 figures. Unbeaten on 98. Leicestershire 306 for 9, trailing by 184. chipped away at this deficit very nicely this morning, Leicestershire. First, with that partnership continuing between Eskenazi and Ajaz Patel. Patel, the last man out for 62, a career best for him in first-class cricket. Josh Hull has provided good support now to Eskenazi. He's been out there for 32 deliveries for his 7. That means Eskenazi's got the chance here to bring up what would be a 12th first-class 100.
Hamid is having a long chat to Lyndon James at the top of the bowler's run-up. He's got, for the most part, a single saving field. Having said that, on the offside there is a deep cover, a deep backward point, and a third man. Patterson White's jogging 2 slips, so they're saying to coming out of covers jogging 2 slips, so they're giving Eskenazi 1 if he wants to be stranded on 99. I don't think he'll take it off the first 3 balls. James is in, bowls to Eskenazi, who on drives. That could be the 2 holes. Got to go, really. Got to go. No! Good fielding. Good fielding at long on, and the throw comes in and keeps him in his place. So Hull will be on strike with Eskenazi on 99. And Eskenazi sort of gestures towards the long on. I think he thought he'd hit it straight enough for, even if it was going to be cut off, for Hull to turn and get a second. So Hull, who will have been hoping Eskenazi went to his 100 in that over, now has a job to do with his teammate on 99. 3 slips back in place, single savers back in place. James round the wicket to Josh Hull, who just leans across and calmly dabs it out to Dylan Pennington at mid-wicket. He won't be feeling calm inside. I bet his heart's beating a bit. Josh Hull. Tense. One of those brilliant moments in you only get really in championship cricket, don't you? In little battles within the campaign, little moments, little confrontations on which much can hinge. James is in, bowls thickish outside edge, and James's hands started to go into the air as it bounced off that thickish outside edge out towards Hayes, who's a deepish gully. 3 minutes until the official lunch, but we'll go on till 10 past, assuming the wicket doesn't fall in this over. Eskenazi's gone past 5,000 first-class runs in this innings as James is in. Hull defends on off stump, pushing it out into the offside. Joe Clark fields. What Leicestershire have done well in 2 previous matches and this game is show how hard they're going to be to beat, hopefully, this season. Nikesh, they're not going to roll over. It would have been easy to do so yesterday and been following on, and I suspect, well, I know some Leicestershire sides of the past would have been rolled over in those circumstances. James is in and bowls. Hull defends again on off stump, plays it out to mid off, and there's no run. 1 ball to go in the over.
It seems like they've got a really good culture within the dressing room, haven't they, these last couple of years?
We don't give it away. Field retreats. Slips don't, they all stay in. James is going to go over the wicket, push it across Hull, see if he can persuade him to have a little nibble at one. They're also offering him a single. James is in. Hull edges just short of 3rd slip, and it's stopped on the bounce by Jack Haynes, sort of falling to his left. So it was a good idea from James and Nottinghamshire, and it nearly came off. He did push forward, it did take the edge, it didn't carry.
But again, he's playing with soft hands, which is good to see. If you are going to poke at deliveries outside off, don't go at them hard. He's done that on a couple of occasions recently, and ball has gone to ground. So Eskenazi then, unbeaten on 99.
He's having a long chat to Duckett. Duckett seems to be doing a lot of the talking.
He does do a lot of talking generally, doesn't he?
It does, doesn't
Ben
he?
Duckett. He's been involved in some scraps over the years, both in Notts colours and England colours too.
So Patterson White. Well, they don't know whether to give him one and get Hull on strike, or keep Eskenazi, make him have to work for this 100. I suspect it's sort of falling between two stools. They're going to give him one. The field's retreating, say, OK, you can take the one you need for your 100.
Interesting. Here's Patterson White round the wicket, and Eskenazi does take the one. Just knocks the ball into a vacant mid-wicket area, jogs through for the single that takes him to his 12th first-class 100, his second of this championship season. That is a wonderful knock that has dug Leicestershire out of a massive hole. 146 for 8. They are now 308 for 9. Eskenazi, 100 not out from 190 deliveries.
12 fours and 1 6. And as I say, that's his third century in 5 matches. And 2 50s as well.
Patterson White then into Hull. 2 slips in place as it whizzes past the outside edge. They've got a short leg too. Trying to put the pressure on the number 11 now. Got the option of hitting over the top with the field in, but oh, that's edged and it's been dropped, put down at second slip. Not a straightforward chance. It was quite low down to his right. It was Lyndon James in that position there. Just have another look at the replay.
Yeah,
it carried.
Yeah.
Got his hand to it. Put it down. Patterson White in once more, and Hull this time off the full face of the bat. Defends into the covers. No run. Perhaps just playing for the turn that wasn't there. Josh Hull with that edge a couple of deliveries ago. Patterson White floats one up full, invites the drive, and it's straight through everything. Through to Verena. 1 ball left in this over. Interesting to see what Eskenazi's tactics will be now that he's brought up his 3 figures in the next over, as Hull again just plays down the wrong line. The ball goes through to Verena. Just 1 run off the over, but an important run as far as Steve Eskenazi was concerned. The one that takes him to 3 figures. And as you can probably guess, lunch will be delayed here by a few minutes, so going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle.
Thanks, Nikesh. Half an hour extra or 8 overs, or obviously the wicket as well. So yes, that'll make for a very unhappy chef if his sauces are ready to go.
It's almost like Notts were happy for Eskenazi to get his 100th
We're just
run,
saying
wasn't it?
they didn't know whether they just sort of fell between the two stools.
Yeah.
Rather, do we give him one and get Hull on strike? And it nearly worked.
Yes, yep.
Because James should have. And it was a difficult one, but it was a chance. The chance was created.
Yes, that was perhaps the easiest of the 100 runs he's scored, the easiest one to accumulate. It was almost gifted to him. Here is Lyndon James from the Bennett end. Eskenazi on an even 100. What will he do now? Oh, he's had a little fiddle at that one, and he's nicked it. So Lyndon James has got a wicket, and lunch isn't delayed for too long. Leicestershire 308 all out, gives Nottinghamshire 40 minutes to decide what they're going to do with regards to this afternoon. Suspect they might bat on, but that's all ahead of us. Eskenazi out for 100. Third catch of the innings to Kyle Verreynne, a first wicket for Lyndon James. Terrific effort from Eskenazi and Ajaz Patel, and indeed Josh Hall, who remains 7 not out this morning. Notts just taking those 2 wickets. Ajaz Patel for a career best 62, caught by Asiba Mead at mid-wicket off Dylan Pennington. That was 266 for 9 after a record-breaking 9th wicket partnership of 120 for Leicestershire against Notts. Just hear the applause here for Eskenazi. Great effort for him. He was at the crease for just shy of 5 hours. 191 balls for his century, 308 all out Leicestershire, and after Patel had fell, Josh Hall came in and he helped add 42 for the 10th wicket. Great effort from numbers 10 and 11 to support Eskenazi for as long as they did. So Notts have a first innings lead of 182, and they can go and mull over the way they want to play the rest of the game. 5 sessions left here. Nottinghamshire will have one eye on the weather and more than one eye on the best way to go forward this morning. James Hayes coming into the game to replace Brett Hutton, but already miles in his legs, and certainly more overs than they would have wanted for Pennington and Stone. But we'll have to see what the decision is when they come back in about 40 minutes time.
As will we. Deficit still, remember, 182. Dave, Nikesh and I will be back with you shortly. Well, the news is that not Northamptonshire, Nottinghamshire have enforced the follow on. It was a good morning for the Foxes. They fought hard to extend their struggling first innings. They began the morning on 220 for 8. They extended their score to 308, with Stevie Eskenazi just going to his century before getting out caught behind. Fine 62 from a first-class best for Ajaz Patel as well, and some spirited resistance from Josh Hull to give Eskenazi some support to get through to the 100. However, they were all out for 308, the deficit 182, and Notts, as we said, have decided to enforce the follow-on. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and Nikesh Ragani from BBC Sport, your commentating team here at the Uptonsteel. A grey, cold Uptonsteel, but warm Nottinghamshire hearts, because although it's been hard work to get those 2 wickets this morning, they are still in a dominant position in the game.
Yeah, follow on enforced. Cue the barrage of messages in the inbox. Why have they enforced the follow-on? And
really?
They've been the same. No, they haven't yet. But you know, you always, with this decision, the follow-on, you always have the split vote, don't you? If you enforce the follow-on, there are people that would have gone the other way. If you don't enforce it, there are people that would have enforced it. It's human nature. We all have opinions. But with 5 sessions left, and we saw how difficult it was for Notts to get those last 2 wickets this morning. Only as we say, 5 sessions left, perhaps a bit of dodgy weather about. I think this is probably the way I'd have gone. Ollie Stone to get us underway. First ball of the second innings, pushed out onto the offside by Rishi Patel, and we're away 0 for 0. So the lead is 182. There are 68 overs left in the day today. Of course, with the luncheon interval coming between these 2 innings, we don't lose the 2 overs there. So 96 tomorrow and 68 overs. Must be something of the order of 164 overs left in the match. So had Notts opted to bat, I think they'd probably run out of time before they'd got they'd have wanted more than 400, wouldn't they? That's usually the way if you go down that route. As Stone bowls, LBW shout. It's run away on an angle of gully. They're going to take a single. Umpire Illingworth at this end. Must have been some bat involved, which is why it wasn't a prolonged LBW shout. And Patel's up and running, 1 without loss. Oh, he's now tapped his knee, very belatedly.
I think it was going down the leg side, but it was amazing how it squirted out towards gully. Had a chat to Rishi Patel's parents at lunch. Mr. and Mrs. P, they'll be nervously watching.
All sons and daughters, if their parents are watching a sports event, want to put on a show, don't they? I mean, they might come every game, I don't know. But he'll know they're here and they want to put on a show for them. It's a leave. Let's say it's gone through to Verena. It was a very inelegant looking one. He got into a position I thought where he was going to do a short arm jab away towards the square leg umpire, and having got in that position, then he elected not to play it.
Yeah, it's a sort of, I guess, Australian leave, because Cozzy used to do that as well. Do you remember? He used to sometimes just, when the ball had gone past, go through with a shot.
It is Jake Weatherald on strike.
This will be Weatherall's last innings at the Uptonsteel, so he'll be very keen to do well. Signed for 6 games and the last 2 away from home.
Stone to bowl to him. Crouching left-hander, pitched up and driven beautifully down the ground for 4 runs. First boundary of the Leicestershire second innings. First shot of real intent. And couldn't have been much straighter, really. It just clipped a pile of sawdust that's in line behind the umpire, but neither that nor any Nottinghamshire fielders were going to slow its progress. Lovely shot, 5 without loss. He might want to put on a bit of a show here. Certainly if he and Patel are together for any length of time, the runs will come quickly, as we saw in the first innings. Ollie Stone once more bowls and cut away for more. Well, it's going to be a single. It's well stopped actually by the left hand of Pennington. And they just get a single, 6 without loss. Didn't make a note of Ollie Stone's final figures, which both for you and indeed for myself worth me looking up right now.
65 or something like that.
22.2 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 68.
68.
So, not quite the best Nottinghamshire figures of the season. Pennington had 5 for 65 at Taunton. Josh Tong had a 5 for against Warwickshire, more expensive as this is turned on the leg side, and that's fielded by Farhan Ahmed. On again as a sub, so who's off? I had a feeling that Ben Slater was off the field for quite some time this morning. I seem to think that once or twice I was looking for Slater and he wasn't about, and that might be the same again this afternoon. I think Farhan's on for Slater.
Yep, can't see him.
And and find out later. I'm sure the decision to enforce the follow-on would have been done anyway, but had there been in some sort of issue with Ben, that might also have created a vacancy at the top if there is an issue. Of course, Ben Duckett's in the side, so it wouldn't have been too much of an issue, but we'll keep an eye on that just to see how long he is off the field. We've had 2 overs, 6 without loss. No, we've had 1 over, I beg your pardon, 6 without loss. It's going to be Pennington to bowl the second.
To push it across Weatherald from over the wicket. 3 slips alongside Varane as Pennington bowls, and it's cut by Weatherald in front of square. The sweep is out there already. Lyndon James, and gets to the ball quickly and keeps Weatherald to a single. He moves on to 6-7 without loss. I think there was probably some debate in the Notts dressing room during the lunch interval. The announcement didn't come till about 1:30. The ground staff were out there, everything was ready to go, but they were waiting and waiting. They weren't sure what to do until one of the umpires came running out to tell them. So the umpires were also waiting to be informed. In goes Pennington, bowls to Patel, who is carefully forward on off stump.
I suspect they knew what they were going to do as soon as they took that 10th wicket, but as is the way now, why should you let Weatherald and Patel have 40 minutes preparation? They've probably known that they were going to be batting after lunch, but don't tell them until 10 minutes before they need to be out there batting. Suspect they were already in their whites and maybe even got their thigh pads strapped on.
Pennington, very straight run is in. Forward again, leaning forward is Patel, closing the bat face slightly on the straight delivery, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. James obviously has come in from the offside boundary to field at mid-wicket to the right-hander.
However long this innings is, however many they get, whatever the outcome, I'd like James Hayes to get a wicket in this second innings, if he possibly can, just to take something else away from a whirlwind 48 hours for him.
Pennington in, bowls, bounces and seams back. He'd moved forward and across, hit him well outside the line and also quite high, but he certainly was beaten, Rishi Patel there. He took a fine catch, young Hayes, yesterday.
He did.
As I say, as a sub. So officially, it might go down as court sub brackets. Hayes, these days it's not.
About this time yesterday, I think he was getting a phone call. What are you doing? Get yourself here.
In goes Pennington. Bowls again, it seems back in. There's an appeal. It sounded like 2 noises to me. Pennington was pretty sure. I'm not quite certain that there was as much certainty behind the stumps. It did plenty. Highish. Looking at the...
Might have been going over, but either way, for whatever reason, Surrey Shanmugam has
he's been hard to convince in this game, hasn't he? He likes it to be absolutely sure, which is the right.
Of course it is, yeah. If there's an element of doubt, it's got to be not out, hasn't it?
He's had a lot of the decisions to make as well, but oddly, Pennington charges in and bowls, and he's going to get off the mark. Rishi Patel, as he leant forward, turned it behind square. James runs across from mid-wicket to field, but by the time he picks it up, Patel has picked up one. Umpire Shanmugam hands Pennington his cap, but he takes it in a manner which suggests he wasn't impressed with the decision. Didn't quite snatch it, but it wasn't far off. What a beast you are.
Faced with 3 wickets in the first innings, Dylan Pennington. Going to be Ollie Stone to continue. People, I'm sure, coming back from having enjoyed their Sunday roast, or perhaps popped down to the local for something to eat all the time. Lots of enforced the follow-on. They were kept out there for just a little over 2 hours this morning, an extended lunch break before finally dismissing Leicestershire as Stone comes in and bowls, and this is a shot of real conviction by Patel into the offside and away for 4. Hamid, surprise, surprise, loses his floppy sonnet as he chases after it. But a lovely stroke from R. Patel. They'll be sick of the name Patel up on that scoreboard, the Notts bowlers, because we had Ajaz Patel both in the last hour or so yesterday and the first hour and a bit this morning, battering them till all parts. And now no relation, Rishi Patel. It's his first boundary, 12 without loss. Is there a little bit of movement or something down at this end? I'm not entirely sure how they can be, because there's the world's biggest sight screen down here almost. Stone in again to Patel down the leg side, taken by tumbling Kyle.
Somebody on the balcony, I think.
with a mirror glinting, and you wouldn't get much glint
I was
off
going to
the
say
sun today.
you'll do well.
We haven't got the sun glinting off the Bijou hospitality marquee at the far end. They seem to have got some bunting up there. I wonder what it says on the other side of the bunting for those enjoying the treats. Happy birthday or happy anniversary or happy 95th or whatever it may be. Whatever they're celebrating, hope they have a good time, and most importantly hope they come back again. Stone into Patel, high on his tippy toes, forces it to backward point, and there's no run.
Friends of Grace Road open at about 2, so they said the cut and butter cake would be back, so they'd get another one made, or
yeah, please don't get a piece on my behalf. I'm on restrictions.
Right.
Nothing to do with losing the spoon. I'll be back in good books for that, but we're cutting down on the biscuit and the cake, apparently. Stone in again, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That one just jagged away off the seam, and it had drawn Patel into just pushing defensively forward towards it. Didn't get anything on it. That's a lovely fast bowler's delivery, and it's something you perhaps don't appreciate looking at the stream, or we don't appreciate here looking out the window, just how quickly Ollie Stone gets it down from one end to the other.
Eskenazi reckoned it was a 90 yesterday. He's certainly the quickest bowler in the game.
Shirt untucked, elbows pumping, comes in again and bowls, and Patel this time. A reassuring sound of bat on ball as he forces it to backward point, and there's no run. Notts 490, 4 batting points, remember. Leicestershire 2 bowling points, and then in Leicestershire's innings they got 2 batting points, Notts 3 bowling points. So is that 7-4 to Notts?
It is.
Oh, it
says on there. It's on the board. Yeah.
Just used up some important brain cells there, as this is defended by Rishi Patel, doing something that I could have read if I'd known where to look. 12 without loss at the end of the 3rd over of this Leicestershire innings. They were asked to follow on 182 behind, so they still trail by 170. They'll want that top order platform given them by Patel and Weatherald, and then contributions, I guess, from Holland Hill and Tattersall, who went fairly cheaply, as did Cox and Green in truth. That was when Stone was really hitting his straps, but the importance of Stevie Eskenazi's innings can't be either under or overestimated. It's a terrific knock out. It was the last out for exactly 100.
Pennington resumes the attack from the Bennett end, bowls to Weatherall, squares him up, thick outside edge. A little bit of in-swing to the left-hander, hence the squaring up. Runs out to point, inadvertently, but productively, because he takes one, and moves on to 7-13 without loss.
Still on Slater watch, and I'm not, so Farhan Ahmed is still out there. So this is the 4th over of the innings. He's not been back out there since lunch, Ben.
Pennington bowls, Rishi Patel goes for a slightly expansive, brackets very expansive, cover drive, and misses. It was nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and a big risk, and not a percentage shot, as they say at this stage. He gets away with it, remains on 5.
There's certainly no thought of leaving those alone that you don't have to play at for the first 10 overs there. Was the kitchen sinker?
No, it is the way this opening partnership has been since it came together. In goes Pennington, bowls, Patel a thick outside edge, he's going to pick up 4. It squirts past 3rd slip, not in the air, he got on top of the bounce, it was slightly short of a length, but it left him, and I guess one of those openers' boundaries that the opener reckons they deserve, but they do enjoy a little bit of fortune in getting it. Patel on to 9-17 without loss, kept it down, that was the main thing. Haynes sprawled to his right at 3rd slip, couldn't get there.
Don't think there's quite as many in today. Weather
Definitely not, it's cold.
Yeah,
compared to that first day, which was a really good crowd. Pennington is in and bowls down the leg side.
Sure, there's a few people, can't see them from here, but I'm sure there's a few people watching on the veranda there of the local hostelry. I can remember the behind closed doors fixture here one year. That had been a blast game. I suppose it must have been it'd been the Wong Day game, wouldn't it, in 2021, where there was nobody allowed inside the ground and there were dozens on that balcony.
Good leave by Patel from outside off stump. Shaped back just a fraction. Still a good 3 or 4 inches probably away from off stump, but right areas, as they say, Pennington.
There was a lot at the gate away to our left on the Milligan roadside, just peering through the gate all afternoon watching the cricket, and there were a lot on the balcony of the local hostelry, but nobody else allowed inside the ground.
I'll tell you a story about said hostelry in a moment. In goes Pennington and bowls down the leg side, just struggling for consistency at the moment. Mike Siddle, when he was chief executive, he now works with the Friends of Grace Road and enjoys his cricket, but when he was chief executive he had a sort of little falling out with the pub, the cricketers, because he felt that they shouldn't just get free viewing, and it's a good view actually.
Yes,
up there.
Yeah.
You get a really good view, and that they should at least sponsor and what have you, or something be involved. And whoever was in charge at the cricketers at the time disagreed, so Mike put up a big fence basically on big stilts right in front of them, and for a season they had a big their view was obscured.
It's going to be Stone to continue from our end of the ground, bowling to the left-handed Weatherall, who reaches forward, defensively pushes it up to Joe Clark at mid-off, and there's no addition to the total, 17 without loss.
Whether in the end the club gave them best or some sort of sponsorship agreement was reached, I don't know, but I've never seen their name on a list of sponsors or anything, so I think that in the end the club shrugged and thought, oh well.
But it mysteriously got cut down and disappeared one night. Weatherall does 7. 3 slips, waiting for the edge. This is Sean. He's pulled away on the leg side behind square. He's not properly got hold of it. James Hayes doing the fielding. For all the intent there, he will feel he's perhaps come up light, just getting only a single. He was trying to hammer that out towards the boundary boards. Way on the leg side. Single taken, so Surrey Shanmugam runs the 70, 80 yards from square leg to square leg to be there for the right-handed Patel, who's on 9. There's Ollie Stone, 5 wickets in the first innings. Bowls now, and we'll have to just call a halt on the end of his follow through and field the ball hit back to him. I like that. He's not sort of thrown it to anybody else to start polishing and lobbing it to the keeper at the far end.
Agreed. It's always been one of my bugbears that I was just keep hold of it. You can polish it yourself. It's a new ball. Saves time.
18 on the board for Leicestershire. Still trailed by 164. Next delivery is hammered away through the offside by Rishi Patel. So Ollie Stone, whoever, will certainly have to polish the ball again when it comes back. That was hammered into the advertising hoardings of a very popular brewing company from Dublin. Away to our left. 22 without loss. That's a popular area on blast nights, isn't it?
It is. Used to be the Geary stand. There was all when I first came, and indeed, obviously, when I was writing as well. And there was always one person who used to be sitting in it, probably about 150 yards square of the wicket. What they saw of the cricket, hard to say, but it was his spot.
Patel has 13. Just getting into his stride. Stands menacingly with his bat held aloft. Brings it down, but is unable to locate the ball, which thuds into his thigh pad. Drops on the leg side for Farhan Ahmed. Comes in and fields. Elsewhere, Yorkshire still only 2 down in their second innings at Taunton. 151 for 2. They lead Somerset by 39 there. The 2 openers, Finlay Bean and Adam Lythe, were both dismissed during the morning session. They lost a lot of play there yesterday, but that game even more advanced than this one into the third innings. Stone bowls, Patel defends. At the Oval, Surrey bat on, 434 for 5. So they now lead Sussex by 76. End of the over here, 22 without loss. That's after 5 overs of the Leicestershire second innings.
Confirmation that the cake is now for sale. The Friends of Grace Road will try to beat the £23,500 they raised for the club last season.
It's a good effort, isn't it?
It was.
Is there
a super new scarifier they bought, and all sorts of bits and pieces for the ground.
Just thinking, is there still the second-hand books available in there?
They're in the meet above, as in goes Pennington, and a good tumbling stop at a deepish gully / backward point by James Hayes as Weatherall cracked it away, or tried to crack it away through the offside. Well, they used to haven't been up at the meet this season yet, but you've got your binoculars in there. You could probably focus on those big plate glass windows on the left. That's where the bookshelves are. Always worth a quick check through, because there's a fair old selection, you know.
I might
find a little treasure.
If we get a rain stoppage today or tomorrow morning, I might go and have a little look.
Pennington is in and bowls, swings in, turned to square leg by Weatherall on the back foot. Mid-wicket has to run around Joe Clark. 2 sort of backward square, and Weatherall takes his single, moves on to 9. 23 without loss.
I think I've got one or two from here in the past. Of course, on the circuit, you would know at Chesterley Street there, the building that we commentate from at the ground floor there, the second-hand bookstalls there. There's always lots of cricket books available.
Pennington is in, driving in the air, thick outside edge through about 5th slip to the boundary. Well, that was fortuitous on the part of Rishi Patel. He was drawn into the drive, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, went through with a shot anyway, thick outside edge, catchable height, but who's going to have 5 or 6 slips at this stage. He just got a little bit fortunate.
Taunton is always...
Taunton's good, yeah.
Yeah.
Bottom floor, is that in the museum? Do they sell them there?
We were there 3 weeks ago and it was in the car park. A chap every day was coming and got all
Right.
the trestle tables with them all set up.
Right.
Lots and lots of books. I'm sure there's 1 or 2. That was just one at Headingley. I don't know if it's there anymore.
Pennington in, bowls very straight, but he's moved right across, and I could see 2 stumps behind Rishi Patel, stepped forward and across, and it would have been something of a guess by umpire Shanmugam, but it probably hit him outside the line. Will we see a replay? I'll say the magic words. Let's see if the chaps can manage one. I'm going to... I'll tell you what, my successor ought to have a little sort of electric button that gives them an electric shock or something.
Yes, it's...
Replay time. Here we go, good lads. Are we going to get it before the ball? Wrong one. In goes Pennington, and it's turned by Patel out towards mid-wicket.
Yes, I'm led to believe from producer Kirsty at Trembridge it's not as easy as the commentator saying let's have a look at the replay and then one popping up. It's
I do appreciate it. I think it's been brilliant this season. In fairness, a huge improvement on seasons past, but it's been a gradual thing with the stream, and now it's as good as watching on telly. Pennington in. Bowls. Patel turns him neatly off his leg. Stepped across again. He's got it wide of Hayes at long leg. Patel wanted a second, but that sounded like a Weatherald instruction. Nope. And it is just the single. So Patel on to 18. He keeps the strike. Weatherald has 9. Leicestershire 28 without loss. The deficit now 154. And Dave will be joined by Nikesh.
Yeah, Notts more than had their fill of Tim van der Hookten in the game a couple of weeks ago against Glamorgan, and Hampshire getting the same feeling. They've slumped to 137 for 7. The big Dutch international fast bowler's got a forfeit, just blown the middle order away there, and they're a long way behind in that, Hampshire. There's Ollie Stone setting off from our end of the ground past umpire Illingworth. Bowls to Patel, who drills it back past him with interest. That's very similar to the one that he executed in the was it the second over of the innings. Lovely shot from Rishi Patel, away for 4 runs. Momentarily lost the scoreboard. It's come back 32 without loss, and is a proper Foxers fan alongside. Welcome back, Nikesh. Crossed the border yesterday, didn't you?
Yes,
crossed the
up
border.
to Notts County. Bit of a non-story in the end, but they'll be in the playoffs for League 2.
Ollie Stone beginning this over with a delivery that was just smashed back past him. It comes in again, bowls to Patel, and he defends into the offside. 32 without loss. Did he get the chance to grill Mr. Steve Evans yesterday?
No, unfortunately not.
That's
One
always
of those
good
where
value.
when you're sent from network, from final score and 5 Live, the story is if Notts County were to secure automatic promotion, it would be a story otherwise.
Yeah.
There were
Enjoy the
other ones to be
afternoon,
had,
yeah.
but yeah, it was a nice afternoon. Good game actually. Lots of chances for both sides.
Big crowd as well, wasn't there? Leicestershire 32 without loss here, not striving for a wicket, and again Stone just gets that extra little bit of bounce, generates good pace, and if he can find that right spot, that one took off, went through to Verena. 2 wickets in the morning session, but they were the 9th and 10th wicket of the Leicestershire first innings. They're really going to have to work hard if they can manufacture some sort of position where they're able to close this out one way or another tomorrow. Leicestershire certainly more than capable of batting to the end today. No more than maybe 2 or 3 down, maybe even less than that if they have a really good day. Stone bowls once more and high on the back lift. It's pushed out into the offside, a shy at the stumps, from a Mead who misses the target this time. You weren't here yesterday. It must have been yesterday, I think. Hamid threw the stumps down. Did you see him do it on the first day? If not, it must have been yesterday.
I'm sure he did it on the first day.
It must have been on the first day then. I knew he'd done it one point in the match.
They were all practicing as well this morning, weren't they? Throwing at the stumps.
No, because Notts batted on yesterday, didn't they? He'd have been batting. It was 300. It was 405.
No, you're right. It would have been
yesterday.
I must have seen it on the stream or something, on the on socials.
This is played up to mid-on to the Notts skipper, who has that strange-looking squat as he polishes the ball on his right thigh. 33 without loss. Yeah, there was a lovely pick up, a clean throw and threw the stumps down, but whoever the batter was, he was safely home. But
I'm sure he did that against Warwickshire as well. That's what's getting in my head.
Maybe
in the game I was at last week.
Yeah, it's a good field.
At Trent Bridge.
That's a good example. It's not one really to take a risky run to. Weatherald on strike. Ollie Stone bowls to the Australian, who turns this away on the leg side. James Hayes is after it. There'll be a comfortable 2 there, I think, to Weatherald. They might just push for the third. That was all Patel's doing, really. He instigated that third run. Really good stuff from these two openers, and almost quick as a flash, or 7 overs to be exact. They've got 36 on the board.
Yep, going over 5 runs and over. Really positive start from Leicestershire. This is more like it. This is what they would have expected to do really yesterday at the start of their first innings. Rishi Patel, such a consistent performer. Weatherall's done well since he's signed for the club. It's usually that top order which sets the tone for Leicestershire over the last season when they were champions of Division 2 and into this season as well, when they've been up against some imposing first innings totals from opposition in their last couple of matches. Here is Dylan Pennington then from the Bennett end into Weatherald. Another leg stump half volley flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. Will be at least a couple again. Will they push for a third? No, they won't. Slightly shorter boundary towards that side of the ground, but comfortable too.
Sorry, I've lost a 6th wicket at the Oval. 446 for 6. Lead by 90 with 4 wickets left. Raining at Canterbury, the match between Kent and Derbyshire. Hasn't started again after lunch.
Pennington in, and Weatherald defends away to mid-on, thinks about sneaking a single, but Hamid swoops onto that very quickly.
It's an interesting one that Ben Slater's off the field as well, isn't it? If it doesn't, obviously we'll try and find out later on if it does become a prolonged thing.
Pennington running towards us, delivers, and that's been left alone just outside the off stump. Wasn't too far away from it. Weatherald will tell you he knew exactly where his off stump was, but kind of pitched on middle and off and just moved a hint away, which allowed it to miss that off stump.
I think there has been maybe Somerset. I think it was them. I think there has been one county that's already been in a position where they've had to make 2 injury replacements to their side in the same game. I think it was Somerset away at Chelmsford.
Pennington bowls, and Weatherald defends again to Hamid there at mid-on. No run. Do you think sides are sort of, I guess, using the rules to their advantage? Because you've seen some situations, obviously, where there are serious injuries, and you understand the need for a substitute. But if somebody's got a bit of a niggle or maybe a little strain rather than actually pulling a muscle,
they are going to have a look at it after this little blog. But I think it's the regulations around the bye week that are the interesting one.
Weatherald pushes the ball into that vacant mid-wicket region there. Haseeb Hameed does shy at the stumps he hits, but Patel was well within his ground. I think Hameed just giving the Leicestershire batters a thing or two to think about. Don't want to be stealing too many in that region, but it was hit far enough away from him to allow that single.
Yes, as the regulations are at the moment, if a player is replaced through injury, then he can't appear for the next 8 days, and it is just 8 days, not 8 match days or whatever. And I think that was sort of highlighted how many counties have done it sort of before their bye week.
Pennington into Patel down the leg side and through to Lorena. End of the over. 8 overs gone. Leicestershire 39 without loss.
Notts were one of those. Fergus O'Neill wasn't able to continue, so was replaced, but they, along with others, were sort of used as the for the argument. It's one that needs to be looked at if they are going to persist with it. I think with a tinkering, make it a set number of match days rather than perhaps 8 days, because you probably are more prone to do it if you know that somebody's not going to be playing next week anyway.
And there's such a grey area around the potential replacement. There's been a couple of occasions where players have been deemed to be too experienced to replace.
I'm led to believe that Notts wanted to replace Hutton with Fergus O'Neill and they weren't allowed. Here's James Hayes, who did get the nod. He's into the attack very early on here, 9th over of the innings. And the right armour bowls quickish delivery, pitched up there, which Weatherald manages just to deflect down to long leg. It's fair to say there'd have been a huge shout for leg before wicket had he not made contact with it, but he did. So put those thoughts to one side. The 182 run deficit at the start of the innings has now been whittled down to 142. 40 without loss, this pair, who put 48 on in the first innings, and then 8 wickets went for around about 100, didn't they? There were 146 for 8 or something. As Hayes in again to Rishi Patel, and he's opened the face and guided it down to third. Not having a deal of luck from his first couple of deliveries here, James Hayes. Or put it another way, nicely played by Weatherald and Patel. 42 without loss.
Solid player at the top of the order, Rishi Patel, in Leicestershire's recent rise.
He was a middle order player when he came from Essex, wasn't he, originally?
Pushed up to open. They've had a few tweaks to the batting order. Rehan Ahmed spent most of last season batting at number 3, opened a couple of times as well.
He's on strike now. He's raced to 25, pushes this back to the young bowler. Of course, Sol Budinger sitting this one out as one of the replacements, one of the 12th men for the Foxes. Casualty of the decision to bring Weatherald in, I guess. Hayes goes right back to this sponsor's logo placed on the outfield, runs in past the sawdust, and then a delivery to Patel, drives it through the offside, partially stopped in the covers. They'll get a single. Just escaped the grasp there of Ollie Stone. Certainly throws himself about. Was a time where you'd only find fast bowlers grazing down at long leg, and they didn't do an awful lot. Perhaps stick out the odd size 11 boot if a ball came close to the boundary edge near them. But Ollie Stone has always thrown himself around. Athletic fielder. Hayes bowls, and that's very, very emphatically dispatched from Jake Weatherall's presence through the offside for 4. Gave that a mighty wallop. A bit of biff for Weatherald. Leicestershire go to 47 without loss.
Yeah, overpitched, too wide of the off stump, and a wide open gap there, an extra cover. No chance Weatherall was going to miss out on that.
So you can say, there's absolute oceans between them in terms of experience, Brett Hutton and James Hayes, but he's a different sort of bowler as well, really. Houghton nowhere near as fast as he used to be, but gets it up there, swings the ball. He's trying to put it through as quickly as he can, and this is pushed into the offside for a single. 48 without loss. I mean, it would be a more like for like. Again, notwithstanding the difference in experience for Ollie Stone or Josh Dong, James Hayes, but he's the one they've settled on, and at the moment he's bowled 1 over, none for 9, 48 without loss, which is what they put on in the first innings.
I can't remember who the player was, but the spinner for Lancashire who had to go off injured. They tried to bring Tom Hartley in as another spinner, deemed too experienced, and they had to bring in a keeper.
Was it,
I mean,
I didn't know the players. Was it Jetty? Somebody Jetty? I think that was his name. Certainly not somebody that's performed anywhere near where I've been watching. But I've had a little bit of a rotation of their side the last year or two. Lancashire, Division 2 Lancashire.
Pennington then continues from the Bennett's end into Weatherald, and that's flicked away out towards deep square leg. It's racing away across the outfield, and it's just about hauled in. Get through for 3 runs.
Just flicked back by the rope by Clark, and Farhan Ahmed had run out there with him as part of the relay to throw it in, and that's the Foxes 50 coming up, 51 without loss.
Inside 10th over.
The score of 490 is looking less and less formidable with each passing period of 10 overs. That's only 131 in front now.
Pennington into Patel. That one keeps a little bit low. That's what Patel was suggesting anyway, and he manages to defend it back down the track. A little bit of variable bounce here on day 3. Patel 26, Weatherall 24. Still no rain, Dave.
No.
Seen a lot of dark cloud up above, but thankfully the rain has stayed away. Pennington bowls, and Patel launches into this off the back foot, punches it backward of point for 4. Just too much width offered on that occasion from Pennington, and Patel's eyes lit up.
He's not shy in coming forward, is he, Rishi Patel? It's only when you sat down, I was going through the scores, and I said that Hampshire was 7 down. They're now 8 down, and their latest wicket is that of Kyle Abbott, who's fallen to Mason Crane, the former Hampshire player. Crane will enjoy that, no doubt. He's got 3 wickets in the innings, Mason Crane. But Glamorgan all over Hampshire, who are nestled down there with Yorkshire at the bottom of the table.
Deficit down to 127 now. Pennington is in, and Patel again punches firmly, but it's sort of half stopped by Pennington in his follow through, and Hamid collects the ball there at mid-off.
I know when Notts played Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago that a lot of the correspondence we were getting from the Glamorgan followers was about ambitions for this season, and obviously staying up is foremost in their thoughts.
Pennington back in, and Patel flicks the ball out towards steep backward square. Runs the first one hard, but they will just settle for the one.
And of course they came up as runners-up behind Leicestershire last year, Glamorgan, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if both sides comfortably stay up. I think Yorkshire and Hampshire haven't really got over the lethargic way they ended last season at the start of this, and if they don't book the trend soon, I think they're going to be the 2 in trouble myself.
Pennington back round the wicket here to Weatherald, who leaves another one alone just outside off stump. Not quite as close as the previous one in the last over from Dylan Pennington, but that is the end of another one. 10 overs gone. in this innings. Leicestershire 56 without loss. Patel 31, Weatherald 24. The deficit now 126 runs.
You know, Leicestershire are playing off the back of a very successful season last year. They got used to winning games of cricket. They got used to dominating. They got used to players scoring big runs, bowlers getting lots of wickets. They've added to it with some talented overseas players at this portion of the season. 1 or 2 canny recruits. Don't think they've got an awful lot to be fearful of as Hayes bowls and Patel turns this to mid-wicket, fielded by Joe Clark. I certainly think, wanting to stay in Division 1 has got to be an aim, but also you've got to be looking to win games of cricket and maybe just ensure that you're not going to be drawn into trouble at the bottom, and come end of August, beginning of September, you're sort of more looking towards, can we get anywhere near the podium positions? Hayes bowls, slips down the leg side, and Patel helps it all the way down to Pennington in the deep, down near the tractor. A single. 57 without loss. Again, Surrey Shanmugam, the umpire. He's getting his steps in, isn't he? Going from square leg to square leg. Richard Illingworth's done enough miles over the years. He'll just take one side and stay there generally. Weatherall 24. Patel 32. Comes Hayes once more. Bowls, and a left-hander. Again, there was perhaps the option there, just to reach forward and just push it into that huge gap on the offside and take a single, but he was once more trying to smash the cover off it.
As is the modern way. Maybe just done by a bit of late movement, I think. Not quite hitting the part of the bat closest to the middle.
Hayes lengthening in stride, tall athletic bowler, delivery that again just gives a slight indication it might have kept a whisker low, but enough bat on it for Weatherall to get a single, and off again goes Surrey Shanmugam. Little gentle jog from side to side. 58 without loss, Leicestershire.
Definitely a good way to get your steps in.
Yeah, it goes a long way back as well, really. There's, I don't think there's any real need to sort of go the 35 yards back that he actually is. Got a good view of everything in front of him, but anyway, that's where he's chosen as Hayes bowls a delivery. Bit of shape to it, moved through the air. Patel in front of his stumps eases it up to mid-off to the Notts captain Hamid. Notts have got to be patient. That would be, I'm sure, the message if I was able to ask any of the coaching staff right now, what are you looking for? Just looking for patience. Stick to the drill, stick to the discipline. Hamid will rotate his bowlers, as we've already seen, as he feels the need. Hayes in again, bowls, and this one keeps low, bounces another time before reaching Verena. Wouldn't have thought it'd be that long, I'm not saying yet, but I wouldn't have thought it'd be that long before Liam Patterson-White comes on, and once he is on, he'll bowl, I think, a fairly long spell between just before tea and well after, and then the quicks, once the ball has just started to soften a little bit, will just have 4 or 5 over bursts between themselves. 58 without loss, Leicestershire this morning. Ajaz Patel was out for a career best 62, caught by a Seba Mead ball, Dylan Pennington. That was in Leicestershire's first innings, 266 for 9, and then Stevie Eskenazi, just after reaching his 100, caught Verena bowl James, exactly 100, 308 all out at lunch.
Pennington into Weatherald, another half volley on leg stump, really well timed out towards deep mid wicket, but there is protection there on the boundary, so it will just be the one. Might be some very tired bowlers out there by the end of today. 95 overs in that Leicestershire first innings, already into the 12th over of this, and depending on what happens, and Leicestershire can maybe get through to tea without losing more than maybe a wicket or two. certainly have the momentum with them. Pennington into Patel, who leaves alone outside off stump. I was listening to Stuart Broad on his podcast that he does with Joss Butler. Absolutely hates the follow-on. Cannot understand it from a bowler's point of view as well. It's his words were that, you know, an example being this match. You know, 95 overs. Well done. You've bowled them out for, you know, 180 runs, less than your first innings. Well done, guys. Out you go again. Put some more miles in the legs. Pennington in, and Patel just hoiks across the line out towards deep mid-wicket. Crashes into the boundary in a flash, and well, he wasn't all that short, but he picked up the length really well, Rishi Patel.
Sometimes there's not enough time, though, is there? If you're going to win the game, you need to give yourself time to get 10 wickets. I think this was right on the margin, given the surface. 160 overs, did we say, were left in the game? Notts with a lead of 180 or so.
They could have had a dash, couldn't they? They could have had a little dash.
Is it a surface? I mean, yeah, Leicestershire having a dash here, yeah. So it's a point taken, but they all sides tend to go on just a little too long, don't they?
Pennington back into Patel, over pitches, and it's driven nicely, but only as far as the fielder at deep cover, and Patel slips over at the non-striker's end. I don't think there's any harm done, but we've seen those kind of things turn out a little bit serious sometimes when you can pull a muscle or two.
Little shot of the hospitality pods on the live stream there. I think the cameraman on the ground, the photographers are just going in there because it provides a little bit of shade, so you can see your screen, you can see your laptop, just to check what photographs you've taken them and send them away to the relevant places.
Pennington back into Weatherald, who defends the ball back down the track, and there is no run. I think when they were first introduced, they were called pizza pods, weren't they? Because there's a pizza restaurant there that opens during white ball games.
Is that what happens? In the Blast, I think. Yeah. Ross O'Byrne is not a fan of the subs at Brace Cricket on X. This business with replacing players, injury substitution should be stopped immediately. He's not in the second line, is it?
Pennington in, and that's down the leg side. Shouts of catch it, but nothing on it from Weatherald. End of the over. Leicestershire move on to 64 for none, trailing by 118.
If you want to stretch your legs for 5 seconds and then come in where I am, and then Richard can go there, I'll make way for you here, because Richard's got all his stuff over there. Just quickly, whilst Richard's just nestling in, and then I'll be joined by Nikesh. Steve, Dave, enjoying the feed from sunny Spain. Keep up the good work. We played football together in 1976 when you were in the RAF. Per Ardua, matey. I was a cook in the Airman's Mess. I remember Steve Taylor and Steve. Here's James Hayes. Sorry, I'll get out of the way in a second. It's defended. Table tennis player, Steve? You're a table tennis player? I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but I can remember Steve Taylor in 1976. Brilliant table tennis player. Great to hear from you, mate. There you go. There's catching up for you, Richard.
This stream is Dave Bracegirdle's personal Facebook page. 64 without loss. As James Hayes, with those red flashes on his boots, turns, lopes in and bowls. Nice shape to the delivery, but Patel, seeing it well, just waits for it, turns his wrists on it and pushes it out to mid-on, and there's no run. He's walked up the Milligan Road side of the ground. Two gentlemen on phones, watching every moment, talking away constantly. There's nothing the club can do about it. They're parked on the road. Well, actually on the pavement. Frustrating. Hayes in, bowls. Patel turns him into the mid-wicket area. Farhan Ahmed comes sprinting in. He was always going to get there in time to prevent a second, and so it proves. Patel on to 38. Weatherall 26. Another decent start for the Foxes.
Going along nicely at the moment. Despite the conditions with this new ball, they've managed to negotiate things well.
Edged just short of second slip. Hayes found the edge. It was a little bit wristy from Weatherald. It bounced short, I think, of Slip, who dived across to his left. It looked to me to be about a foot short, but it was a little bit of a flicky edge from Weatherald. It was wide of Duckett, and as I say, it was just short of him, but it was a false shot. I don't think he was really trying to nurdle it down to third man. He's picked up 4 for it, Weatherald, and will be grateful for it, but he should be encouraged to a certain extent, still striving for that first wicket in Nott's colours for the first team, that is. 52 when Rishi Patel was dismissed in the first innings for 37. Well, he's one past that. Can he go on and make it count this time? Weatherald on 30 as in goes Hayes, bowls down the leg side. Don't think he got anything on it, and it goes through to the fine leg boundary for 4-leg by. So he did. It must have flicked the pad. It looked like sort of swing to me, but it was helped by a little flick on the pad. Verena couldn't get there, and the run's coming at one heck of a lick, really.
Yep.
Nikesh, 5.7 run rate.
That's what I was saying to Dave, that if Notts perhaps decided to have a bat, they could have done something similar, racked up some quick runs and put pressure on Leicestershire that way. But I think there might be some tired bowlers out there now.
It is quite quiet out there as Hayes is in, bowls very full, looking too dry. It was almost too full. He rather jammed it into the ground. Jake Weatherald steered it in the end out towards extra cover. On come 2 Leicestershire 12th men in the contrasting shapes of Sol Budinger and Alex Green, little and large. Budinger offers a towel and a drink to Patel. Green ditto to Weatherald. 73 without loss. So the deficit now just 109. Awful long way to go, but
what they can't afford to do now is throw it away. They've gotten off to a really good start here, Leicestershire. There are tired bowlers, as I mentioned. They've just got to keep Notts in the field for as long as possible now. Really frustrate Hasib Hamid and his side. Likes of Ben Duckett, who feeling very cold out there all day. Hands have been in pockets, things like that. Just keep them out for as long as possible, because when they finally do get to have a crack at Notts, they want to be in a good position. They want to be able to put their batters under pressure, and they want them to perhaps lose a bit of concentration throughout the rest of the day.
There's an awful lot of cricket left to be played today. 55 overs. You know, I mean, if they were to keep scoring at this rate, they're going to be 150, 170 ahead at the end of the day, but that is an awful long way off. Change of bowling. Lyndon James is back in the attack from the Bennett end.
Here is James over the wicket. Patel on strike, and he just pushes the ball into a vacant square leg region, and eventually decides on settling for the single. Ran the first one very quickly, and was turning to perhaps see if there was a second run on. No risks needed.
He was run out in the first game against Sussex. Rishi Patel, I think it was Carson, was sort of on his knees when he threw from long leg and hit the stumps directly. It was a brilliant piece of fielding, but at the same time Rishi Patel was going really well at the time and didn't need to take the risk. So I'm glad he didn't then.
Weatherald back on strike, and comes James, and it's just a tap and run to backward point. Very good from Weatherald. Good understanding between these two so far in this partnership. 75 it's worth.
Rishi was saying it has, batting with Weatherald has slightly changed his attitude. He is slightly more positive in terms of things like that, looking for a quick single, being aware where a quick singles can be taken, and being positive in everything he did. You know,
There's James into Patel. That's a half volley which has been put away through extra cover. Should run away for 4, and does. Ball goes in between a couple of those wheelie covers over towards the electronic scoreboard. So, a lovely shot from Patel, was fed in the slot to be fair, but still got to put them away.
Six runs and over now. 79 off just 13.3 overs.
James back in to Patel, who leaves the next ball outside off. Verena diving away to his right, just to swoop in front of Patterson White there at first slip. Always nice for a batter when you can make the opposing captain run all the way to the boundary in pursuit of a delivery, and it doesn't quite get there.
He probably doesn't mind Hasib Hamid today because it's cold, isn't it? A run will get him warm again.
James into Patel, another fullish delivery, this time driven straight to Hamid there at mid-off. Didn't quite time that one. Patel sounded like it came off the toe of the bat. It's going along nicely though. 43 from 53, Weatherald 31 from 30. 54 overs remaining after this in the day's play. Leicestershire doing exactly what is required of them at this stage after being asked to follow on. James bowls and Patel defends to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. Leicestershire remain 79 without loss. Saying to Dave as well, the weather seems to have gotten a little bit colder through the afternoon, sort of cooler breeze, but thankfully, Richard, it's still dry. We've both got kind of local knowledge, but I couldn't tell you what's coming or not. We've had a lot of dark cloud up above. It looks a little bit brighter in the distance, is all I can tell you.
That tends to be where the weather comes from.
Over to the right as we look to the ground.
Yeah, over the electronic scoreboard from the sort of south-west. Years of sitting up here, watching it gradually approach. James Hayes is in from the pavilion end, outside off stump, wristily chopped away by Weatherald behind point. Will it be cut off? It will. Really good work down there on the boundary by, I think that's Slater who's back with us. Put in the dive and managed to drag the ball back and keep Weatherald to 3 instead of 4. But
it's one of those where if it was a televised game, the third umpire might want to have a little look at that, but
I think it was good. Good work by Slater, because he was sort of going diagonally after the ball towards the rope, so when he dragged it back his body was well inside the rope. Hayes is in to Patel, short, wide, chopped away in the air. He doesn't mind going vertical. He probably went a little bit more vertical than he wanted to on that occasion, Rishi Patel, but nobody back deep at extra cover, so it was a safe enough shot, lifted it over the covers and didn't travel all the way. Hasib Hamid running back and across from mid-off, picks up and throws, and Patel takes 2. But once again, he's going very nicely. Add to his run of scores so far this season, but very important to go on. One very good 100, big 100 at the Oval against Surrey, 160 odd. Hayes is in, bowls down the leg side, he flicks it doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Verena. And then into the 70s against Glamorgan in Cardiff last week. Should have gone on there. Top edged a slog sweep. It was caught. Skied at mid wicket. But he's such a good player that you feel if is ever going to get any international recognition, it's going to have to be several hundreds close together, big hundreds, to really catch the selectors and the Lions' eye. Down the leg side again from Hayes, but it then swings back on the unfortunate Verena, who'd stepped across to his left. He startled, he stuck out his right hand, but the ball sort of did flick the glove as it went past him, but it's gone directly behind him to the boundary for 4 byes. But a little bit symptomatic of where Notts are at the moment. They just look a bit not quite on it compared to the way they were this time yesterday, when they're absolutely all over Leicestershire. Whether they feel that the pitch has flattened a bit, or it's just not happening for them at the moment. Hayes is in and bowls outside off stump. All the time in the world, Patel to steer that one away in front of point. Lyndon James runs round and picks up, gets his throwaway. Patel has to settle for 1.
I was just saying to Dave as well, just before he came back on commentary, that I was listening to Stuart Broad on his podcast that he does with Joss Butler, and from a bowler's point of view, he was saying he absolutely hates when a captain wants to enforce a follow-on, because you've just been out there for 95 overs, you get a little pat on the back to say well done, massive first innings lead, right, go out there and do it again. It's not easy.
No.
Being out there for that long.
Hayes in, bowls, Weatherall looks to drive, thick inside edge rather, and it runs through square leg, again out to James, who's covering on the leg side of course now, and Weatherall takes 1. Yeah, I mean, yeah, great if you blast them out in 38, 48 overs or
That's
something like that,
yeah.
it's a different thing, but when you've had to work hard for a lot of overs, and
they were out there for 95 odd overs, weren't they?
yeah, if those 2 wickets had come in the first half hour, I
You'd
would have
understand,
understood.
yeah.
That's fair enough, but because they'd had a night's sleep, etc., etc., but they didn't. And Dave's pretty sure that they went in knowing that they were going to enforce. I'm not. I think for 20 minutes they had a good argument about it before telling the umpires, and it is the positive thing to do. But
it
I
might have been
suspect a lot
equally
of
as
Australians wouldn't have enforced in these
equally as
circumstances.
positive just doing what Leicestershire are doing here with the bat, as James continues from the far end, and Weatherall just plays and misses at one outside off stump. If Notts made their way to a similar score, 90 without loss off 15, that lead would have crept up very nicely indeed, and they would have been in a great position. So,
well, enforcing was the only way they're going to lose as well, potentially.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if Leicestershire were to get 300 ahead and declare and have 450 overs at Notts tomorrow.
James in, down the leg side. Weatherall doesn't manage to get anything on it.
Could be a cracking into the game, really.
Yeah.
I don't think they would declare and set them 360. That said, that would be a bit, 5 and over, yes,
Again,
okay,
that would be
but
a positive
you've got
thing to do.
Duckett and etc., and the wicket is good. I think they might declare and set them 340, something like that, but not take any real risks. Long way to go.
James back in, and Weatherall has a swipe at one outside off stump. Again, gets nowhere near it.
It's gone a bit wild. Weatherall, he's slashing and away and not connecting at the moment. He's scoring at a run at ball. 35 off 35.
It's looking a bit David Warner-esque, isn't he? Fellow left-handed Australian.
Chunky left-handed Australian test opener. He's in that very much fashion.
Here's James into him again, and that's better from Weatherall. Just taps the ball into a vacant mid-wicket area, jogs through for a single. One for none. Midway through this 16th over.
They're going to try a bit of short stuff. Got a deep mid-wicket now, long leg. Nobody in close on the leg side, saving one except the mid-on.
Here is James, and it's not all that short, but Patel can only push as far as cover. There is no run. We can see Patterson White warming up there at first slip. I guess thought process behind that might be just to hold up an end.
Which he did brilliantly in the first innings, and picked up a wicket. Oh, before I forget, I've got to say hello to Robert Coe. Jeff, his dad, down below watching, asked me to say hello to Robert, which I happily do. He's travelling at the moment, apparently.
James into Patel, who drives and doesn't quite beat Hamid there at mid-off, who has a bit of work to do towards his right. Wasn't all that far away from James by all accounts, by the reaction.
It was almost a caught and bowl chance. He put two hands down. How close did he come to scooping it up?
Would have been
About
a worldie
foot,
if he took
something
it.
Something like that. Yeah, it was a bit away to his left as well. But something of a false shot, as you said.
End of another over. 16 overs gone in this innings now. Leicestershire 91 without loss. And as you can hear, Liam Patterson White right on cue into the attack from the pavilion end.
Yeah, and you went at 2 and over, or maybe even a bit less than that in the first innings. And Hamid will be looking for something similar. A curious game it's been so far. Just 4 wickets on day 1. 14 was it yesterday? And just 2 so far today. So to what extent that's due to the changing conditions. Momentum is such a curious thing. Over the wicket goes Liam Patterson White and bowls to Weatherald, who gets himself in a bit of a tangle. He advances down the pitch, tries to sort of flick it away into the leg side, and I think bottom of the bat and bottom of the pad and maybe even toe got all mixed up together there, and it popped out into the offside. Patterson White steps in and bowls. Again, Weatherald uses his feet to jump forward to meet the ball, but then just defends it back up the pitch on the onside. Oh, a few rays of sun come through, and a little bit of blue above us in just very tiny little patches amongst all the white cloud, as Patterson White is in. Back went Weatherald, risky, playing it off the stumps. Foolish delivery, poked out into the offside. They'll be determined, I'm sure, Leicestershire, not to let Patterson White hold up an end, as he did so effectively in the first innings. Steps in, drops a little bit short, and Weatherall can go back and cut. There is the sweeper out there, though. Ben Slater throws not particularly well to Verena, who has to come running out from behind the stumps to pick up the ball very low down, around 10-12 feet in front of the stumps. Weatherald on to 37, 92 without loss. Patterson White will go round to the right-handed Patel. Duck it at slip as he does so. Bowls, Patel drives, thick outside edge, that's going to run down to the third man boundary. James will drag it back just inside the ropes. Yes, he will. Stops it, reaches down with a big right hand and stops it, but not before Patel has picked up 3. Moves on to 49. Yeah, Mum and Dad down below, watching nervously. Dad's at every game. Mum hasn't been so good. She hurt her back in an accident at work, and she's only just mobile again, looking after her back. In goes Patterson White. Bolts to Weatherall, who goes forward, meets the ball, looks to drive, doesn't time it, hits it in the bottom of the bat, and fairly comfortable stop for Joe Clark, moving across to his right. At mid-off, just the 4 runs, I say just, by Patterson White's standards. That's quite a lot of runs from the over, the 1 and the 3. Just the 2 scoring shots, if you like. Leicestershire 95 without loss. Deficit now just 87 with all 10 second innings wickets still intact.
Perfect start for Leicestershire. So Lyndon James continues from the Bennett end. Here he is to Rishi Patel, edged, and well, it's past the slip cordon and away for 4. So half century for Rishi Patel. Just what Leicestershire needed at the start of this innings. He's got there off just 62 balls, 53 from 62, 9 fours, including that rather streaky one. It's a sort of thickish outside edge. Went to ground pretty quickly. I'm not sure it would have carried even if there was a bigger slip cordon in there. A wonderful effort from Patel, but he'll know that the job is only half done. Oh, he's hit on the pads with the next delivery, and that ball perhaps kept a little bit low.
90 runs in the match already for Rishi Patel to add to the 256 which he'd gathered in the first 3 games of the season, averaging 64. So he's had a pretty good start to the season, really.
James back into him, edged and taken at first slip. Liam Patterson-White with a good sharp catch, quite low down, but didn't have to move an awful lot. And Patel, just after we were giving him some praise there, Richard, just pokes at a delivery outside off stump, and Notts get their breakthrough. The breakthrough they were so desperate for here, but not before Leicestershire put on a decent first innings partnership. 99 for 1.
Yeah, my fault. Sorry, Leicestershire listeners, talked him out there. I was just saying what a good start to the season he'd had. He leaves the field with head down. Again, though, although he's had such a good start to the season, he'll be so disappointed he wasn't able to go on. It's been a really good start for him, but just that one big century. But it was well bowled.
Good delivery from James.
Yeah, didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings, but yes, he did. Of course, he got the last man, didn't he? He got Eskenazi caught behind, but he had to work long and hard for that. Well, he's picked up the first in the second innings as well.
So Ian Holland, the skipper, comes out at number 3. With Leicestershire 99 for 1. What would be his mindset here? Such a positive start from Leicestershire at the start of this innings. Obviously allow himself a few balls to get himself acclimatised and used to the conditions out there, but I guess the way Weatherall's playing, he doesn't need to take any risks.
He always does. He'll play the same way as he always does, I would imagine. Deep in his crease, playing from the crease, looking really just to keep the first 15, 20 balls out. He's often sort of 1 off 20 or something like that at the start of his innings, before he starts getting busier. But very different sort of player to Rishi Patel.
Well, here is Lyndon James into Ian Holland, who defends his first ball dead into the pitch. All of a sudden, a few more oohs and ahs from the Notts fielders. There's a bit more energy out there.
Different body language now.
That deficit, remember, 83 runs still. Leicestershire 99 for 1 in the second innings. If you are just joining us here, Leicestershire all out for 308 in their first innings, and Notts deciding to enforce the follow-on, which at 99 for none didn't look like a great idea. Still might not be a great idea the way Leicestershire are going overall, as Holland ends the next ball with an open face out towards backward point. There's no run.
David's been in touch. He's not for once listening from the beach in Sete. He's because it's raining down there in the Mediterranean. So he's having to content himself with having snooker on the screen and cricket on the radio. He doesn't want to talk about football.
comes James, and that's a lovely delivery past the outside edge of Holland. He was caught in no man's land, really, not really going forward or back. Stuck in his crease, end of the over. 99 for 1. Guessing he's a Foxes fan.
Yes, after the thrashing in the first, well, both football and cricket. After the thrashing in the first game, he says it's been pleasing to see some excellent batting resistance, and the winning draw at Surrey, I suppose it was a winning draw in a way.
That's what I said, yeah.
Bodes particularly well, he says. Great effort from Eskenazi in the lower order to salvage something from the first innings here, and since Notts have enforced the follow-on, he says he's stopped praying for rain, because if there's a winner now in the game, surely it'll be Leicestershire. I appreciate your optimism, but I'm not completely convinced of it as yet. In goes Liam Patterson-White, bowls a little bit short, and Weatherall can rock back and guide it out to backward point for the single that brings up the Leicestershire 100 in just the 19th over. 18.1 overs, the start of the 19th over.
Slow down a bit.
They have, but it is still a pretty decent rate, but they need someone at the top of the order to go on. Yeah, can Weatherall do it? Holland's on strike though, as round the wicket goes Patterson-White to the Leicestershire skipper, who leans forward and blocks the delivery out to mid-wicket, where his opposite number, Hasib Hamid, is the fielder. Patterson-White is in. Ooh, Holland goes back, and it wasn't an entirely convincing defensive shot. Bang in front of middle and off. If that had gone past the bat, he was absolutely plumb. Didn't. Came off the thick outside part and dropped out into the offside. Haynes, the fielder. In goes Patterson-White, drops a little bit short outside off stump, and Holland can take advantage by steering it away behind point for 4. Nice shot by Ian Holland, a shot he plays really well, waited for it because he plays from so deep in the crease, and
he used the full depth of the crease there.
He
and
absolutely does, yeah.
Just angled it to perfection.
Rarely over. I don't think I've really ever seen him have a massive follow through of any shot. It's about timing and placement for Ian Holland. Got a decent 70 against Glamorgan. In goes Patterson-White. Quicker delivery. Again, deep in his crease, playing on the back foot. Holland defends. 79 to be precise. Looked good value, looked likely to go on, but wasn't able to do so. In the end, in goes Patterson-White down the leg side. Semi-appeal for leg before, as Holland doesn't get anything on it, as he attempts to turn it into the leg side, but as I say, it was going on down the leg side. So, just trying to remember how he was dismissed. A very desultory chant of Leicestershire, la la la, goes up from the popular seats.
It's going to be Lyndon James then to continue. 1 for 11 from his 3 overs so far in this second innings. 2 slips in place for Weatherall, who edges this one in the air, and it's a simple catch for Kyle Verreynne. He was shaping up to cut that one, was Weatherall, but was a little bit too close to him in the end, and a little bit of extra bounce from James just completely got him into a pickle, and top edge just looped up comfortably for Kyle Verreynne. Notts go bang bang. 2 wickets now lost for Leicestershire. They're 104 for 2.
Yep, well bowled Lyndon James. That extra bit of bounce startled Weatherall. Top edge, and the simplest of catches for Kyle Verreynne. 38. So once again, both openers got in, and once again, neither of them were able to go on and make a pretty decent start, really count. And Leicestershire not quite back to square one. They're only 78 behind, but 2 new men at the crease, and Notts bowling, exploiting, the door opens and they open it that little bit further. Big innings now needed from one, or preferably from Leicestershire's point of view, both of Holland and Hill. But James, having had no luck minimal luck in the first innings, is making it count in the second. Yeah, Holland was caught at third man in Cardiff, trying to steer a bouncer down to, over the keeper down to the over the boundary for a 6 as well. Actually steered it straight into the hands of third man. But I don't think he's going to get too many opportunities to do something similar here. Not yet, anyway. James 2 for 11 from 3.1.
As you say, it is Lewis Hill, new batter in at number 4. A bit of a rebuild needed now from Holland and Hill. Right, Lyndon James then. 2 for 11. His figures into Hill. He leaves alone outside off. Lots of oohs and ahs from the slip cordon, but I think it's pretty comfortably away from the off stump of Lewis Hill there. Amazing what a wicket can do to a fielding side, let alone 2.
Yeah.
Very, very flat out there. And that opening partnership was going well. James back into Hill. Oh, that's a beauty. Past the outside edge again. A little bit of extra bounce from James. It's angled in and then just nipped away. That's the shoulder of the bat almost. Not much Hill could have done about that.
8 for the season now for Lyndon James, with the wicket of Eskenazi in the first innings, and now Patel and Weatherald in the second.
James once again finds the edge of Hill, and that's going to run away down to the deep third boundary for 4. Genuine edge, squared Hill up. He's off the mark with a streaky boundary. More outswing there, and he was on the move. He didn't have any good balance there, did Lewis Hill. Sort of walking into that full delivery, but he'll take it.
It's almost doing more when the sun is out than it did under the heavy cloud, which is not quite what you expect. I think it changes the nature of the pitch a little bit, the heat, the sunshine.
Maybe that extra bit of sort of warmth and humidity in the air.
Exactly, yeah. It was cold previously, it's not so cold now.
James into Hill, down the leg side. Taken by Verena. 108 for 2 then, Leicestershire, trailing by 74 runs. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey on to 526 for 7, leading Sussex by 168 runs. Hampshire 193 for 8, trailing Glamorgan by 343. James is in once more, and again Hill is slightly squared up there, sort of outer half of the bat onto ball, into the covers, takes the single, end of the over. Leicestershire 109 for 2. And the other match in Division 1, Yorkshire 214 for 5 in their second innings, leading Somerset by 102 runs. I think I'm going to make way for Dave Bracegirdle.
Thanks, Nikesh. 73 the deficit now. 1 quickly became 2. Well, Liam Patterson-White dismissed Lewis Hill in the first innings. Hill, who had to work really hard to get to 14 off 40 odd deliveries, then chipped a simplest of catches to mid-wicket off Patterson White, trying to be assertive, and he'll be determined, I'm sure, not to make the same mistake. Patterson White is in, drops a little bit short, but it's a sort of seamer that he sometimes seems to be able to bowl, and it zips on and comes back a little bit. Hill steps back and defends. Patterson White is in, bowls, brings Hill forward, no real turn. The left armour pushed back to him by Hill. And these two having to rebuild after a 99-run partnership between the openers, but both dismissed within a few deliveries of each other, left by Hill. A little bit of extra bounce there for Patterson White, and nicely taken by Verena. Scrapes a bit away from the footholes, a bit of dust and dirt away from the footholes, Patterson White. He's a fairly stocky man, but obviously light on his feet, relatively speaking. The spinner is in and bowls, tosses it up pleasantly, driven back past him. Hill wants a quick single, he's going to have to go back. He does go back and makes his ground, and Holland's call, well, never run on a misfield. It's not a bad rule, and although the bowler wasn't able to stop the ball cleanly, he did sort of half stop it, slow it down, and running across Clark at mid-on and Hayes at mid-off, got to the ball quickly. Was it Clark who got the throw in?
Hayes
who got the throw in to the keeper, and it was as well that Hill had been sent back to scramble back. Patterson White is in, looking to nibble it down the leg side. Hill doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the pad towards Pennington on the 45. Suddenly a different feel to the game, as in the first innings really. Patterson White in, forward goes Hill, and defends end of the over. A maiden, and Patterson White doing what he was brought in the attack to do, really, stem the flow of runs, but also offer a threat, exactly what he did in the first innings. 109 for 2, deficit 73.
It's not so bad to take their medicine today, haven't they, both in the morning session when that 9th wicket partnership stretched into 3 figures, and then the openers here almost doing the same, out for 99, or broken at 99 when Patel fell, and then Weatherald went, and Lyndon James next over. Did have a little look just before I joined you on the BBC weather for Leicestershire this afternoon, as Lyndon James continues from the Bennett end, comes in to bowl. Ooh, good delivery, beats Holland on the outside. The most problematic time of the day, according to them, which could have been written a week last Christmas, was 3 o'clock this afternoon. 40% chance of rain. Well, it was about 3 o'clock when the sun came out. There is a little.
There's a sort of band, isn't there? But yeah, it's passing up the M1.
Best place for it. It's okay. It's actually quite nice, quite pleasant right now, as Lyndon James looks to distribute further punishment. Holland defends. Holland, Hill, Hamid, Hayes, Haynes, Hull, Hutton. It's a match of the ages, this, isn't it? A match for the ages.
I don't know if anyone's ever bothered analysing surnames in cricket, but when you open the Who's Who, I think H is the biggest entry.
Did a game, was it last year or the year before, where there were 8 Toms playing?
I bet that was Sussex.
Yeah, 109 for 2 down the leg side and through to the keeper.
They had about 4 in a row at one stage.
Somerset, they've got Abel, Kohler Cadmore,
Right.
they've got Thomas Rue now, Banton, or perhaps it wasn't a Notts game, perhaps it was a Somerset game that somebody referred to. Yeah. 109 for 2 Leicestershire. Tea will be taken when 32 overs remain, which is probably still best part of an hour away. Lyndon James bowls. tucked away nicely down to long leg by Ian Holland. Moves to 5.
Still 14 overs away, so
might not be as long as an hour if Liam Patterson-White bowls half of them. Should be getting through his overs at a fairly brisk rate from this end if they don't put back to ball with any great conviction. So 14 overs. Current run rate's 5, but that might just dip a bit, mightn't it, now that Weatherald and particularly Rishi Patel have parted.
It will, for sure.
So they're still 72 behind.
Holland and Hill are more accumulators.
Yeah. The likelihood is that Leicestershire might still be 20 or 30 behind at tea. All speculation, of course. Lyndon James bowls again. Worked through mid-wicket. Not if there's going to be shots like that. Lovely stroke. It's a long run for Ollie Stone, and he's giving it his all, but the ball wins the race out towards the little love nests, or whatever they're called, the pizza parlour. Away, deep mid-wicket. Away for 4, 114 for 2.
Drafty love nests.
Lovely stroke. Takes Hill to 9. Lyndon James. I hadn't totally forgotten. I'd written down that the wicket before Longescanazu was caught Verena Bowl Pennington. Stupid me. If you remember, I'd just come on to commentary, so I'd given that wicket to Dylan Pennington in all my notes. Another shot in the same direction, and it's Pennington who's going to have to race after this one. It might be back-to-back 4s out on that side of the ground. A dive from Big Dill. Now then, only he will know, and he does know, and that's good from him. Signals 4. It might have been fairly obvious to those at that end of the ground. From here, you'd have been second guessing that he'd touched the rope, but he got back to his feet and instantly signalled to umpire Surrey Shanmugam that he had touched the rope. So back-to-back 4s to end that Lyndon James over. He's had a pretty successful time of things in this spell, but his figure's just damaged there to the tune of 8. 118 for 2.
Yeah, having described Hill and Holland as accumulators, he then proceeds to biff consecutive boundaries. Used his feet nicely, got forward and across, and timed it sweetly through straightish mid-wicket on both occasions. Patterson-White in to Holland. Bowls. It goes straight on with the arm. Holland goes back and plays it straight back down the pitch to LPW. Steps in and bowls. Edged, and it goes through about would be 4th slip. Duckett can't believe it at first slip. It was obviously a long way wide of him, but a sort of gully would have been in the game, or short backward point, something like that. And perhaps it's worth thinking about. He gets that sometimes, that little bit of extra bounce, and he's still got runs to play with. Asim Hamid, as Patterson-White is in. Hill is turning it around the corner, and there's no run.
Fancy there was one nicked yesterday between the keeper and Duckett, who'd gone wider, and he might just be back in a more orthodox first slip position here, and typically it's just gone to his right.
Patterson-White is in, goes straight on. Hill covers up, drops it out into the offside.
He really is metronomic, Patterson-White. We've seen him bowl 30, 40, and I think on occasions, I think a couple of times he's bowled 50 overs in an innings. So loves his work, just gets on with it. Doesn't bowl many bad balls.
Exactly that. In he goes, tosses it up pleasantly, driven back into the ground. The second bounce rears up on Patterson-White, who makes sure his head was turning away as it jumped up and hit him on the body.
And he tends to react just the same as if his a defensive block at the other end, or he's been smashed back over his head for 6. He'll just get the ball and get on with it.
In he goes. Hill waits. He wasn't sure whether to go forward or back there, so he was a little bit done in the flight, but didn't really turn, so he was able to play it off the pitch, just turn his wrists and push it square on the leg side end of the over. The 23rd of the Leicestershire second innings, 119 is good. 2 wickets less good from the Foxes' point of view.
Still going to be Lyndon James to continue. Steve Taylor's just come back. I forgot all about the table tennis, Dave. Good memories. Stay safe. Table tennis, was that in Shawbury? I think it was. As New Over starts, this one wide of the off stump and through to the wicket keeper, Verena. Yes. It's a communication before, well, I think in my last spell from somebody. And, I don't know if I've seen him since, but reminiscing about us being together in 1976. Crikey. If I knew then what I know now. 119 for 2 as this is defended up to mid-on. Or maybe if I knew now what I knew then. If I could remember now what I knew then. Same thing applies. The difference between the two sides, 63 at the moment, so Leicestershire won't want to incur much further damage before they've wiped out that deficit. Could yet get into a position, I suppose, mid-afternoon tomorrow to maybe embarrass Nottinghamshire. Have to wait and see as Holland plays this up to mid-on. You know, I wouldn't rule it out totally, but it'd be tough going to fathom a win for Leicestershire from here. I'm sure they'd take a draw. I think if they don't win this, there'll be a little bit of a feeling that yesterday morning they lost the way a little bit. Still put a good score on the board, 490. And of course that 9th wicket partnership, that's probably the match defining one for Leicestershire, as this is dropped on the leg side and there's no run. If the Foxes do go on and share the spoils with a draw, 120 put on between Stevie Eskenazi and Ajaz Patel. Of course, probably just as important, the opening stand of 100 in this innings. At least they've got a grounding to go on and bat for as long as they need. But certainly not sure we'll be feeling they should have got more than 490, but there we go. This is banged in short by Lyndon James. Goes through to the keeper. He might just come across as a gentle medium pacer, but that would be wrong. He can push it through at a fair old lick, and when he bends his back like that, bowls the short ball, it's as potent as pretty much anybody around. It's a good ball. He's not the tallest Ian Holland, is he? He's maybe getting up there towards 6 foot, but he's not a skyscraper player. He crouches down low as well when he's batting to give even more of an impression that he's shorter than most. 119 for 2. On reflection, he's maybe not 6 foot. End of the over.
Well, he claims to be exactly 6 foot, but
yeah.
I've interviewed him a few times now and I'm not convinced. We're roughly looking eye to eye, but I'm exactly 6 foot, and I think I'm slightly looking.
Yeah, you'd have your heels on though, wouldn't you?
I don't know, the cricket boots these days, they're well built up, aren't they, some of them?
Still going to be the spin of Patterson White, but he's going to have
an extra close fielder. Yeah.
That's the plan. Jack Haynes usually does it for the spinners. Slater normally does it for the quicks, and that is Ben Slater back on the field.
He's been on a while,
he was off for quite some time.
Side. So Haynes is going to go in at looks likely to be short leg. Ben Slater's come up to mid wicket, which is where Asib Hamid caught Hill in the first innings off the current bowler Liam Patterson White. Steps in and bowls, shortish delivery, slightly short delivery, shortish, and just outside off stump, goes straight on, doesn't really get up very much. Hill cuts, but only as far as backward point, a little bit almost wider than that. No run. Patterson White tosses that one up nicely, varying his heights and pace and drift. Again, nothing much for him in the pitch at the moment, and Hill defends out towards mid-wicket. Patterson White is in, bowls on off stump, lots of oohs and ahs as Hill middles the solid forward defensive out towards Hasib Hamid. Barrel.
Yeah.
That's a... He's, I see it. In he goes and bowls, and forward goes Hill.
And what do you see?
He's slightly rounded of shoulder, isn't he? There's a hint of barrel about him.
Double-barreled Patterson White.
But there is also...
Yes,
you can see it, can you not? Do you know what I mean? There's a sort of...
Liam, you should hear what he's saying about you.
No, it's not meant to be rude. In he goes and bowls, and Hill forward again, but... There's something of the scrum half about his build.
Bit Ian Blackwell-ish, actually.
Yeah. I was thinking that when he was bowling, because obviously Blackwell bowled left arm spin as well.
And he played for England, of course.
Now, he's lost I'll tell you what, Ian's lost loads.
Yeah, umpire now, first class umpire.
In he goes, and forward goes Hill, drops it down at his feet, and just pops his toe on it, just to make sure it isn't rolling back anywhere. He looks sensationally fit, Ian. He's had a really good winter. What I've seen of him. End of the over, 119 for 2. Patterson White, none for 10 off 5. He's basically, as I say, doing what he did in the first innings, just going for 2 or less and over, keeping things tight, asking questions all the time, and frustrating Leicestershire's batters.
Lyndon James has both wickets to fall in this innings, and he's going to make way after that spell. Very good spell indeed. 2 for, you can see that, Rich, is that 2 for 25 on the screen there, I think. Something of that order, and he's making way for Ollie Stone.
6 overs.
I was just watching Hasib Hamid in that last over, who now finds himself in the covers. Just setting his field here. I can't remember. I was just sort of struggling and wonder if there's anybody who appeared to enjoy fielding as much for Nottinghamshire. Is Stone in. Bowls now. His first ball is allowed to pass through by Ian Holland into the wicket keeper's gloves. I wonder if there's anybody who's given off that radiant aura of enjoying fielding as much since Derek Randall as Hasib Hamid. Every ball he's coming in and he's cat-like, like the great fielders are. He's prepared to move right or left. He wants the ball. He's always getting himself into a fielding position where he thinks the ball is going to come. He'll throw, he'll catch, he'll chase. Very much like the great Rags did. As this is edged, that's a good catch. Jack Haynes has taken a beauty, and Stone's got his 6th of the match, and Ian Holland goes for 6. That was sharp again, a really good lifter from Stone outside the off stump, and Ian Holland got a good one there, and he just had to try and, in the interest of self-preservation, just try and fend it off his nose. There was a really good catch at third slip by Jack Haynes. Had to dive there, and maybe not off his nose actually though, Rich. He was just slightly playing away from his body, and that's why he's given his bat a bit of a bashing with his glove. But it's a good catch from Haynes. Holland out cheaply in the second innings. Good bowling change made by Hamid, and the Foxes are now 3 down.
Well, I was just looking at my notes from yesterday. It was at more or less this point that Stone began his devastating spell, really, from that Bennett end. He found his line and length and came down the slope, charged in, and it's only taken him 2 deliveries of this spell to have an immediate impact. That extra little bit of bounce, well backed up in the field, and from 99 without loss, Leicestershire now 119 for 3. Still 42 overs and 4 balls left today. Could yet finish today, you know, if Stone, with his tail up, does something like he did yesterday.
It was a bit of a Calypso Collapso in the first innings after that opening partnership was broken, wasn't it? They went from 48 without loss to 146 for 8, 98 for 8, and this is what, 20 for 3 or 3 for 20 in wicket taking terms since the openers were parted here. New man is Johnny Tattersall. Didn't delay things too long in the first innings. Eskenazi started the day batting. He's already raised his bat today batting. He's doing next. Here is Ollie Stone then into bowl, and Tattersall, the White Rose man, drops it on the leg side, fielded by Joe Clark. It's a good catch that from Haynes, to be fair. Had another little look at that.
Yeah, it was almost in front of Duckett, wasn't it? He sort of took it to his left. 27 in the first innings, Tattersall. That hit sort of solidly enough for an hour, but didn't play the greatest of shots when he reached for a slightly wider delivery from Stone and was caught behind.
Stone again, and Holland is away, cutting this to backward point. It's out towards the meat. In fact, it's gone for a well-deserved cup of tea and a slice of cake, because it's just got away from the fielder out there and away for a boundary. Nice way to get off the mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 is almost the score. Always sounds.
That's worrying.
Always sounds better to me when Notts are bowling, when it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Said that a few times as well in the past. What do they call that? There's a name for that. It'll come.
Numbers all being in a row. What do you mean?
The Lou Bega. The Lou Bega. That's it. Not going to sing to you, promise, as Stone bowls. Oh, that's a good one. Beats the outside edge. You remember Mambo number 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I remember the song. Yeah, well, I remember the tune.
I think in the game they call it a Lou Bega.
Okay.
Or some do. Maybe just me. I don't know. Somebody told me that in the game they call it a Lou Bega. Tattersall has 4, Hill has 13, 2 wickets for Lyndon James, 1 for Ollie Stone. Both wicket takers fair-haired, both have bowled from the Bennett end, where Stone comes in now past Surrey Shanmugam, and this one's left on length by Johnny Tattersall. Goes through to the keeper, end of a successful comeback for Stone, who might have some running repairs to do, because he's bowled the ball, he's carried on running down the end of his follow through, and he's carried on running and running and running. He's running nearly as far as Wes Hall used to run to come in and bowl. He's gone straight off the field for a comfort break.
Either that or I think maybe in different boots or something like that. He did ask for permission from the umpires. I mentioned before lunch about the cricketers and the pub, that is, and the fence that was put up at one stage. I was talking to Mike Siddle, who's down there dishing out their cakes for the Friends of Grace Road, and he said that when Mike Turner was secretary here, formidable man, in goes Patterson White and bowls, Hill goes back and defends. He actually planted a big tree in front of it. He got so cross with them. But he said that came down, and so did the fence in the end. Patterson White in, and forward goes Hill, dropping it out to short leg on that occasion.
I don't know if it's still the same, but of course at Trent Bridge, the Larwood and Vose, there's sort of a door there connecting the ground to the local hostelry, and he used to be able to just get a pass in and pass out at lunchtime, go from the ground and pop in there for a slurp.
Patterson White is in, Hill goes back riskily, because it skids on a bit, thick outside edge. But am I right in thinking it is... Oh, is it? It's not owned by the club, is it? I don't think. No, it's a chain, isn't it?
Yeah.
In goes Patterson White. Tosses it up outside off stump. It's there to be driven. Hill pushes, but only pushes firmly. I think it's a children's party going on over there, judging by the frolicking outside the marquee.
There'll be cake over there then.
Indeed. Actually, I think John Mallett, the club photographer, was saying he was required to pop over. In goes Patterson White. Hill goes back and turns it airily into the leg side through a fairly straight mid-wicket. It was a long way away from short leg, but, well, memories of the first innings. Patterson White is in, Hill is forward, push and run if the throw hits. Hill, who's quick between the wickets in fairness, and James Hayes' underarm throw coming in from mid-off missed the stumps, but the fact that Hill took on the very quick single, an indication of perhaps of the pressure he feels under to get some scoring done. And Patterson White, again, it looked set for a maiden and very nearly achieved it. Just that late single off the over, 124 for 3. Hill has 14, the score he made in the first innings, I think.
Do you want to take our Lucy to a birthday party this afternoon for me? Where's it at?
I
I
think it's John's granddaughter. I may be wrong. John Mallett's granddaughter, which is why he's been called in to do some photography.
It's a good place to have it.
Indeed.
So the mums and dads will be, presuming they're interested in cricket.
I wonder if Charlie Fox has been required to dress up and
is that the
get in
mascot?
there.
Oh, it's a nasty thing, that, isn't it? That's a nasty one. Here's Stoning and bowls and defended by Hill.
Depends who's in it, I suppose.
Well,
he's got quite an amiable expression.
I saw it having a bit of a punch up with.
Did you?
With Nuts the Squirrel one year, a blast night.
They came to blows, did they?
Yeah, like
blows.
Like kangaroos. You know, if you like, you can come to blows in a big fluffy padded suit.
When mascots go wrong.
There has been one or two sort of nasty
there has,
ones. Was it Cyril the Swan?
Yes.
Swansea City's mascot as this is turned to mid-on.
I tell you who else, because I was at the game. Wolfie, the Wolverhampton Wanderers mascot, and the cheerleaders at Wycombe Wanderers, who were they were quite mature cheerleaders. It was none of your little girls. They were women, and Wolfie got a bit too close, and it all teed off.
How does the fox do in the mascot race? I'll come back to that. Solly Stone, more important matters. Passed on by Shan Mugan. Bowls now, and just really pushing it from the crease there, Hill into the offside, fielded by Mead. There's no run. He's not got any headphones on. How does your mascot go then in your mascot race? Because
I think he's been there or thereabouts. Whether he's actually ever won it, I'm not sure. I mean, the feet are fairly large, and I think that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's not like Lanky, carrying a huge, great neck, but
some have trainers on.
It depends. Yeah, well, that's
not
cheating.
The Squirrel.
That's
just
cheating.
Great big clodhopper boots on, so
that's
always going to come last.
As it should
be.
No
chance.
As it should be.
What do you mean? 124 for 3. Is Stone bowling a bouncer, which forces Lewis Hill to do a bit of limbo dancing. He swayed back there, didn't he? All that's missing is a nice rum punch and the sound of the Caribbean lapping up on the shores.
No, I meant as in they shouldn't get to wear trainers. They should all have to wear their silly feet.
I thought you were saying it's quite right that Nuts the Squirrel comes last.
Good luck to him, but
or her.
As long as they've got their proper feet on.
124 for 3. Here comes Stone again. It's a sharp delivery, the last one, and it's getting an LBW shout here. Sorry, Shan Mugan's already walking away from his stumps at the far end, and he's making that pre-signal to begin the process of tapping his knee for a leg by. 125 for 3. There's our very own Charlie Squirrel, who's it's Charlie the Fox here, isn't it? Nikesh back in alongside. Mascots. We drifted off into the world of mascots. Children's party at the far end, and Richard was wondering if the club mascot might be roped in, as it's a club member who's the youngest is having a birthday party over there, we believe. Tattersall is on 4. Stone bowls. This is eased into the offside. So as always, we disappeared down a particular rabbit warren. 125 for 3.
In the tent that's sponsored by a beer company.
Is that a Spanish beer company as well, I think?
Yes. Getting some shots of it on the stream as well.
There we are.
It's perfect weather conditions at the moment as well, just to be sitting outside on those picnic benches, enjoying a drink or two. Some very smartly dressed people. There's a fella in a tux, just taking a sip of a pint of something or the other.
He's going on later. He's going somewhere. Very nice.
Father
indeed.
of the birthday girl.
Maybe. This Leicestershire went here yesterday, at the moment following a similar pattern to yesterday. Get rid of the openers, and then there was a bit of a tumble from those that followed.
Here is Patterson White, and that's down the leg side. There'll be no run. They need to find a partnership from somewhere here, Leicestershire. After such a good start, 99 that opening partnership was worth. Still trailing here by 57 runs. They find themselves 125 for 3. Patterson White in once more, and it's punched into a gap there by Hill, just in front of point. They get through for a quick single.
Tea will be 7 overs after this one, so getting on towards half an hour's more cricket in this session.
Patterson White continues round the wicket, and that's been worked around towards short fine leg by Tattersall. Another single onto the total. So I was saying earlier to Richard, the plan from Leicestershire today would just be to keep knots out there for as long as possible, just try and frustrate them and get through to the close. And, a bit of a lead as Hill is forward in defence. Still some wickets in hand, and they'll consider themselves in a good position at least to save the game, if not to try and put some pressure on Notts on the final day. Long way to go though. Patterson White gets a bit of extra bounce on that occasion, and Hill negotiates the ball well out towards point. No run.
Sort of 2.5 days into this match, and there's still that greenish stripe on the strip, isn't there? There. I mean, it's not had any impact on the conditions.
Hill forward in defence. Straight to Hamid in the covers. No run. End of the over. 127 for 3.
Or on the play. But generally, when a strip is a little bit greenish tinged at the start of the match, if you've had strong wind, which we have, if you've had warm sunshine, which we've had, it does tend to go pale very quickly. But it's still there, but as I say, no real impact. It's not on a line stump to stump, is it? So it's not really having any significant impact.
Lots of overnight rain last night.
Going to be Ollie Stone from the Bennett end, bowling to Johnny Tattersall. Turns this one off his legs, just a little flick from Tattersall down to James Hayes at long leg. Single taken. Carl Verena didn't bother running all the way up to the stumps, just stayed where he was, and Hayes threw it to him there. Men out in this innings, Rishi Patel made 53, Jake Weatherald 38. The pair added 99 for the first wicket, and then Ian Holland out for 6. There's Stone in again. Bowls edged, caught by Patterson White, and Stone's got another one. And there might even have been a little bit of a on your way to Lewis Hill there from Ollie Stone. Certainly looked very, very pleased as he turned towards Lewis Hill. Out for 15. Good sharp low catch from Patterson White. He's second in this spell. All 4 wickets in this innings have come from the far end. 2 for Lyndon James, and now 2 for Ollie Stone, who's got 7 in the match. And Leicestershire, they need that partnership sooner rather than later. And I'm sure when he was dismissed just before lunch, Stevie Eskenazi might have I don't know what sort of expression he'd have given you if you'd said, well, you're going to be batting again before tea.
Absolutely, yeah. Due in next, and fresh off 100, but there was another lovely delivery there from Ollie Stone. Picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings, his 7th of the match. And, very much on for a 10 for Eskenazi then, with more work to do to bail Leicestershire out of yet another hole. 128 for 4, still trailing by 54 runs. And now you can just sense the feeling out there among the Notts fielders that this game is there for the taking, and potentially even today.
That's quite extraordinary. Out the last ball of the morning session. Now there, still about 7 overs to go before tea. Eskenazi just held the innings together yesterday and again this morning, really content on playing the long game in every sense. Just hung around, didn't take any undue risks, just showed what a high quality performer he is, kept all the Nottinghamshire attack at bay. Will have taken something out of him, but I think the best batters just enjoy batting, don't they? And they'll enjoy doing it day after day after day if they could. So I don't think there'll be any fatigue with Eskenazi, even though he spent all of the morning session and session and a half yesterday batting. But he's got a big job to do here. Ollie Stone striking with his 2nd ball of this over, and he comes once more, bowls to him. And the first ball, Eskenazi sort of tried to turn away from him, and it struck him somewhere and deflected down into the ground and again through to Patterson White. Don't know if it was bat or body, but it was steered or deflected straight down into the ground. 128 for 4 it remains. There was said to Richard a few minutes ago, there was a suspicion there might be a bit of rain around this afternoon, but at the moment we've got sunshine. There are clouds building in the distance, but it's okay at the moment. 128 for 4. Stone bowls Eskenazi as he did yesterday, just content to leave them alone if he doesn't have to play them.
Yep, that's what Leicestershire need, just some patience out there, just try and build something.
Almost what happened yesterday. Part the openers, and now 4 for 29 since the openers the opening partnership was broken. Not's hungry for more. Really will be a problem if Eskenazi goes, I guess. Still some very talented players to come, but I could do with him sticking around. Oh, and he very nearly had a little fiddle at that one. It's a good delivery, and again, from those out in the middle, talking to Richard last night, you don't necessarily appreciate just how quickly Ollie Stone's bowling. Spoke to Eskenazi last night and said he's a real handful, sending it down at 90 mile an hour and moving it both ways. It's going to get the job done, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He goes even further than the pile of sawdust at the far end, and he comes charging in once more and bowls a fullish delivery aimed at the base of middle stump, pushed out to Hamid, the bubbling Notts skipper. Swoops in, the end of a successful over for Ollie Stone. This 2nd innings, he's 7 overs, 2 for 27, following his first innings 5 for.
7 in the match for Ollie Stone. Remember when we spoke last week and we were talking about Josh Tongue, who'd just taken a 5 for against Warwickshire, probably going to miss out this match, and I was saying, well, that's good from a Leicestershire point of view, but not so good when you've got somebody like Ollie Stone to come in, as Patterson White continues, and it's been defended away by Tattersall into the offside. No run. Tattersall on to 6. Eskenazi yet to get off the mark. Slip and short leg in place as Patterson White comes in, bowls, and Tattersall this time off the front foot, defending away. Certainly a much nicer day now as we get into the later part of the afternoon. Well, that's a floated up delivery, very full. Tattersall thinks about having a drive and then just checks his shot into the covers. Fielded by Hamid. Next ball slightly shorter and Tattersall defends off the back foot.
Very interesting next week, just projecting ahead. I know this game's far from finished, but just projecting ahead to next week against Surrey as to what the Notts pace attack might actually be.
Patterson White in, and Tattersall again defends off the front foot. Surely they'd probably want to go tongue and stone.
Well, we know it won't contain Brett Hutton because now he's been officially injury replaced. He's got to sit out 8 days.
Patterson White in again, and another defensive shot from Tattersall to finish the over. Maiden from Patterson White, 128 for 4.
You just mentioned tongue and stone, but of course there's Dylan Pennington, and there's a certain Australian overseas player who wanted to play in this game, but they sort of said and alluded to, wanted to get him right, could go in this game if need be, and they wanted to bring him in as the substitute and weren't allowed, but all eyes are towards next week as well. So that's Fergus O'Neill, the Australian. So very interesting what they do. Of course, Lyndon James fills that role as the all-rounder as well, the number 7 spot. Edged. Another. Spilled by Patterson White. It was a repeat of the previous over, and how expensive might that be, because Eskenazi on naught has nicked it to Liam Patterson White down by his sort of right knee, right shin area. Such a good slip catcher, but that one has got out, and he's 2 for 3 today, and he's, well, head bowed. Nobody means to drop him, and there'll be all the usual comments, forget about it mate, there'll be another one in a minute, but with it being Eskenazi as well, it sort of feels like a double punch. This is run to backward point by the former Middlesex man for no run. That was one you know Liam would take, well, I'm going to say more often than not, 9.5 times out of 10, but out it came. Just one of those things.
Yeah, almost a carbon copy of the previous one. Still looks pretty disappointed, arms folded, just head down a little bit. He's got to shake it off though.
Here comes Ollie Stone in once more, bowls, and Eskenazi's got to sort himself out a bit here. Beaten on the outside there, just pushing at it, and he's swatting away angrily at nothing in particular. Just like there was a nasty wasp buzzing around his nose there. He knew he was almost drawn into another edge there. But just wonder if Liam Patterson White's first catch he took off Rishi Patel, it came comfortably, didn't it, at sort of waist height, and I wondered if that one was going to come there, and then suddenly he found it dying on him. Not trying to make excuses for him, but it was much lower, but he got both hands to it. Now it's an LBW. Shaz got him. Didn't matter. Eskenazi's gone for naught. Stone on fire. Gets 2 in the over. No, he doesn't, I beg your pardon. He got 1 in the previous over. Could have had 2 in this over. The same player being Eskenazi is out LBW for naught. And how often does that happen to players up and down the country? They'll get a low scoring one innings, a ton in the next, or vice versa. And for Stevie Eskenazi, this has been a really awkward few deliveries. Could have gone for naught, now has gone for naught, and Leicestershire have lost their last 5 wickets for 29 runs, something akin to what they did yesterday, also against Ollie Stone.
Yeah, beautiful delivery this time, just nipping back into the right-hander, and he looked disappointed initially, Eskenazi. He finished up just outside the off stump, but at the point of impact, hit him on the back leg. He was just in line with that off stump, and good decision there to put the finger up. So Leicestershire losing half their side now after starting this innings, this second innings, being asked to follow on, putting on a partnership of 99 for the first wicket. They're 128 for 5. Still 54 behind. Cox is the new batter. And Eskenazi, oh, big wicket that for Notts, considering what he did in the first innings with that 100, which saved the home side's blushes somewhat. Still a big first innings lead for Notts, but could have been a lot worse if it wasn't for that Eskenazi innings and that partnership between himself and Ajaz Patel, who made a career best 62. But all that's got to be put to one side now, and it's about trying to rebuild here for Leicestershire. We keep saying it, and every time we say it, another wicket seems to fall.
There's a man on a pair, Ben Cox. Didn't hang around too long yesterday. Neither Ben did, in fact. Ben Cox or Ben Green. Ollie Stone showing why, sort of whenever he has been fit over the last 2 or 3 years, he's then been rushed straight back into the England ranks. Stone figures a 3 for 27. Comes in then to bowl to Ben Cox, who gets bat on ball, pushing it out as far as Hamid, and there's no run. 128 for 5. Ollie Stone playing just his 11th match in 4 seasons for Nottinghamshire since signing from Warwickshire. 19 wickets for 49.9 apiece, Nikesh, before this match. They've just not been able to get him on the park often enough, and when he has, he's gone for a few runs. But this has been a standout performance. This is the Ollie Stone of Warwickshire vintage, Northants vintage, England vintage, and if Notts can have him available, as and when Tong isn't, or having them both running concurrently. There's Cox again, steering it nicely to backward point. Another wicket maiden for Ollie Stone. 8 overs, 3 for 27. Almost like a new signing, really, getting him back fit and well.
And he does look very fit. And obviously that 5 for in the first innings, 3 in this, and he's charging in with real intent. Looks to be enjoying his spell at the moment, which is good to see. It's what you want from your fast bowler, ripping the ball out of your hands and saying, no, give me one more. So far he's doing a splendid job for his captain, Hasib Hamid. They do just have a chat at the end of that over. Don't think you're going to get the ball out of his hand just yet, though. And just going back to comments yesterday, Patterson White doing a good job at the other end. Here he is, Patterson White, and that's been worked around the corner by Tattersall, but only as far as short fine leg, no run.
If he doesn't give you anything to hit, essentially you're not going anywhere, are you? Unless you can try and force something off Stone, and he doesn't give you a lot either.
Patterson White going at just over a run and a half and over. As Tattersall gently drives, but it's well fielded by Patterson White in his follow through.
But he always makes you play. You don't get many you can sort of leave alone from Patterson White. And he does have variations. Does have the arm ball, does have the one that will spin sharply.
Here he is, and just slightly drifting onto the pads there of Tattersall, who works the ball towards square leg. They take a single. Kind of I guess a Samit Patel kind of replacement.
Yeah.
Doing a very similar job. Wicket to wicket, and more often than not you've got to play at those deliveries. Odd one that can turn sharply, and a couple of subtle variations in terms of speed. Here he is to Cox, who defends. Straight back down the pitch.
Sort of forgotten until last week when Samit, of course, the announcement came out that he'd finished playing domestic cricket in this country and retirement from that.
There's Cox again defending back down the pitch.
He was thanking everybody obviously at Nottinghamshire for all the years there, and a little bit at Derbyshire, and also Glamorgan, and I'd forgotten that In 2021, it sort of got to the point where something had to happen and they wanted to get Liam Patterson-White in the team, and they let Samet go on loan to Glamorgan, and I'd totally forgotten about that till last week.
Patterson-White again, and final ball of the over is defended by Cox into the covers. Just one from it, 129 for 5. Leicestershire still trailing by 53. I'd forgotten about that as well. How long was he on loan there for?
Not for long, and I have a funny feeling, I'm pretty sure when I say, I think his debut for Glamorgan was at Colwyn Bay against Lancashire, and I think he bowled for 2 days. I think Lancashire got 700. It was one of those, and crikey, this is life away from Trent Bridge. This is something very different. Wasn't there for long, but with him just thanking Derbyshire and Glamorgan for his time there. Sort of had a little look. It's Stone in and bowls, and it's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Patterson-White came in, was it 2018, 2019 for his debut, and did well. I mean, he was always going to be somebody that would be good enough to sort of take that place as an all-rounder. His batting 8, he can probably bat higher than that. And early on, in fact, on debut, he got a 5-fer and got a century before COVID. Was that 2019? There's Stone in once more, and Tattersall leaves it alone. But 2020, they only had the 5 Bob Willis Trophy games, and Patel played in all of those. Liam Patterson-White didn't, and it's sort of a lost season for a lot of people, but it was for Liam. But the year after 2021, they wanted to get him in the side, and that sort of led to the end, really, of Samet as a red ball player with Notts. Played at the start of the season, but then Liam Patterson-White came in and Samet went off on loan. There's a really good delivery bowled with plenty of pace from Stone outside the off stump. Tattersall kept his bat inside the line, making sure he didn't get an edge on it. And of course, then Samet moved, had 2 years with Derbyshire after 20 years with Notts. 20 years that, despite what some would have you believe over the years, never missed a game through illness or injury. There's always a lot of people about Samet and fitness issues and all that. Well, he was fit enough to score runs and take wickets for 20 years. Terrific performer. 129 for 5. Stone in once more. Again, he's just not quite close enough to Tattersall for the batter to have to play at them. He's happy just to leave that bat on the off stump line, and anything wide of that he's going to let it go through to Verena. Calvin Harrison, of course, another one who everybody thinks so highly of, and thought he would be a shoe-in, but they've got Patterson-White, had Farhan Ahmed, and they had Calvin Harrison, and Darren Lehman, a big admirer of Harrison, and tempted him away to Northants. Stone bowls, cut away, but he won't get runs. Just bounced obligingly up for Slater at backward point, no run. 129 for 5. They just can't get a run at the moment, can they, one way or another? 30 runs have come since the openers were parted. 30 runs, 5 wickets have gone down in that time, all from the far end. 2 to Lyndon James. Then when his spell came to an end, 3 now in this spell for Ollie Stone. Tattersall has 7. Cox, the non-striker's end, still on 0. Again, Tattersall keeps it out, but that's another maiden for Ollie Stone. He's bang on it. Today again, 9 overs, 3 for 27. He had Eskenazi dropped before he got Eskenazi in his previous over. Liam Patterson-White wastes no time in handing his cap to another slow left arm spinner in his day, Richard Illingworth. Standing umpire at this end, Illingworth, of course, very famous association with the Trent Bridge ground because he made his Test debut there and got a wicket his very first ball in Test cricket. Phil Simmons of the West Indies.
94, something like that. Can't remember. We'll try and look that up. Patterson White is in, and it's driven, but straight into the covers, and there is no run.
I think you'd be about right. Yeah, something like.
Patterson White in once more, and the front foot defending is Cox. Another dot ball. Phil Simmons, of course, a massive hero in these parts, as Cox is once more defending away into the onside, no run.
Andy Eason watching the live stream. Dave, is the light poor? As the camera resolution very dim from Ollie Stone's end? At the moment we have got some darkish clouds, haven't we? It was very good 15 minutes or so ago.
Patterson right in, and it's worked round the corner by Cox, but only as far as short fine, no run.
Did have the floodlights on for the closing half a dozen overs yesterday. They haven't been on today, Andy. It's not absolutely A1 sunlight, but it's not that bad, is it?
It's pretty good compared to what it was before, as Cox just negotiates a turning delivery into the offside, no run.
And we're not facing Ollie Stone, are we? Clouds are parting again, Andy. We're getting a bit more sunshine.
Final ball of the over is full. It's driven, but fielded there at mid-off by Stone. Another maiden for Patterson White, who's going to less than a run and a half and over in this spell. Exactly what Notts want from him. Just hold up an end. If he can sneak a wicket or two, great. Just allow the fast bowlers to rotate from the other end, and I don't think Ollie Stone will want to do any rotating at the moment. The way he's bowling, he's marching up to the top of his bowling mark once more. Yeah,
Charlie sort of praising Ollie Stone here. He said it's amazing how often it happens that a player will get 100 in one innings and naught in the next. Cricket's such a great leveller. Well bowled though to Ollie Stone. He effectively got him out twice in 3 balls. It's not a bad effort, is it? They took all those deliveries to get Eskenazi out once in the first innings. Here is Stone to bowl to Tattersall. Pushes this down to Lyndon James, sort of a floating gully area. Cox still on naught. He's faced 11 balls now, still on a pair. He's had a century this season, Ben Cox. Very fine player, doing a bit of gardening down at the far end. Don't think he's going to do much damage tapping stuff down there. It's a bit like the M1, won't it, out there? Bowling hard. 129 for 5. Stone to Tattersall. Presumably just trying to get through this little passage to tee. Pushes it in the direction of a mead. In fact, this is the last over, isn't it? You're good with your sums. This is the last over, I think.
It should be, yeah.
129 for 5. So Liam Patterson White, 10 overs, 4 maidens, none for 14 from this end. I'd imagine he'll carry on afterwards. Don't see any real reason why they should change things, because Leicestershire they're not going anywhere. You can occupy the crease for a while, but you're still 50 odd behind. Stone bowls and getting wide enough to go through to the keeper. You've got to keep the board moving, haven't you? But neither of them are giving anything really. What Stone's figures were at the end of his first spell, but this one is hardly given a run away in taking these 3 wickets. It's just dropping mid-wicket back out onto the fence as if to make Johnny Tattersall believe he's going to get one banged in halfway down. You'll be able to hook this away for runs, Johnny's trying to tell him. Stone in, bowls, and he gets it away for runs, but on the opposite side, out towards Slater at point, and Ben Slater gets there and they do come back for a couple. So Tattersall adds to his score, moves on to 9, 131 for 5.
Before that, I think it was something like 1 run off the previous 5 overs.
Yeah. 2 balls left to tea. If you've not been with us at lunch, Notts enforced the follow-on. Leicestershire 182 behind on first innings. The openers put 99 on, and since then Rishi Patel caught Liam Patterson-White, bowled Lyndon James for 53. Ollie Stone comes in to bowl. Oh, and a play and a miss from Tattersall. Goes through to the keeper. Patel out for 53, then 99 for 1, 104 for 2 as Jake Weatherald caught Carl Verena, bowled Lyndon James for 38. Ian Holland caught Jack Haynes at third slip, bowled Ollie Stone for 6, that was 119 for 3. Lewis Hill caught Patterson White at first slip, bowled Ollie Stone for 15, that was 128 for 4. And Stevie Eskenazi, LBW Ollie Stone for 0, 128 for 5. Took a long time for things to happen in this session for Notts, but then they happened in a hurry, really. The last half an hour has seen the Foxes had 32 runs for those 5 wickets. Stone bowls again, delivery there or thereabouts to end the session. Top stuff from Ollie Stone, who's through 10 overs, 3 for 29, and you can tell how much Nottinghamshire felt they'd done well in that session. They're all sort of shaking hands with each other, almost if it was the end of the game. It isn't the end of the game, it's only the end of the afternoon session. 4 sessions remain. Leicestershire 51 behind. They've got 5 wickets in hand. Could be done today, but you'd be counting your chickens to bet anything on that being the likeliest outcome. Let's just hope the weather holds. Unless you're a Foxes fan, you might be doing a bit of a rain dance. A good session for Notts that. Ends with Leicestershire 131 for 5. The players will be back out there, weather permitting, in 20 minutes time. I hope you'll join Richard, Nikesh and myself, Dave Bracegirdle, for that, and we'll speak to you then.
And well, it could actually, I say final session on the third day, it could be the final session of the game, because Leicestershire still trailing by 51. Have only 5 now second innings wickets intact. So whether they can get through to whether they can get ahead, get through to the close, extend the game into the 4th day, hope for a little bit of help with the weather, who knows? But at the moment, it looks as though Notts are going to go ahead and win the game in fairly short order, unless the likes of Johnny Tattersall and Ben Cox, the 2 not-out batsmen, can put together a stand. Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham, myself Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, Nikesh Rugani of BBC Sport, your commentary team today, as the Nottinghamshire side take to the outfield. The 2 umpires already out there, and followed by Messrs Tattersall and Cox, and calls from the Nottinghamshire side to the, not quite sure, to their 12th man. Do they need something a little bit extra they've forgotten? Ollie Stone looks as though he's in need of something, but it was Stone before the break who, as he did in the first innings, he didn't exactly break the game open. I suppose Lyndon James did that by dismissing the 2 openers when Leicestershire were going really nicely, 99 for the first wicket, but Lyndon James came in and dismissed both, and Ollie Stone has followed up, as he did in the first innings, very, very effectively, charging down the slope from that Bennett end and finding movement both ways, bounce and real pace to dismiss the middle order. Well, Tattersall and Cox, what can they do? Liam Patterson-White, who's done a brilliant job for his side, hasn't picked up a wicket in the innings, but 10 overs, none for 14. He's kept things very, very tight, and he's going to continue from the pavilion end. Ben Cox does a few knee stretches and knee movements, and in goes Patterson-White and bowls to the crouching Cox, who pushes the ball straight back down the wicket to him. They'll have enjoyed their tea, Dave. Notts.
Will indeed, yeah. It's always the same, whichever match it is. Players just sort of meander very slowly back out to the middle after tea.
Patterson-White is in, Cox is forward, little bit of bounce, no turn, hit it quite high up in the bat, dropped it out to a sort of silly mid-on-ish position.
It's always business-like, and they almost march on at the start of the day and after lunch, but tea, here we go again.
Patterson-White's ready, but somebody perhaps up on the balcony caught Ben Cox's eye. There was a bit of movement alongside us on the Morris Burrows terrace, but that is very high. As Patterson-White is in, Cox looks to sweep. That's go. Oh, he's given him. I was about to say that's going on down the leg side, but it wasn't, said umpire Illingworth. And in the very first over post tee, Ben Cox has to go, and it is indeed, as Dave points out, a pair for the previously in form Cox. I'd like to see that from behind the bowler's arm. Here we go. Is it straighten enough? Yes, said umpire Illingworth.
Well, he knows a bit about slow left arm bowling, doesn't he? He's not given many, neither of them have given too many, but Liam Patterson-White getting good reward. I was just looking there, not so captainless after tea. That's perhaps why they weren't quite so business-like and organised and marched out to the middle as they usually are. No, Asiba Mead is not on the field. Rob Lord is. So, well,
I was going to say,
I would imagine Joe Clark is.
Maybe that's what they were
running the show.
The discussion. Anybody seen this? Has anyone told the skipper? The tea's finished.
He's got locked in the conveniences.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a hammering coming from the dressing room. Lads.
Yeah, it's funny. I virtually went round the entire team and thought, well, they're all out there, and so too is Rob Lord. And then I went and started again from one, and hang on, where's the skip?
Well, Mr. Cox Senior has been here for this game, so Ben having been in such great form throughout the season, promptly gets a pair of spectacles.
Yes, out LBW, LPW.
Ben Green comes out to join John Tattersall. Stone, the destroyer, hasn't been warming up. It looks as though it's going to be
Pennington.
Tall right-hander Pennington, judging by the warming up that's going on at on the 45 on the leg side behind square.
Yes, he had a shortened tea interval, Dylan Pennington, who was out working with Kevin Shine, getting loose.
Patterson White is into Ben Green, who strokes the ball back up the pitch to the Notts left armour. Barrel, as he's known by his teammates. In he goes, bowls. Green leans forward and pushes it out into the offside. Pennington continues to windmill his arms, but as Dave said, he should be ready to go because he's been bowling during the interval on the outfield. In goes Patterson White, forward goes Green, back to Patterson White goes the ball, and it is a wicket maiden. There have been a few of those this afternoon. Patterson White's is the latest. Leicestershire still 51 behind now with just 4 second innings wickets in hand.
Yes, and looks even worse now since the openers were parted. 6 for 32 since that breakthrough. We started the day by wishing former Notts and Australia Test player James Pattinson a happy 36th birthday, and of course he made his debut in this match, first game of the 2017 season. Notts had been relegated the year before in Division 2. Their first match was against Leicestershire. Their new Aussie overseas player James Pattinson made his debut, bowled from the Bennett end very quickly, as Stone has done in this game, and got 8 wickets in that match, as Stone has done in this game. And we sort of got to this same stage, very similar score lines, as Pennington comes in from the far end and it's turned on the leg side. And you may remember Notts needed 30-ish to win, and they went out there, and the winning blow was hit by a former Fox, Greg Smith, and it actually broke went straight through a pane of glass downstairs in the suite.
I remember, yeah.
Talk about inflicting damage on your former employers.
Greg went to be something in the city as well,
He did
didn't
go
he? Yes.
did go to be something in the city, yeah. There is Pennington, bowls wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Not sure what it was or what have you, but there was a time 3 or 4 years ago where his company or whatever had to, I think they sort of took it in turns to lay on a bit of function for everybody, or entertainment or whatever, and Greg Smith, it was Greg Smith's turn. He got Luke Fletcher to come down and talk to them all for an hour or so, which apparently went down very, very, very well. Is Pennington bowling to Tattersall turns this up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Sort of motivational speaker,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
scenes from my life, or
stories from his best-selling autobiography, Tales from the Front Line.
who co-wrote that?
That got us through COVID.
Was it?
That did.
It went sold well.
It went well. Yeah.
Still available
in
all good
all
bookshops,
bargain bucket places.
Oh.
Edged, and he's going to get 4 runs here. Tattersall edged it along the ground between the 3 slips and gully and away. Well enough for it to have a rerun in paperback. You know, initially having come out in was it 2021 in hardback, came out a year later after Luke had been County Championship Player of the Year for 2022, leading wicket taker in the country. So we added another chapter or 2 in that, and it came out in paperback. On 35 for 6, Pennington bowls this one wide of the off stump and through to Verena. So we're on the countdown on day 3. 30 overs remain after this one. Notts in a position where they could potentially go on and do it this evening. So if we get towards the end of the day and they fancy, if the light's certainly good enough, if they fancy they need an extra half an hour, that might be brought into the equation as well. Next delivery on its way.
Oh,
that's a good delivery. Really is a good delivery from Pennington. Hit the seam and jagged sharply away. I've never really thought about that, but if a side does take the extra half an hour, which is usually 8 overs, does that come off the 4th day allocation? Or is it just an extra 8 overs squeezed into the match? I don't know.
We will ask the umpires at some stage. Richard Illingworth is always prepared to explain.
I'm sure it's cropped up at some time in the past. I've asked it before, but can't remember.
Patterson White is into Ben Green, who steer/drives out to mid-off. Foolish delivery. Ollie Stone is the fielder. Short leg and slip as Patterson White is in. Slightly quicker, flatter delivery. Green goes back and just pushes it carefully back down the pitch on the offside. LPW feels off his own bowling. Gives the ball a very careful polish on the bottom of his sweater. It's still only 38 or so overs old. Tosses that one up pleasantly. Green, as in the first ball. Steer drives out to Stone at mid-off.
And we've had a wicket from this end now. Patterson White getting that wicket. Just thinking, were the two this morning from the far end, James and Pennington? I think they might have been.
Goes Patterson White back, riskily, slightly. Goes Green, defends back down the pitch.
Certainly 5 out of 6 in this innings from the far end, and I think Ajaz Patel was caught by a Mead at mid-wicket, so he would have been from the far end.
Outside, off stump, and a little bit of bounce, and Green cuts it aerially down through about the gully area, floats it down, and then gets a little bit of pace off the ground and runs towards the marquee, the advertising hoardings in front of the children's party down there. Not quite as raucous as it was. The effects of the cake have worn off, perhaps.
Not seen the fox. Yeah, 7 of the 8 wickets have gone from the far end today.
He's tied up in over there. In goes Patterson White. Green hits it down into the ground, and Patterson White fields in his follow through. End of the over. Patterson White 12 overs, 1 for 18. Leicestershire 139 for 6. Still 43 away from making Nottinghamshire bat again.
Tom Scriven is listed to come in next. Of course, he began the game on the sidelines, came in as a replacement for Josh Davey. Ajaz Patel got 62 in the first innings, and the man who couldn't be defeated, Josh Hull. He was 7 not out in the first innings. Here's Pennington, looking to add to his list of scalps in this match. Bowls to Tattersall, and there's no run. 4:45-ish, local time, UK time, and been joined by listeners to Sports Extra here at Grace Road. A little cloudier than it has been throughout the day, but the clouds are high and the cricket intent. Difficult position for Leicestershire at the moment, as this is forced away on the offside by Tattersall. Will get a run. 140 for 6 Leicestershire in their second innings. They were 99 without loss, with Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherall, the Australian, without a care in the world, romping to an opening stand of 99 after Notts enforced the follow-on. The last wicket of Leicestershire's first innings fell about a minute past 1 o'clock. It was the first ball of sort of the extra half an hour, so Notts had 40 minutes to stew over their decision with the first innings lead of 182. They, late on in the luncheon interval, decided to make the Foxes bat again. Weatherall and Patel went out and had a bit of a whack as Green pushes this ball back to Pennington, and then the wheels came off. Lyndon James in consecutive overs removed Rishi Patel for 53, Jake Weatherall for 38, before coming out of the attack and handing over to Ollie Stone, who did as he did in the first innings where he finished with a 5 for. He blew away 3, 4 and 5. Holland for 6, Hill for 15, and then Stevie Eskenazi, who was last out this morning for 100, was out for 0, and it was almost a 2 innings 0 because he was dropped a couple of balls before. As Green pushes this into the offside, and then Ollie Stone got him LBW. The last man to go, Ben Cox, who's made a pair in this match, LBW to Patterson White for 0. Was it the last game that Cox got a century? Or the game before?
He got a century.
Yeah, so bit of a fall from grace. He'll come again, Ben Cox, very fine player, but no runs for him in this particular match. Leicestershire 140 for 6, still trail by 42 as Pennington bowls wide of the off stump through to the keeper, coming towards the back end of this over. Then there'll be 28 overs to go, and I'll hand over to Nikesh Regani to guide you through the next little passage of play alongside Richard. A lot of doom mongers during the tea interval wondering if their plans for Bank Holiday Monday might be reappraised, might not be coming back here as scheduled, but keep the faith, said some others. This one left alone on length goes through to wicketkeeper Verena. It's 140 for 6. The deficit's still 42. Ben Green has 4. Tattersall has 14. 3 wickets to Ollie Stone, 2 to Lyndon James and 1 to Liam Patterson White. More from Richard, and then, as previewed, he'll be joined by Nikesh.
That was straight over the top of middle, but it was a long way over the top of middle, and Green went forward to it, an indication. I know Pennington is a very tall, broad-shouldered man, but the bounce that he gets is sometimes extraordinary, but also an illustration that umpires have to be very careful when it comes to leg before wickets and the bounce that sometimes the taller fast bowlers get. Patterson White is in to John Tattersall, who is forward, playing the ball out into the leg side. Came into the Leicestershire side for the first time this season against Glamorgan in the last game, having missed the first 2, and produced a century. Forward he goes, thick inside edge, not so very far from Haynes at short leg. Well, he's going to have to do something similar here if they're going to have the remotest chance, you would have thought, of playing their way back into this game. Still 42 behind on first innings with just 4 second innings wickets intact. Tattersall is forward, again inside part of the bat, runs quickly over the ground to Haynes. Patterson White bowls, back goes Tattersall and whips it around the corner. It's a bit of a chase for Pennington. He knows there's always going to be 2, so he doesn't really have to exert himself too much. He follows the ball, runs almost alongside it for a stride or 2 before picking up and returning to Verena. Tattersall on to 16. They want to make Nottinghamshire bat again at the very least. Leicestershire, they don't want to go down by an innings to their East Midlands rivals, that's for sure. They'll have greater ambitions than that, of course they will, but you know what I mean. In goes Patterson White, back Tattersall, playing firmly out into the offside. Clark, the cheerleader there, clapping away at extra cover. In goes Patterson White, back goes Tattersall, it skids on, but he manages to play it off the pitch out into the offside end of the over. There's a couple of runs from it. 13 overs, 1 for 20 for Patterson White, and on a pitch that's given him very little help. A little bit of slow turn, but not much more than that. He has done a really good job for his side in both innings, really, over 30 overs in the game, and he's given away nothing. Just doesn't bowl bad balls. Very, very few anyway.
1.5 and over.
Yeah.
As Hasib Hamid, the captain, for Notts makes his way back onto the field. Dylan Pennington continues, and has been defended away towards Hamid, who was almost wrong-footed, but then gets his boot in the way of the ball. They're an extra cover to prevent any run. You can see what Green is trying to do, just have a little shimmy down the track, batting slightly outside his crease as well, trying to be positive against Pennington. There is Pennington once more, and Green drives but gets the ball on the inner half of the bat towards mid-on, and there is no run. It's a tricky balancing act, I guess, because a lot of modern players would see a situation like this, and the best way of getting yourself out of a bit of a hole is to try and be positive, try and launch a counter-attack, hit a few boundaries, but then with just 4 wickets in hand, Leicestershire can't afford too many risks, as Green lets the next ball go outside off. Top score of 77 in his 38 match career so far for Ben Green. An average of just over 20. Pennington with his long run up, running in towards us. Into Green, who does advance down the track but then leaves one alone just outside off again. 142 for 6 if you are just joining us here on Sports Extra or via the BBC Sport app and website. Leicestershire trailing by 40 runs in this second innings after being asked to follow on against Notts. Notts batted first, made 490. Leicestershire 308 in reply, thanks largely to a century from Steve Eskenazi, 62 from Ajaz Patel. And as another one is left alone by Green outside off stump. They started really well in their second innings, Leicestershire, 99 for the first wicket before Rishi Patel was the first man out. And then the wickets have continued to fall. 142 for 6 as things stand. Notts will feel if they can get another 1 or 2 soon, they could wrap this game up today. Leicestershire, of course, will have other ideas. Plenty of capable batters in the lower order as Green works one into the leg side. I think there might not have been any bat involved. No, there wasn't. Leg by signalled. And Leicestershire with just the one off the over, that leg by. 143 for 6, trailing by 39.
Was that reasonably fair? There've been a couple of showers around today, but they've missed us, and away to the south. Nice light skies. So we're going to get all these overs if Nottinghamshire need them. 26 tonight, possibly 8 more on top of that. Patterson White is in. Back goes Green and defends. He's a capable batsman, Ben Green, more than capable batsman. Tattersall can reasonably classify himself as a front-line batsman, so still hope for the Foxes. In goes Patterson White, back goes Green, and looks to steer it away off the back foot. Can't get it past Hamid, but they were very happy, Nottinghamshire, with the position. Leicestershire at the moment going nowhere. 131 for 5 at tea as Patterson White is forward, thick inside edge. Now 143 for 6, and we've had 6.5 overs post tea. Patterson White is in, Green is forward. Liking your work here. Baz, which presumably is a sort of short for barrel, which is in turn is short for Patterson White, nickname for Patterson White. He's in. Green is forward, pushing into the onside this time. The delivery having been on middle stump. Bowls. Green is playing a little bit more firmly, but again only as far as Slater at mid-wicket. So you can almost take it as read that unless we tell you otherwise, Patterson White is bowling maidens. And that's his 6th out of 14 overs bowled in this innings. He continues to be superbly consistent. 43 for 6.
So we've got Baz, we've got Jazzy.
Yes.
Leicestershire in the form of Ajaz Patel. Talked about a previous Leicestershire spinner in Anil Kumble, former overseas. As Pennington makes his way in, and that's left alone by Tattersall. Any guesses as to what his nickname was?
I'm assuming it, because you're asking, it must be something a bit more original than
I think so.
Cumbers or something like that. Go on then.
Jumbo, as in, because his balls used to take off from a length like a jumbo jet.
Ah, okay.
Got the nickname Jumbo over his long career. Not because of any sort of elephant references or anything like that. As Pennington continues and Tattersall defends into the offside for no run.
Well, Jumbos actually, they take off very gradually. They're very
Yeah, they do.
It's not a.
They do. I mean, that was the reason.
It's not a steep one, is it?
It's not like a helicopter.
Those 737, the Boeing 737s and that they vertical, aren't they? But in the air very quickly.
Pennington then with his long run up. Comes in bowls, full on the pads, and that's been whipped away nicely by Tattersall out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Timed really well. It races across this lush green outfield. I say lush, it's looking a lot more lush this season, Richard, than it has previously.
Yeah, they did their best over the winter. As I say, you can see the new channels, or the channels that were dug for some new irrigation over the winter. They were very careful about taking off the turfs, so to speak, and relaying them, but obviously the edges take a little bit of time just to rebed in. It was an independent contractor that did the irrigation, so they lost a bit of control there, the ground staff.
Pennington bowls again leg side, but this time it's worked away to that fielder at mid-wicket, Joe Clark, so no run.
But yes, there's more grass on it, thankfully, and I'm sure they'll get it sort of lusher in the end. It's still very fast and pretty hard underneath. Not very deep either, in terms of where it's getting hard. But there might be a bit less skin lost on the elbows and what have you.
Pennington bowls, oh that's a beauty. Short of a length, extra bounce. Not much Tattersall could do about that. Had a little poke at it, but in the end missed it. It's through to Verena. Leicestershire remain 147 for 6, trailing by 35 runs.
He looks very calm at the crease, doesn't he, Tattersall? Nothing much seems to phase him, North Yorkshireman.
Pennington to complete the over. Ball's outside off, and it's left well alone by Tattersall, who remains unbeaten on 20. He's got the kind of build and stature at the crease of, I would say maybe like a right-handed Neil Fairbrother, quite slim built.
You'd take that comparison, you would have thought, wouldn't you?
Technically very correct, as you say, got a good temperament.
A best of 180 not out for Yorkshire against Surrey at Scarborough. That wasn't so long ago, 2022.
Scarbados.
Where Leicestershire are due in at the end of August. They're going to play a championship game against Yorkshire. There, Patterson White is in. Green goes back and plays it firmly off the stumps out into the offside. The sweeper comes in. Hayes and Green takes one. He's doing it very steadily today, Ben Green. 5 off 26 for him, 148 for 6. Likes the film Anchorman. John Tattersall, that is. In goes Patterson White. Forward goes Tattersall. And his speciality subject in a pub quiz would be quotes from the Harry Potter films.
Yeah.
You're a Harry Potter
Interesting,
fan?
yeah. Damn, actually.
Oh, right.
Right up my street.
In goes Patterson White, back goes Tattersall. As a parent who had to read the damn things to my young sons, very young sons at the time, I'm not so much. The books got longer, and she was desperately in need of a good editor, but I bet they weren't allowed to touch them. In goes Patterson White, forward goes Tattersall. They went on for, and the number of times Harry's stomach turned over. Mine was turning over by the end.
But this was quotes from the Harry Potter films.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Not the books.
Yeah.
You might just have watched the movies. Patterson White is in. Forward goes Tattersall. Yes, I was immediately taken to the trauma of reading those doorstop books, or having to read them.
Well, there's a Harry Potter series coming out now,
Is there?
which is apparently going to include a lot more detail than the films.
Patterson White is in. Tattersall goes back, plays it firmly into the ground. It bounces off. Short leg. But Haynes, obviously it bounced first. Haynes manages to make the stop one way or another. 148 for 6. 23 overs potentially remain tonight, unless we get the extra 8.
You wouldn't bet against it if Notts can just sneak another breakthrough here.
No.
Pressure's certainly building. I mean, there's no pressure on Leicestershire to score quickly, but in turn they still need to keep things ticking over, because you don't want to dig yourself into a hole.
Yeah, well,
Still trailing by 34.
Exactly, yeah.
Here comes Pennington into Green, who drives nicely past Hamid at extra cover. There's a chase on for the Notts captain out towards the boundary. He's going to get there, and Green is going to make it safely back for 3 runs. One of the few grounds where you see this many threes run, especially with the pitch right in the middle of the square.
150 up, but considering that the 99 that was put on by the openers came at 6 and over,
Yeah.
pretty much. The run rate is now 3.3, and that will tell you that that third 50 has come at not much more than at 2 and over. What a difference.
Pennington back in, and Tattersall is forward defending away to Hamid at extra cover. It's been pretty painful. Quite similar to I didn't watch the snooker. Apparently there was a frame the other day,
Yes.
which just went on forever, and what was it, the black ball was
Allen
blocking the
versus
pocket, and
Wu, yes, and yes.
surrounded by loads of reds, and it's a very negative snooker being played apparently. As Pennington is in, and Tattersall defends back down the pitch. Slightly different here, of course. I mean, Leicestershire, after such a positive start, lost a few wickets, went back into their shell, but there has been some very good bowling from Nottinghamshire, it has to be said. Ollie Stone in particular, but also Liam Patterson-White doing a sterling job in keeping things tight, picking up a wicket himself. 1 for 21 his figures off 15 overs, 6 maidens in there. For now it's Pennington from the Bennett end, short, and he shaped up to have a hook at that, did Tattersall, but then realised it was perhaps a little bit too high. towards the offside as well, and then pulled out of his shot at the last moment.
That must have been close to wide. I know it's hard to tell the height at which it goes past the shoulder or head, but
he's not a big man, is he?
No, that jeepers, that was, well, generous. Floodlights are coming on.
Pennington in, and Tattersall just works one off his hip into the leg side, runs through for a quick single. They need a little bit more of that, don't they? Just find the singles where you can. Plenty of gaps there. They've still got the slip cordon in, 3 slips, a gully. Only other 2 fielders saving the single are at extra cover and at mid-on. Pennington bowls, and that's short. That's been pulled high in the air out towards deep mid-wicket, and that was put away pretty emphatically by Ben Green. Welcome boundary for the Foxes.
Gosh, you got all of that.
Just played it with the angle, didn't he? It was angled in towards his body, but at a nice height, sort of chest height, sat up well.
Felt like a lot of frustration went into that shot from Ben Green. He goes into double figures onto 12. Deficit 26. Patterson-White, the ever dependable, is into Tattersall. Goes back and defends. Obviously we'd lose 2 for the change of innings, so the further Leicestershire go ahead, the less likely it is the game will finish today, if they can get ahead. Patterson-White in, back goes Tattersall, nibbles it out to mid-wicket. He's going to have to hurry, Ben Green, but he's a big chap, but it's the throw, the reaction really from Ben Slater wasn't of the quickest, reaching down to his right. He didn't throw with the air of a man who thought there was a real chance of running Green out, and indeed Green had made his ground fairly comfortably.
I guess it depends how far Leicestershire get in front.
Yeah. Patterson-White is in. Green pushes into the gap between Hasib Hamid in the covers and Lyndon James, who's at backward point. Takes one. And they're just beginning, these two, to build a little bit of a partnership. In goes Patterson-White, back goes Tattersall. Nicely timed, but only as far as mid-wicket, where Slater makes the stop. They came together with the score on 1-3-1. First over after tea. Ben Cox given out leg before sweeping. Patterson-White is in. Reaching for it a little bit is Tattersall. Thick outside edge to James at backward point. So 27 they've put together for the 7th wicket so far. Patterson-White bowls. Tattersall is forward, pushing out into the on side. Just the 2 singles then from the over. Patterson-White takes his cap from umpire Illingworth. 158 for 6:21 to go tonight. 24 the deficit. Tattersall a painstaking 22 from 62. Green just beginning to get into some sort of stride. 13 of 29.
Change in bowling. Lyndon James from the Bennett end then. Taking a couple of wickets. I hope Nottinghamshire that he can make another breakthrough here. 2 for 25 his figures from 6 overs so far. Here is Lyndon James then. Bowling to Green, down the leg side slightly. He's hit on the pad and ball ends up at short fine. Green gets down the other end for a single. It's leg by signalled.
Outside the line, stepping forward and across. Quite a number of batsmen have done successfully in this match, notably Joe Clark.
James turns, runs in, bowls, and Tattersall is again forward defending into the offside. Welcome to everybody listening on Sports Extra 3 via BBC Sounds. Nikesh Ragani, Richard Ray and Dave Bracegirdle with you as Leicestershire look to battle their way to reducing this deficit of 24 runs in their second innings after being asked to follow on. They trail by 24, they're 158 for 6. They were 99 without loss at the start of this second innings as James is in, and that's a lovely delivery. That's the outside edge of Tattersall, who's pushing at one outside off. The floodlights are on here at Grace Road. There's a bit of blue sky in the distance, but some grey cloud up above. Thankfully, the rain has stayed away so far today.
It does sometimes help the conditions for the swing bowling, doesn't it? The floodlights, no idea where that should be, but I mean, obviously they generate heat as well as light,
yep.
But still quite a long way away from the place.
James bowls, and that's been flicked away by Tattersall out towards deep square leg. Another run onto the total.
He too was a long way forward and across then. They're so good off their legs, these players, for the most part, that it's not necessarily a bad tactic. You get out. So if you are hit on the pads, it's hitting you outside the line, and the only danger then is getting bowled behind your legs, isn't it, really? But I've seen it happen a couple of times. Not often, though.
Green, who's on 13, drives at one, but it's straight into the covers. Joe Clark with the fielding. Lyndon James with the number 8 on his back. Number that Stuart Broad used to wear, of course.
And he went to Stuart Broad's school at Oakham.
Here is James once more, and well, that's, well, I think an attempted leave in the end, but it's crashed off the face of the bat into the ground and away to gully on the bounce. So end of the over, 160 for 6. I was saying to Dave a couple of days ago, Oakham away used to be my favourite fixture of the season during my school days. Lovely batting pitches there, beautiful.
Was that at the time when Frank Hayes was the cricket? No, probably.
This was, we're going back.
Might have been Hayes.
Going back 20
back
odd years.
Then, yeah, so it could have been just.
Leicestershire used to use it quite regularly as an outground, but in recent years Kibworth has been favoured. Another
So
lovely ground.
Over there, 4 years, I would think. Oakham, something like that. Patterson White then, I'll do this over and then we'll get to Dave back alongside Nikesh. In goes Patterson White, back goes Tattersall. Into the pitch goes the ball. Single saving field, men on the 45, offside and leg side, mid wicket and mid on and mid off. In goes Patterson White, down the pitch goes Tattersall, then covers up. Just pushes the ball back up the pitch to LPW. Hip hip hoorays are going on in the children's party over there. Patterson White in, back goes Tattersall, looks to force it away off the back foot, doesn't really time it, runs it straight out to Hamid at extra cover. Steps in, bowls, going down the leg side. Went straight on with the arm. Tattersall went back, tried to whip it away into the leg side, but it was missing another stump, I think. It didn't straighten, unlike the one that did just straighten to Cox. That was going on down the leg side. Patterson-White didn't appeal. Duckett and Verena sort of did for form's sake as much as anything. Nicely timed by Tattersall as he clips that one out into the leg side, but it runs straight along the ground to mid-wicket at a rate of knots. And Ben Slater, the ball bounces off him, but he makes the stop. Patterson-White is in. Back again goes Tattersall, playing out to mid. On at this time, Clark picks up, and well, you know the form. Patterson-White bowls another maiden, his 7th.
Yep, it's been relentless from the slow left armour, not allowing Leicestershire any breathing room here. They are building a partnership of sorts here, worth 29 now between Tattersall and Green. The deficit down to 22 runs. Leicestershire 160 for 6. As James continues, and he goes down the leg side once more to Green. There was again a little bit of cross his stumps towards the offside. Maybe James is targeting that leg stump. Long run up, Lyndon James. Running in towards us once more. Bowls, and Green gently drives into a gap there at extra cover. Takes the single. Hamid with not a full-blooded throw at the stumps, but just a gentle shy. The non-striker's end.
What's your close of play score going to be then?
We've got left 18 overs after this. Potentially another 8 on top of that. It kind of depends, doesn't it? If Notts manage another couple of wickets here, we could see the extra half hour being taken as Tattersall is in and guiding this one out towards deep third for a single.
Run rate's dropping like a stone, isn't it? Not quite an Ollie stone, but it was 5.5 all the time. The openers were there rattling along.
Even if they don't lose another wicket here, they might struggle to take a lead. 20 runs they still trail by. 18 overs left after this. Patterson-White's going to keep on bowling. Here comes James, and Green just gets one off his hip into the leg side. Runs through. I think it will be signalled leg by. It is. Do a few more of those leg bys. He's had a few in the last couple of overs. There's Ben Green. What do you reckon then, Dave? Predicting a Notts win this evening?
No, not this evening. We'll be back tomorrow morning.
Here is James bowling outside off, and that's left alone by Tattersall.
It's a cute way, I guess, of trying to produce a wicket, forecasting that, but it did seem as if they may be in danger of being blown away again by Ollie Stone, as he did yesterday. It took an out of character 9th wicket stand of 100 to sort of halt the slide. Yesterday Leicestershire went from 48 without loss to 146 for 8. Stone getting 5 of the wickets. It looked as if he was going to do the same before tea.
James back into Tattersall, who's hit somewhere in his midriff, and they get through for another leg by. Well called through by Ben Green. End of the over. Leicestershire on to 164 for 6, trailing by 18.
18 overs to go then. Big push now towards the back end of the day. 164 for 5. This is a fixture that certainly this century has been bossed by Notts. Leicestershire haven't defeated Notts in the Midlands Derby, the East Midlands Derby, since 2004. This is only the 12th meeting this century, but Notts have very much held sway over the last incarnations. Here's Patterson White, slow left arm spin around the wicket, and Tattersall flirting with danger there, went down on one knee to sweep, much like Ben Cox did a little earlier. Got a bit of bat on it though. Just paddled it round the corner, no run. Pennington fielding, it's in again, this time it's dropped to leg where Jack Haynes is suited and booted at short leg, makes the stop. 164 for 6, 18 between the teams, and Patterson White with the ball seemingly on a string at the moment, bowling beautifully. This one is chopped into the offside, and Hamid does the fielding. Just noticeable then, in fact you can see it now as he's walking back to his fielding position. You can see the full effect of the floodlight, shadows all around him. Dark clouds are high. Hamid fields again, next ball pushed straight to him in the covers, no run. Hopefully we'll be able to escape the gloom and get through to the end whenever that comes. 164 for 6, Patterson White round the wicket, bowls whipped away wristily for runs on the leg side, probably 4 of them because there's nobody out there in the deep. Slater's after it. If it doesn't go for 4 they'll run 5, but it does just go over the rope and will need to be fetched back on that side of the ground, the meat side of the ground. Welcome 4 runs, so Leicestershire only 14 behind now with 4 wickets in hand. Has to be said that I think during the tea interval a good percentage of those that were in the ground decided that they were off to either get a warm back at home or head on to other evening engagements. There's not that many left inside Grace Road now. Notts fans that came this morning all still here, hopefully looking on as their side might produce a win for them today. 168 for 6, but the Foxes holding firm. Tattersall 28, Green 14. This pair have done really well since Cox was dismissed at 131 for 6. It's now 168 for 6, and we've got a scheduled 17 overs remaining in the day.
Rare, expensive over. Well, I say expensive, just fall from it, but the fact that Patterson White conceded any runs was a bit of a surprise there. Slightly out of character delivery, but a good shot from Tattersall to find the boundary.
I think there comes a point where you just try something different, don't you?
Of course. Lyndon James then from the Bennett end into Green, who defends solidly into the offside. There's no run. Of course, Bank Holiday Monday tomorrow. So,
don't they call it Star Wars Day tomorrow? May the 4th?
May the 4th be with you.
Must dig out the Darth Vader and the Stormtrooper fancy dress costumes tonight then to bring in. How about that?
James bowls and Green guides the ball slightly finer than he was intending out towards deep third. There's a bit of work to do, and out comes the big size 10 maybe from Ben Slater, maybe a little bit smaller than that. Prevents the boundary, saves the run. 3 onto the total.
The big Chesterfield fan, because his side getting through to the playoffs. They'll face Notts County, I think, in the
That's right.
League 2 playoffs starting next weekend. Big.
Is that a local derby? I guess
very much so. Yeah, and of course the history as well. The recent history. They have met a few times in the playoffs, including at Wembley when they were both in the non-league together.
James into Tattersall. It's full. It's driven really nicely down towards the long on boundary for 4. There's no need to run for that. No need to chase it down, really. Just ask somebody from the hospitality tent maybe to chuck it back at you. One of the kids at the party.
They're having a bit too much cake over there. They're having too good a time to concentrate on the cricket. I was going to ask you something of national importance, and I can't think what it. Oh, Star Wars. Is that all? Is that all finished now? We seem to just suddenly go from 30 years of not having any Star Wars to one being popped out every 6 months.
I think so. I don't know if there's any more releases. That's a beauty from James to Tattersall past the outside edge. Good response from the tall seamer. Never really gotten into Star Wars.
You have seen them.
I've seen the old ones, yeah. When I was a kid, my dad made me watch them.
He made me. You will.
He did. He's like, sit down and watch this. This is good stuff. So yeah, I saw the originals. Never really got me though. Oh, that's another lovely delivery, and there's a big appeal for a catch behind. They're all celebrating the Notts players. Verena was jumping around with joy. Batter's unmoved, umpire's unmoved, and Tattersall remains at the crease.
Just having a little look as we can on the monitor here in the commentary box. Lyndon James bowling to Tattersall. Didn't appear to be particularly close to the ball. I think it brushed the pad on what we saw there.
The leg of the trouser, yeah, just the back pocket, I think.
There's been a bit of that in this game, and Notts have. I don't know. They've sort of got this collective appealing and celebrating without waiting for the umpire's finger to go up. Off to a tee.
James spells a leg stump half volley, which Tattersall works around towards deep mid wicket, and they get through for a couple of runs. So the deficit now down to just 5 runs, with 16 overs remaining at least today. 177 for 6.
It's not given a lot in this game, umpire Shanmugam, but certainly on the replays, and we've not got all the gadgets and gizmos, we've not got the snickos and all the rest of it, but just with our eyesight peering at the monitors, it would appear he's got most of them right, wouldn't it?
I think so.
If not all of them. I mean,
yeah.
There's been no howlers out there.
Nope.
It's understandable if you hear a snick behind that you're going to appeal. But that one did look as if it was off the pad. But for my money, he's been bang on. There's Patterson White bowling, start of a new over, and then quickly has to adjust. Was moving away in his follow through away to the left, and then has to quickly change direction because the drive was just to the onside of straight by Ben Green, former Somerset man, and of course over the course of the Notts first innings, spreading a day and a half, he took 7 wickets. It was absolutely magnificent. This is lifted slightly on the leg side, straight to Slater. Got 3 wickets on the first day, and the other 4 before lunch on day 2, which seems like a week ago, but was only yesterday morning. Patterson White bowls again, defended with a flat bat by Green, just played it down in front of him. Strange old couple of days. Only 4 wickets went down on day 1, 14 went down yesterday, and we've had 8 so far today, with about an hour's cricket left, you'd imagine. 15 overs after this one anyway. Patterson White bowls, and deep in his crease, Ben Green with that wonderful bristling moustache pushes it out onto the offside. Don't think it necessarily aids or hinders his cricket. It's just a wonderful example. Patterson White bowls again to the moustached man, pushed into the offside, no run. Richard interviewed him on the first evening, and I stood by and watched and didn't hear a word he said. I was just fascinated by his hair adornment, facial adornment. Magnificent. Next ball pushed out to the Notts skipper, Asib Hamid, all his fingers taped up as usual with lots of sticking plaster. End of that over from LPW, who either side of T now has bowled 19 overs, 1 for 27.
Ever sported any facial hair yourself, Dave?
No. Bit of lazy days off stubble maybe, if I've had 2 or 3 days where I've not moved very far, but that's pretty much as far as it's gone.
I keep a bit of stubble these days, more for, I guess, laziness than anything else. But did Movember a couple of years ago for charity, so I grew my moustache for the month of November. Went for the handlebar, the sort of Merv Hughes kind of Mitchell Johnson look. Turned out pretty well in the end. I'll show you a picture in a minute, actually, as Lyndon James continues, and that's been worked away by Tattersall out towards deep mid-wicket. They think about 2, but they settle for a single.
You know he's proud when he's already finding it on his phone.
Oh, it was magnificent.
What is magnificent for Leicestershire is that they're 4 away from making Notts bat again. And from a position that looks getting towards that of hopeless, they're sort of just slowly but surely bringing back a ray of hope.
Here is James into green, and that's a rising delivery outside off, left alone.
You know, if they can wipe this out and certainly get to the close without any further damage. Oh, he's absolutely bang on. It's not great radio, but he has just shown me a photo of this of his Merv Hughes. Good stuff, that one. 78 for 6 out in the middle. Just thinking that the worst of these dark clouds has just about passed us by.
James back in, and that one keeps really low, shoots through underneath the bat of Ben Green, just outside off though. Lucky it wasn't in line with the stumps.
Notts haven't used James Hayes since tea. Hayes only entered the match today as a replacement for the injured Brett Hutton. Pulled up 4 balls into an over yesterday and went off as a precaution. Problem with the calf. Well, blow me, James Hayes is loosening up away on the leg side.
James back in. That's another lovely delivery. Squares up green. He was on the move trying to defend that one. The ball whizzes past his outside edge once more.
I don't know if he's keeping loose or he's got the nod from the skipper, but came into the match just a few overs this morning, wicketless. Was actually on the ground as a fielding sub yesterday. Took a stunning catch at long leg, a really good effort.
James into green, and it's a much better looking shot. Defended off the front foot.
I think it was Tom Scriven who just helped a ball down the leg side. Nice little pick up and flick down to long leg, and on the boundary edge a really good diving full length grab from James Hayes. And of course the man he caught was Leicestershire's man who joined the game late as a substitute on the first day for Josh Davey going off injured.
Green leaves the next ball alone, thinks about having a poke at it just outside off, but pulls his bat out in time. So end of another very good over there from Lyndon James. Leicestershire trailing by 4. They are 178 for 6.
Yeah, there are options for Asiba Mead. I don't think Lyndon James had many actually in this spell since replacing Dylan Pennington. We've not seen Ollie Stone since tea. We've not seen James Hayes for quite some time. Paterson White to continue. This will be his 20th over in succession from this end. 10 before tea. It's in now to Tattersall, the former Yorkshire wicketkeeper. Just drops it down on the leg side. Richard Ray out on the balcony looking skywards. I don't think there's any spits and spots in the air. I think we're going to be good for a while. Next ball is defended. Back to the bowler.
It's not quite doing a rain dance yet.
No. A ray dance maybe.
Rain,
yeah.
but not
good.
Yeah.
Very good. I thought I could hear a peacock then, but I think it's probably the kids making all sorts of noises from that marquee at the far end in their party best birthday party over the far side of the ground. This one's hit out to James Hayes. Single taken, 179 for 6. Leicestershire 3 away from making Notts bat again. Notts have Hayes and Hames on the field at the moment, which could certainly confuse a dimwit commentator. Next ball is... Oh, that's a lovely delivery. They're claiming it, and again, sorry, Shanmugam doesn't endear himself to Kyle Verreynne. He was drawn forward a whisker there, Ben Green, by the slow left-arm spin of Liam Patterson-White. Got some purchase on it. Beautiful. Falling forward, Ben Green. Verreynne whipped off a bail, appealed, began to celebrate. Umpire said not out. Must have left the back leg there, and again, the replay would seem to suggest it was a good decision. Next ball's played up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, good bit of glove work.
Yeah.
It was such a good delivery that Verreynne just felt it deserved a wicket, hence the really exuberant appeal. But yeah,
he likes an appeal.
Foot was well in the crease.
Patterson-White bowls. This is guided to deepish gully. No run, end of the over. 179 for 6. The end of the over. Richard Illingworth just raises his arm to acknowledge Ollie Stone, who'd clearly just said, I'm just popping off for a moment, and Farhan Ahmed is coming on. Farhan Ahmed, who has played against his brother Ryan, certainly in the blast fixtures over the last couple of years, but Ryan nowhere around, nowhere near Leicester to have a catch-up with this week. He's away in the IPL. Got a bowling change from the far end, and it's not going to be Ollie Stone, as I say, who's just trotted off the field. It is going to be James Hayes. 4 overs, none for 23 from James Hayes. Had a little bowl as well at the end of Leicestershire's first innings, but all his previous overs were from this end. Let's see what he can do, aided by the elements, because he's going to be running down the slope.
There he is from the Bennett end, ball in hand. Hayes into Tattersall, shortish delivery, which is negotiated well in the end by Tattersall, high up on his toes, just guiding the ball on the bounce to gully.
He is quick, there's no doubt about that. Obviously working under the tutelage of Kevin Shine. Came through the Somerset age groups, coached by former Notts bowler Ben Phillips. Trial with Notts 3 or 4 years ago, and the rest, as they say, is leading towards a successful career here.
Hayes into Tattersall, and that's worked off his legs out towards deep mid-wicket. Another run onto the total. That deficit now just 2 runs.
What's the score? What's the score, Nikesh? And your best darts referee calling?
180.
Very good.
For 6,
Yep.
unfortunately. 180 for 3 would sound a lot better, wouldn't it? From a Leicestershire point of view. Especially after making their way to 99 for the first wicket at 6 runs and over. And it's been a good effort from these two, who have now put on 50 with that single from Green, a thickish outside edge down to deep third. And a couple of ripples of applause from the fans that are still here at Grace Road.
50 partnership, I think. Yeah.
That's what I mean, yeah, the 50 coming up between these two, and Green has put on 18 of them. Tattersall unbeaten at the other end on 37 of 90 balls.
1 away from making Notts bat again.
Here is Hayes, and Tattersall leaves one alone outside off.
Last time Notts were here in 2022, they won by an innings. The time before that, 2017, they won by 10 wickets, required about 30 to win or so. As we were talking earlier with Richard Ray, the winning blow was hit by a former Leicestershire player, Greg Smith, that actually smashed a window downstairs in the hospitality room, the dining room downstairs.
Another half volley on the legs of Tattersall, who flicks the ball out towards a straightish deep mid-wicket, gets through for a couple of runs, and Leicestershire take the lead. The fans certainly know about that one, so Notts will have to bat again. Standing ovation from some fans.
Yes, we've just got pictures on our monitors here. Those who are watching the live stream will have seen the Leicestershire supporters. Not had much to cheer about, but they're happy now.
Hayes with another similar delivery, and another nicely worked shot by Tattersall out towards deep mid-wicket. This time it will just be the one. A little bit closer to the fielder on that occasion. So end of another over, 184 for 6. Leicestershire, they lead by 2 runs. I remember my dad telling me that the windows there on the meet, as you can see over towards our right, back in probably the 80s at some point, the touring teams used to always play against the counties in those days, and Gordon Greenwich, I think it was either Greenwich or Clive Lloyd, he said, I can't remember who. If you do know, get in touch with us. Smashed one of the windows there. That was a long old hit as well.
Yes, both more than capable. 184 for 6. So the new president at Old Trafford this season, Clive Lloyd.
He's had a stand named after him, hasn't he, along with Farouk Engineer.
And Patterson White bowls to Tattersall. Uses this square of the wicket on the offside, and there's no run. Tattersall has moved on to 40, almost under the radar, but he has been out there for a while. He's faced 94, make that now 95 deliveries as he whips this way away on the leg side for a single. 185 for 6. Richards back inside. He wasn't out there doing either a rain dance or a ray dance. Try and get this day curtailed. Green on 18. This is dropped on the leg side. Well, tell him in the fullness of time that you reckon he should come in as a stormtrooper tomorrow for the Star Wars Day, rather, May the 4th. 185 for 6. Yoda. Down the track comes Ben Green. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and certainly didn't hit the ball as intended. Goes on the bounce to Patterson White. Is that a dog yapping? Or
it was something, wasn't it? Some sort of animal.
Or a strange sort of party game, I don't know. Next ball is dropped on the leg side. I think it's fair to say Varena's appeal for a stumping then would have been upheld had Green missed it, because he was about 3 yards down the track. Lights remain on. We're hopeful that we've survived the worst of the filthy black clouds as Patterson White... Oh, now then, he bowled on the pads of Green, went to flick it away, and almost as you do, your momentum leads you to believe, oh, that's a nice bit of timing, that's going out for 2, 3 or 4 runs, set off, but Haynes at short leg had anticipated it, fielded it, and sort of flicked it underarm towards the stumps and was very close to hitting them, and had he done so, it probably would have been a run out. End of the over, 185 for 6.
Should we do some musical chairs here?
I'll move them first. So more thoughts on what may or may not happen today or tomorrow from Nikesh, and then we'll have a switcheroo, and I'll be joined by Richard.
Well, good news is, from a Leicestershire point of view, that they are in the lead. Whatever happens in this match, Notts will have to bat again. And Fox's fans would dearly love Johnny Tattersall and Ben Green to still be there at the end of the day's play, as Hayes is in and Tattersall drives straight back past the bowler. There's a chase on here for Hamid from mid-off, and Tattersall helps himself to a couple of runs. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. It is beginning to look as though Leicestershire might extend this into a fourth day. Nikesh departs after a sterling day's work. Leicestershire effectively 5 for 6 as Hayes comes in and slides the outswinger past the outside edge of John Tattersall's bat into the gloves of Verena. A wicket now, and I think they would take the extra 8 overs. Maybe 2 wickets. Maybe 2.
Maybe 3.
You reckon? He's still searching for that debut wicket. In he comes and bowls a little bit short and wide. Tattersall up on his toes and cuts it down to find third man. Slater runs round and puts down his left hand, manages to make the stop and gets his throw away. And Tattersall has to settle for a couple. But it's been impressive stuff from John Tattersall, who acquitted himself admirably in Cardiff last week and is showing the value of a sort of frontline batsman in the middle order. I suspect for Yorkshire he batted pretty much every position in the top 6 or 7. In goes Hayes outside off stump, and it's wide and it swings away, but Tattersall was sort of drawn into thinking about a drive off the front foot, almost a square drive. It rose on him. Whether he actually went through with the shot, well, he didn't in the end, but he might have been still doing so when the ball went past the bat.
It seems as if both in this innings and this morning, when he bowled a few overs at the end of Leicestershire's first innings, they are looking to target James Hayes a bit.
Down the slope he comes and bowls and deceives Tattersall slightly with the delivery on off stump. Might have moved a bit. Tattersall indicates with his right hand there was a little bit of extra bounce. He's taking his bottom hand off the bat as he shovelled that one rather out towards mid-off.
And for the bowler, I guess, all part of the learning experience. Maybe he's bowling balls here that are getting hit that in second 11 cricket, just maybe they'd show him a bit more respect, wouldn't they?
And he comes full of enthusiasm and energy, squares up Tattersall slightly, thick outside edge along the ground between second slip and third, and runs to the third man boundary for 4. Like what I see of him, James Hayes, you can see why he's sort of on the fringe, and
he's nippy.
There's something about him. I mean, he gets nice away movement as well. Plenty for the coaches to work with. 6 overs, none for 36 for him. He's probably bowled a little bit better than those figures suggest. Leicestershire 193 for 6. They lead by 11. Tattersall 49 now. So could be consecutive landmarks in terms of matches for John Tattersall.
Liam Patterson-White continues, 22nd consecutive over from this end of the ground. 8 maidens, 1 for 29. Bowls to green and defends. Play going on still in all 7 of the Rothesay County Championship matches. 4 in Division 1, 3 in Division 2. Things have wrapped up in most of the women's matches as well that have taken place today, as this is pushed into the offside. Leicestershire Foxes women, they just came up short at Worcester. It was obviously a cracking game. Worcestershire women 258 for 9, the Foxes 245 all out. So it's a defeat, but if there is such a thing, a glorious defeat. They lost by 13, trying to chase down almost 260. So those that were there participating and watching, good day's cricket at Worcester. Patterson-White bowls again, nicely defended. In Division 1, Hampshire have been asked to follow on at home to Glamorgan. They're 79 for 3 already in the second innings, still trail by 243 to the Welsh side. As LPW bowls, it's striking the pad, but it would have drifted down the leg side. At Taunton, Yorkshire in their second innings, 331 for 8. They lead Somerset by 219. Could be a good day's cricket there tomorrow. Yorkshire would like another 50 or 60, I guess, from their last 2 wickets. Patterson white bowls once more, played into the offside to Hamid. And at the Oval, dreadful start to Sussex's second innings. It's end of the over here, by the way, 193 for 6, leading by 11. Sussex 36 for 3 in their second innings. First ball of the innings, Tom Haynes was hit, had to retire hurt. Replaced out in the middle by Tom Clark, who was then dismissed. Second ball of the innings was then replaced by Matt Coles, who was then bowled for a 4-ball duck. So if you're following me, there were 0 for 2 and another player down in the hutch, retired hurt. And they're currently 36 for 3, and they are best part of 230 behind Surrey at the moment, with 3 out and another one retired hurt.
James Hayes from the Bennett end bowls outside off stump. That one doesn't move, and Tattersall lets it go through to Verena behind the stumps.
Division 2 quickly batting sides. Kent 330 for 8 in their second innings, lead Derbyshire by 378. Durham 453 for 6 at Lords, lead Middlesex by 25. Worcestershire 89 for 3 in their second innings at Northampton, trail by 202. All the scores as ever on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website.
Hayes is in, good short delivery. Tattersall thought, I think, about having a hook. In the end, just leant back slightly, played it well, allowed it to bounce through. The cricket this season has been singularly free of weather interruption, hasn't it, by and large? April is pretty dry. May has begun the same way. Fluctuations in temperature, for sure. Plenty of overs bowled. Hayes is in and bowls a little bit too wide and shouldering arms. Tattersall.
It's on about Verena and appealing. He likes an appeal. Jamie Manners, I'm a wicket-keeper, Dave, especially down the leg side. I would always appeal a noise. Let the umpire decide whether it's bat or pad. Andy Eason, Friday the 8th of May is known as Motorhead Day, the Ace of Spades. Didn't know that one. Also, there's a momentous birthday as one of the greatest ever Britons, Sir David Attenborough, reaches his century.
Hayes is in and bowls. Tattersall's driving, and that's the single he needed for his 50. Slightly wide of mid-off. There's warm applause from the pavilion, and rightly so. His 50 has come off 105 balls and includes 6 fours. So Tattersall's scores for Leicestershire 112 at this season, that is. 112 at Cardiff and 27, and now 50 not out here against Nottinghamshire. Hayes, a very straight run, is in, bowls short to Green, who's pulling it round the corner directly to long leg, bounces well in front of Ollie Stone down there, who's travelling, but just the single to Green.
Mention of Stone, Alistair, Notts fan. Great to see Ollie Stone showing his qualities. Had terrible luck with injuries. Hopefully we get to see him more consistently. He's a great watch. He is indeed, Alistair. Thank you very much.
If he can stay fit and bowl like he has done in this match, he'll be a huge asset to.
It's like a new signing because they didn't have him at all last year.
Huge asset to Nottinghamshire. As Hayes is in, bowls. Tattersall thickish outside edge. He's on top of the bounce, bounces a couple of times before being fielded by Haynes with an N in the gully. End of the over as the sun comes back out, and actually we are set really fair now. Blue sky all around where the sun's coming from. Might as well switch these lights off, I would suggest, and save a bit of electricity. Bright sunshine. Sunglasses time.
Drove home in the rain last night. We only just got it in last night before.
Came down heavy, didn't it, at one stage?
Yeah. Sort of followed me all the way back over the border and onto the Kingdom of Newark. 195 for 6. Leicestershire in their second innings. Liam Patterson-White to bowl. Shadows are long, but they are from the natural sunlight rather than the artificial light, as we had a wee while ago. Patterson-White just about getting loose now into his 23rd over. This is nothing for him. Round the wicket comes again, and this is forced into the offside to Hamid, who was a little late back on parade after tea. He was off for a good 6 or 7 overs. Joe Clark looking after things then, and they got the wicket of Cox in that time. Nothing since. A little push and run to the left of Hamid, and it goes to 196 for 6. Leicestershire effectively 14 for 6. That doesn't sound very good, does it? They're 14 in front anyway. It's a reflection of where they are, but if Scriven can hang around like he did in the first innings, score a few runs, and Ijaz Patel can deliver once more. This is Tattersall back on strike, moves to 51 with a cut out to the deep, and Josh Hall as well. It's been a game where it's been some really big partnerships, and then lots of wickets have gone down in clusters. We could be on the threshold of a decent stand here, as this is just dropped on the leg side.
Is it worth now 66?
A stand of 99 in this innings and a stand of 66, and it's
Yes.
197 for 6, not much in between. I think 6 for 30 the wickets fell.
Do the math, as the Americans say.
Short leg's gone to silly point, and he's very nearly hit as it is drilled into the offside, but straight to Ollie Stone. And that's the end of another Patterson-White over. Just 2 singles from that one, or to put it another way, 2 singles from that one, because hasn't really gone for more than the odd one here and there. 23 overs for 31 runs.
Just the 7 overs to go now, and as ever, Patterson-White has massively improved the over rate, and we won't be too late as a consequence, probably somewhere around about 20 past 6, which is pretty much on time, given you never really finish at 6.
Or expect to, really,
No,
do we?
Indeed. Hayes will continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes, and bowl squares up. Johnny Tattersall, it is edged, but it is short of Haynes in the gully. He isn't able to take the ball cleanly on the bounce, so to speak, but genuine edge. And Pat Illingworth's marching across some square leg, I think purely because of the sun now, which is at square leg. He was essentially looking straight into. Floodlights are still on, and we've got absolutely blazing sunshine and barely a cloud in the sky now. Superfluous ain't in it. Switch him off, somebody. Hayes is in, bowls very full, on driven, but without really any aggressive intent, pushed firmly out towards mid-on. And the skipper makes a stop. Seep Hamid.
Just looking at Patterson-White's figures, 23 overs, as we said, 1 for 31, 119 dots, and he's only gone for 3 boundaries in 23 overs.
Similar yesterday as well, wasn't it? So,
yeah.
Astonishing match figures, really. James Hayes runs in and bowls, tucked away neatly, as ever, by Tattersall, out to the deep mid-wicket. Single set. If he bowls 2 straight, then he is going to concede 1s and 2s. James Hayes, because he has no single saving fielders other than Hamid at mid, at wide-ish mid-on. Otherwise, the 2 men out on the leg side, a deep mid-wicket and long leg.
I suspect he's just been asked to run in for 3 or 4 overs, bowl quickly, get it down the other end as quickly as you can, see if you can
hit the top of off and maybe move the odd one away. In he goes, and walking across is Green from off stump, pushed towards Hamid, who for once, that fine fielder doesn't actually take the ball cleanly, and Green takes a step forward as though he's going to, I think jokingly, pinch a quick single. Hamid bowls a left arm.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Can he do that?
No, well,
he clearly can, but
no,
has he ever tried it for real?
No,
that's the question.
Not as I know. He has bowled a couple of overs for Knott's right arm.
Right.
And got a wicket. His first ball, I think, for the county, got a wicket.
I wonder if he's ambidextrous. In goes Hayes. Again, walking across is Green. Good bouncer. He sees him coming. Hayes, and Green got in position to hook, but although he pirouetted, swivelled, he didn't actually play the shot. Kept his bat down.
No, just to amend that, it wasn't his first ball for the county. I think it was the second time he bowled, but it was he needed 1 ball to wrap up a Sussex innings, and came on, and the number 11
did
obliged.
Just that? Hayes turns, arms and knees pumping, good delivery, bounces and beats the defensive push of Ben Green on the back foot. Green looks back down the pitch, but it was an effort ball really. It was just effort from the right arm seamer that extracted that extra little bit of something from the pitch. 198 for 6. Leicestershire's lead is just 16.
Bright in here at the moment. Still going to be Patterson White. We have got 6 overs left, so I think we can forget about a day 3 finish. It will be as scheduled, a 4th day start at 11 AM, weather permitting, tomorrow morning. Don't know if the gates are thrown open for free or if there is a little modest charge. If you're interested, this is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Be great to see anybody here in the ground, but if not, it'll be nice to have your company wherever you are, spread near and far.
I'll check with the club, but I suspect it might be free.
Patterson White bowls. This is turned to leg, fielded by Haynes at short leg. No run. Tattersall remains on 52. Sort of beyond, I think, the stage of a night watchman, aren't we, with Scriven, Patel and Hull, the only players left.
I suppose they might send Hully out, but I doubt it.
So the wicket goes down, and this time it's defended by Tattersall. Backfired on Notts a little bit on the first evening when Ollie Stone went out as night watchman. Actually, Stone is warming up, so they might just say thank you, James, to James Hayes from the far end. This runs off the outside edge to backward point. There's no run. It might be that Stone is going to have a little tilt, but as I was saying, in this match, Ollie Stone, no runs but 8 wickets. I think a proven international fast bowler would take that every single match. He's a very capable player with the bat, though. This is again defended by Tattersall. Back to the bowler. 198 for 6. Leicestershire's lead is 16. With power to add. One more maiden for Patterson White is completed with another defensive push. And in fact, Ollie Stone, I've just given you the big build-up, Ollie, and he just turns from his position at mid-off to head back to a new fielding position at long leg. So James Hayes is going to continue, and if it is going to be Ollie Stone, he will only have the chance to bowl 2 overs this evening rather than 3. Maybe he's done for the day. But
he doesn't really look like a man who's contemplating
between the
a
5th
late
and 6th
burst.
ball, he was whirling his arms around like a helicopter.
Okay, could happen then. Hayes is in and bowls, worked by Green just wide of Hamid at mid-on, and a single is taken.
I tell you what, He's down at long leg where James Hayes took the catch yesterday. He wouldn't want, I don't think, a ball to be flicked in the air down towards him. He's got the sunglasses on, but he's looking right into the sun, isn't he? Down there at long leg. That wouldn't be an easy one at all to pick up.
Hayes in, down the leg side, nicely nurdled, nicely flicked down there by John Tattersall, through leg gully, or even finer than that really, down to fine leg 4-4. Nice little bonus 4, and brings up the Leicestershire 200. Again, you wouldn't say it's respectability, a long way from it really, but some welcome resistance being shown once again by the lower orders.
Made 308 in the first innings.
Yeah, from 146 for 8. In goes Hayes, outside off stump. Good lift, but a little bit too wide, and Tattersall can lift his bat and leave it lifted.
We were here to witness a historic moment for Leicestershire County Cricket Club in terms of partnerships this morning, because Ajaz Patel and Stevie Ashkenazi extended their 9th wicket stand to 120, and that broke a 99-year-old record.
If these two stay together to the close, which is 4.3 overs away, Hayes bowls and Tattersall defends on the back foot, angle bat down to gully. And I'll speak to Ajaz, given that Tattersall will be mid-innings. I spoke to him at Cardiff, and I'll see if he knew that. I'm guessing he won't have done.
How are you on your Leicestershire history, Jazzy?
Yeah. What research did you do before you came to the club? Your starter for 10. How do you spell Ewart? In goes Hayes and bowls. Good bouncer, and Tattersall had to really duck down because he didn't get up as quite as much as he thought it was going to, but he did manage to turn away and duck right down.
Just noticed I'm tapping my fingers on the desk here on the name Anil Kumbli, which I wrote this morning. Was that ever? Did he ever get to the end of that?
Yeah,
was that the right answer?
It absolutely was. Yes, indeed. Who we were informed by Nikesh was popularly known in the India dressing room as
Apple. Was it Apple?
Jumbo.
Oh,
Jumbo. In goes Hayes, squared up a little bit. Shortish delivery is Tattersall. It squirts off the thick outside edge into the offside because apparently he got such steep bounce, so that the ball looked like it was taking off. That not my explanation. That's okay. Nikesh's. It was not something I was aware of. But the Kumbli bounce was such, he apparently was known as Jumbo because his ball took off like a jumbo jet, his deliveries.
I always thought it was Apple.
Maybe in England.
Apple crumble. Apple. Yeah. It wasn't a play on words. That's what I thought they called him. But Patterson White round the wicket, bowls another over, another ball sent down. This one is dispatched out into the offside for a single. Moves on to 22, 204 for 6. Yes, I don't know how it was, but it's a very start of a season here, and they were playing the 50 over competition, Notts against Leicestershire. It was raining here. This is defended on the leg side, and I can remember Chris Reed coming up and doing an interview with me whilst it was raining up those rickety stairs, and then somebody asked me, are you able to get an interview with Anil Kumbli? So the request was put in, and next thing I knew, up he came and chatted about his 10-for in the winter and playing for Leicestershire and blah-de-blah. 205 for 6, single taken again by Tattersall to move to 57, and again without looking it up when he played here, I'd have thought it was round about the turn of the century. One way or the other, 99, 2000 or 2001, one of those years. It's as accurate as I as I ever am. Next ball's turned to mid-wicket, to Slater. No run. It's almost like we're going through the motions out there in the middle and in the commentary box, but some serious cricket still to be bowled here, because if Notts can get a wicket in these last 20 deliveries, just move them a little bit closer to being able to go on and finish the game tomorrow. Ollie Stone has just done a delivery. He's just had a run up and then a bowl, so I would imagine he's going to make the last 2 overs from the far end a little uncomfortable. Will he get the last 2 overs from the far end? Yes, he could. 3 overs remain after that push for a dot. 205 for 6.
He's marching quite purposefully.
Yeah, he's not going down to long leg at this end. He is going down to the far end. So James Hayes, who's only just got the bad news, has to go to Surrey Shanmugam and get his sweater back from the umpire, because he's just been delivered a thank you from Asiba Mead. So it's probably not what Tattersall and Green were hoping for the end of the day today. A little bit of Ollie Stone with the instruction. Just 12 balls, Ollie. Quick as you can.
Don't break anything.
Unless
Other
it's a
than
bail.
the stumps, yes. Or the batsman's bat. But yes.
Oh.
Big ask, really, for him to come back. He's only bowled the 10 overs in this innings, but to bowl a fair few this morning as well. A bit of a test of his fitness. Down the slope he comes. 2 slips and a gully bowls on off stump. That is about sort of 3/4 pace, understandably, but it's very accurate. Tattersall respectfully forward.
Yes, and you don't know when he's going to step from 4th gear to 6th gear, do you really?
Understandable. The first one at least will be a little tentative. In he charges and bowls. Tattersall back foot this time. Defends the straight ball off middle and off middle, out towards mid-on. Hamid, the fielder.
Often scoff a little bit at the old discipline from a bowler who comes on and bowls no balls. But, you know, I was just watching him there. He just, you know, obviously there will be the line, there'll be the kind of spray paint in the morning, there will be the line where he's going to bowl from. I mean, he just walked right down to the far end and comes steaming in quite a long way, and I hope I've not jinxed him, but right on the money.
In he goes, a little bit short and a paddle pull, and it's a nice one by Tattersall out to deep mid wicket. Good work out there by Lyndon James, sliding away to his left. Means that it is 2 to Tattersall rather than 4. James is just hands on knees at the moment. He's maybe just jarred something as he slid. As I say, there is more grass on the outfield than there has been for a few years, but it is still pretty hard out there.
Plenty on his knees now as well, but he's hobbling a little bit, but he's sort of, he's going to struggle through it.
Stone in again to Tattersall, straight, but Tattersall carefully pushes in defence out to mid-on again, slightly across the line. 59, sorry.
I was just going to say all pitched up so far. I thought he might want to see what he's like at fending one off his nose.
How old is he now, Ollie Stone? 31, something like that?
Yeah, I would
I will check for you.
that would be my guess, 31, 32.
Down the slope he comes. And bowls, and that is a little bit of a lifter, and bottom hand off the bat handle from John Tattersall. The first really hostile delivery, if you like, from Stone, and it was hostile. He played it well, but food for thought for Tattersall. October the 9th, 1993. So, 32, 33 in October, at the end of the season. I saw his interview yesterday. John Colley had a chat to him for the Reporters Network. He said when he come to England, I don't know whether that race is run. He said it's not something I can afford to think about really now. Just do my best to play games and take wickets for Nottinghamshire and see where it takes me. But he looked every inch an England fast bowler yesterday, and indeed today as he comes in and bowls. That's a very late decision to leave from Tattersall, but a good one. Just got his bat to up back over the line in time. Just the 2 runs from the over then. Howl from the close fielders. Haynes has got a loud shout, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In the gully. 207 for 6. The lead 25. 2 potential overs to go tonight.
In terms of his action, Ollie Stone, a little bit of Gus Atkinson in that. I don't know how much you've seen of Atkinson, but a little bit of that.
I suppose he would say there's a bit of me in Atkinson, really.
Yeah.
As the older man.
207 for 6. Patterson White continues wheeling away from this end. First ball met with a chorus of oohs. Green on 22. Very good dogged defensive effort this from Ben Green. A little bit more adventurous to this ball, whipping it away through mid-wicket. Going to be a long chase on out there for Slater. Ball's going to just be dragged back. Good work. And Joe Clark in the replay, and they've run 3. Was just about the longest boundary on the ground there. Good running. 210 for 6. Green on to 25. So the lead 28 for 6. Provided the weather doesn't play a hand tomorrow, Notts would still, I think, be everybody's overwhelming favourites at the moment. There's another run here with a little bit of turn, just kissing the outside edge, and it's gone down towards the marquee at third, and they'll come back for a second. 212 for 6. But
I tell you what, that did turn a little bit, and you just wonder whether Ajaz Patel thinking, well, if we can get 180 ahead, who knows? That is an awful long way off. But the game isn't quite dead yet in terms of Leicestershire winning.
What over is this? The 67th. There'll be another over to go tonight. 68. Patterson White bowls. He obviously felt that was through the defences of Tattersall. It wasn't. Just played it very late, but carefully down at the feet of Haynes. So if Notts can't get a wicket for about 45 minutes tomorrow morning, they might have to resort to the second new ball to try and play a part. Again, chopped down by Tattersall onto his boot. Is that the 5th ball of the over? It is. So
it is,
we won't. Well, yeah, if a wicket went down from this one, we would go into a final over. Somebody else would have to come out and bat, of course. After this ball, they can all take their pads off. Oh, and it's edged and it's caught, and Duckett's got a catch, and a wicket late in the day, although he's standing there and Notts are celebrating. And is he going to go? He is going to go.
Disappointment, I think, rather than anything else.
So Johnny Tattersall, great effort from him, out for 61, just pushing at Liam Patterson White. There was one earlier in the over, wasn't there, that went quite prodigiously, and that one did kiss the edge. And Ben Duckett stood at slip for most of the day with very little by way of opportunity coming towards him. Has taken a good catch low down, and it's 212 for 7. So Leicestershire effectively 30 for 7. He faced 133 balls. He was at the crease for 2 hours 28 minutes, almost 2.5 hours. 7 fours Tattersall. Played very nicely indeed there. And hugely disappointed. There are 6 balls left in the day. And,
unless...
no, well, you see, you've still got a change of innings. There's 30 runs Notts would need. They've got to take 3 wickets. So you're looking at At the most, 9 overs from here, could you get 3 wickets, a change of innings, and 30 runs? In theory, yes, but
if they're having a chat about it, the umpires. If Notts needed 30 or 4, they'd go in and have a whack. I would imagine, I would think.
Scriven on his way out to the middle, anyway.
Yeah. But again, as just 2 balls earlier, turn for, and I just wonder whether Leicestershire will be thinking, this is what we wanted in the pitch. We want sort of turn on to end of the 3rd day, 4th day. We've got Ajaz Patel, an international left-arm spinner. If we just had a few more runs to play with, they may yet get them. Ollie Stone, if he can dismiss one of these 2, I really wouldn't be surprised if we had the extra half hour.
And the field's spreading, almost as if to say, Tom Scriven, we see you out there at the non-striker's end, and we're coming to get you. Ben Green, do you want to face 6 balls from Ollie Stone, or are you going to rotate the strike?
Stone is in, outside off stump. Green can and does leave safely. 81, the partnership for the...
Yes, great effort.
7th wicket. Tattersall scores for Leicestershire this season 112, 27 and 61. Stone in, Green walking forward, plays it firmly out to mid/long on. That's 3/4 of the way, well, 2/3 of the way back, and happy to take the one. Scriven is an acknowledged all-rounder, as he sort of showed it in the first innings. He acquitted himself pretty well before being caught at long leg. Genuine sort of pull. Flew down there off Dylan Pennington, and a very good catch by young Hayes.
Yeah. It's not how he envisaged the last 10 minutes of the day going, though, is it? He was sat there comfy on his chair, he'd got his pads on, he'd got his helmet in his hand, was listening to all the wise cracking on the Leicestershire balcony, no doubt.
Do you think he'd started to take them off with it?
Well,
just one ball to go.
Yeah, 1 ball away from having to go out there, but...
suddenly he's got a 90 miles an hour fast bowler tearing in at him, with a leg slip as well. In goes Stone. Little twitch there from Scriven. Got behind it though, solidly behind it. Dropped it down at his feet. Chuntering among the Nottinghamshire fielders, understandably, just reminding Scriven of the situation, I'm sure. Patterson, White, Duckett, Haynes, the 3 slips. Haynes taking off his cap is going to put on a helmet? No.
Yeah, they've all taken catches in this innings as well, haven't they?
They have now, yeah. He goes back to his position at 3rd slip. Still making or thinking about alterations, Hamid, but now he settles back in at extra cover. Stone is in, bowls to Scriven. Chipped back in the air for a few feet towards mid-on. Might think about a silly mid-on, sort of halfway down. Hamid's double teapotting and pointing at that in that general direction. Whether he could, what he's got to lose, why not? And he's taking James out of leg slip and putting him in that silly mid-on position. Mid-wicket goes to backward square. Pennington goes across to wide-ish mid-on. In fact, almost mid-wicket. Stone charges in and bowls a beauty outside off stump, and Scriven is beaten by quite a long way, actually. 1 ball to go. Today. Leicestershire effectively 31 for 7 in their second innings. Had first innings is in. They didn't. Notts 490, Leicestershire 308 was the first big score. Fourth slip has gone in. Hamid has gone in at fourth slip. And there is a leg gully now, edging closer. Joe Clark. In goes Stone, bowls and pushed by Scriven wide of Pennington, who rather wearily turns and lopes after the ball towards the electronic scoreboard. There won't be one for the throw, though. He got there, he judged it to perfection. Turned and got his throw away, and that is 2-2 Scriven. And that is us done for the day. I hesitate because just in case there had been any discussions, but on come the ground staff. So a day that again on the whole, looked at as a whole, has very much belonged to the visitors. Again, there were pockets of Leicestershire resistance, but no more than that really this morning. I guess you could say the session just about belonged to the Foxes, in particularly to the last to the 10th wicket pair, although Josh Holt made a good effort as well. 9th and 10th wicket pairing. Ajaz Patel with a first-class career best into the 60s for the first time, and a very fine 100 from Stevie Eskenazi. Then there was the opening partnership of 99 when Leicestershire were made or asked to follow on, a request to which they acceded. I always wonder if they said, no, I don't think we will, thank you very much, but it never seems to happen. It's just if you're asking, no, I don't think we'll bother. But after that, well, Notts came roaring back in fine style. Lyndon James dismissing both the openers, Ollie Stone, as in the first innings, making inroads as well, and Liam Patterson-White continued his excellent effort on a pitch that only now is starting really to give him a little bit of reward by both bowling very tightly and picking up an important wicket. So Dave and I, not Nikesh,
no,
just you and Thea and me, will be back tomorrow morning. Myself, it'll be my last morning at Grace Road, so hopefully it'll be a good one, and Leicestershire can extend Nottinghamshire even further. But for now, from Uptonsteel, Grace Road, from Dave and myself, it's a very good night to you all.
Good night, everybody.